due to time constraints. Yes, so I believe Chris is presenting first. I will just clear the opening of internal elections day 3. So year 3 declares the opening of internal elections day 3. And then year 3 declares the opening of the post of Red Director for nominations. Year 3 nominates Chris for the position of Red Director. Wonderful.
He chose to really for the successor.
We shall wait 5 seconds, although I believe there's no one else. Awkward silence here. How many votes are there? How many? It's not you counting valid votes. Yeah, valid votes. Okay, year 3 closes the post of Red Director for nominations. And please, you can come down to 10. 18, 19.
Okay. Well, this is even fewer than when everyone forfeited their votes yesterday, but
Yeah, what the heck?
of course minus him, so please you're correct. I did.
Also, it's 18? Oh.
Terry no vote. That's it, Terry. You got says, you just no vote. You got says, just no vote.
Then what's 17, right?
Huh?
18. Or 17.
After we come, don't come here, right, Terry?
Okay, hi guys. Secondly, I'll be shacked that I want to present today. But okay, I'm Chris and I'm running for Rec Director. And the reason why I want to run for Rec Director is because I want to challenge myself. I mean, so far I've only been able to organize school events, but it's like quite small. And it's only for my CCA. And this is faculty wide, so like the number of people is like a lot more. Okay, so this is like the rough overview of my presentation. First, I'll go through the committee structure, followed by the timeline. Then I'll go on to the departmental issues and suggestions, followed by the rec issues and suggestions. Okay, so this is like the structure lah, but then Google slides, screw up my slides. Well, the ones in blue are the heads, and the ones in pink are the vice heads. But then I'll leave the selection of the vice heads to the respective heads. So like you see, those on the right, marketing, all those, they can recruit their own people. But then this is like the rough structure of it. Okay, so the timeline for rec would be from now to SEM 1, you'll be forming a committee, which I will start immediately if I were to get selected. And then I realized morning session is actually very important because big event, you need the cohesion, you need cohesiveness also to make it run smoothly. And during these morning sessions, I plan to start brainstorming materials and also aligning our objective as well as scouting for sponsor. And for SEM 1 break and SEM 2, this is where we'll start to plan for Red Camp. So I will start to recruit my Red Camp committee, followed by planning. And you see publicity and fundraising, I plan to do this ASAP. It's like an ongoing thing, all the way from now to Red. Yeah. I believe NUSU will give us the theme in around February next year. So that's where we will start the team's planning. And for SEM 2 break, same again, publicity followed by the review days and the record. Okay, so after consulting previous batches of rec directors, I realized these are some of the problems. And also, I watched some videos, I mean like binge watch everything. And some of the challenges are dancers, their facial expressions and the energy doesn't match. So like the face like can be got like RPF one, and then like the feel not there, you know. And what I suggest, I can't really suggest anything, but maybe this time I will try to recruit more experienced dancers, like through open applications and interviews, so that I can get to know them on a more personal level. And for the floats, it's always big lah, and there's a lot. So there's limited maneuverability. And I also realized, I think it was 2018 at Bishan Power, 2019, I forgot. Um, I realized the floats are quite simple. Like, I mean, like engineering, I think we should take pride in terms of having complicated mechanisms, but not too complicated so that they waste much time. So I propose some changes such as the dimension, maybe we can scale it down a bit so it's more manageable. And for the mechanisms, maybe make it have more moving parts, look more interesting. Like I think other faculties like this, like the back is as fun as the front, like dancers and the both dancing. And also you should pay attention to the details. Lastly is the costumes. Firstly, this a shortage of time. I mean, that's always the case, and manpower also. But later on, you will see some of the ideas that I have to improve the costumes and the preparations. Yeah. So these are some of the reg issues. So there's limited interdepartmental communications. So I plan to form ExcoCom. Maybe it is already in place, but I feel like I have to emphasize on it. Basically, Exco committee makes people feel like they have a say. What they say matters, and they can actually make a difference. As well as having regular meetings so that we can align our objective constantly, so that we do not stray too much from the main goal. And also, right, seniors and other commitments. I understand that. So, what I plan to do is, right, seniors will be a consultant role. They won't be part of the committee, but that's okay. So, what I will do is I will have to assign people that are like my year one, to the dance head and float head as well as the costume head. But then the seniors would be their point of contact. Sorry, the heads are the point of contact between the seniors and the year one freshies doing the dancing, floats, and the costumes. Okay, so this is the last issue. Commitment level disparities among the different departments. Because costumes and floats normally require a lot of time. And dancers, maybe it's easy to see their goal and to accomplish their goal because like they can know how far they are into their choreography. So like they have a rough gauge. But then for costumes and floats, changes are made constantly. So what what I propose is maybe dancers can lend a helping hand to the costumes and float departments whenever they're in schools, because it's FOP, then like they do train in school as much as possible. So that and also peer reviews are the last point. Regular reviews, make sure those are aligned so that we know that the floats, costumes, and dancers actually match. And also the extent of the prep is like synchronized so that they can be on time. And yeah, that's the end of my presentation. I'm ready for Q&A.
Lisa, you have 3 seconds.
Sorry, before we start, like, what experience? Because in your nomination form, you actually did say that you enjoyed yourself a lot in NUS like last year. So can I just clarify?
I was just an audience, but sorry. I do not have exactly experience in reg, but I have experience in the different parts of reg. I've done floats prep, I've done dancing, costume not so much, but what I think I contribute is I can incorporate each of these experiences into organizing this reg. Because I mean, reg is just a combination of all the different factors, and what I have is experience, but I do not have the experience of organizing all three things at once. And that's why I say I want to challenge myself. Yeah.
So So you mentioned you have history.
Okay, actually it's quite a long time ago. It was in primary school or secondary school. I was in a theatre play. Then all the other plays got like backdrop and stuff, but it's not so complicated lah. It's like I think we draw a moon, stars, river. But then what I learned is like the preparation, the time and effort that it takes to make it nice. And like also seeing from the people that actually coordinated us, I realized that is like valuable experience because I can see what they're doing, I hear what they say, and maybe I can use that to my own advantage. Yeah.
Okay. So your committee structure, right? It's such a big committee structure.
Yes,
So
sir.
for most of the red directors, what they did was they experienced red, and most of the regulars will come together for the committee. So do you think you will face any issues in collecting a committee members?
Oh, okay. So what I have in mind is I will consult maybe the previous directors, Lemon and Mitchell, so that I can use the expertise from the people from their batch. And also I mentioned just now something to do with, because from that I can learn about what are the requirements I need from a committee heads lah. And that's why I say that. Wait, can I mention it? But okay, I just verbally say that. Basically, I plan to have open applications and interview process so that the people that are selected are more, let's say, better because they align with my expectations of them, and so that and through this open application and selection process, only those people that want to join will join, and that's why I believe that they will commit to the event, and also they will bring their best, and also I'll gather them as well to talk with the previous batches so that they can gain more experience along the way. But I mean, rec is so far away. It's like next year, February. We got this much time to actually train them and coach them. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Um, so follow-up question.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that because this year they really have a job. So the freshies this year don't know what red is. So what would make them like what would make them incentivize or what would make them interested to join red is in the sense that there's no camaraderie that the usual red characters have.
Oh, I see. I mean, I can't count on camaraderie lah. I can't count on like people having having participated in rec to join my team. But I believe a lot of them actually went for rec in previous years for their friends because like the girls and the guys different levels and like the girls come to uni earlier. Yeah. And but what I hope to achieve is I form the camaraderie for my batch. And also like it brings back to the previous point again, the selection process. Because with a bunch of people that actually want to commit to a certain event, it's a lot easier for us to align our objectives and also form the bond because everyone's thoughts are aligned. Like we have the same goal in mind and also we have the same objective in mind. And it's easier to make friends, I guess, and also coordinate with one another. Yeah. But so the main point is I want to start from my batch and not count on the previous batch to form the family. Yeah.
Yeah, what is the selling point of that people will be interested in?
Sorry.
What is the selling point of that people will even be interested in?
Okay. So rec is such a big event, right? People would like they have that feeling, when they participate in a big event, and also like it's a charity event if I'm not wrong. So like people will feel good participating in it. So it's like um that people want to be noticed for what they do and what they contribute to the community. And in this case, it's like the whole school community. Anyone can come and watch and it's for public. So I guess the starting point is the sense of achievement and also the fulfillment that they get from actually participating, right? And they can also tell themselves and their friends that I participated in, like, in my opinion, like biggest event in NUS, and that to me is like a very good selling point, at least for me. And I hope it is the same for the people that I recruit. Yeah.
Very well. Do you know what does the red stand for?
Receiving and giving.
Very well. Then do you know the history of money?
I actually not know. No.
Okay, yes, yes. So this kind of information. So the whole point of red is to like give back to the public as what you say, like in terms of performance after flagging. So like that's why the flag day will always come before the red day. So like when people go out to flag for money, then afterwards the following week they will actually have this red performance to actually thank the public for giving them the donation. So that is sort of like 360 of red. That's why it always combined together.
Okay.
So
Thank
that
you.
is very of what the flag. Will you go to your shop and could you like give us the thought process on why is there like each we done say?
Okay. So what I said was the vice heads is actually up to um, the main head to decide and to recruit. But why I put it at 3 for now, because I think it's common to have 3 different genres. It's very hard for one choreographer to, it's very hard for one group of people to just remember one set of choreography. That's why they like switch around and like go back switching or something. That's why, but it's mainly just really up to their own process of recruitment. And I mean, for other stuff like marketing, that's like very important because yeah, we have to publicize it and also we have to sell, like what Priya said just now. What's the selling point? I think he would be the one after having the objectives aligned with me. He will be the one to do the selling of rag as well as like whatever fundraising activities that we might have. And I mean, just to add on, basically my thought process is um, the heads are the first one to define, basically, but I mainly have to find the vice director uh, and the marketing and publicity first. Because what I said just now was fundraising and publicity will be an ongoing effort. So that will be my priority to find once I get elected. Yep.
Very well. I'm just curious why publicity career not the IT under
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's something to do with the slides. I'm not that good with slides. Basically, it's just all the hits. It's like punching further. Yeah, yeah.
so get this structure, right? Just now you mentioned that you go to expo so have you identified which roles you have
All the ones in blue.
all the ones you do. Then have you decided what's the difference between an expo member and a normal community member?
Okay, so basically, Exco. Okay, so there's this thing in NS lah, called active reporting. I mean, it works in workplace as well, but I think it's like the most important thing for a team to work because what active reporting does is it keeps everyone in the loop constantly. So what I have in mind is for these people in blue, they'll be the point of contact from whatever information that we discuss during ESCO meetings, the regular meetings I said just now, and their own recruited manpower. And also vice versa, whatever feedback that I get from the freshies and the manpower that they have recruited, they can tell it to all the heads, and then we'll discuss it again. As what I said just now, objective alignment, basically. Active reporting helps with objective alignment, and this helps to make the uh, event run a lot smoother, as well as the preparation process.
Other skills that there's another coordinator. So what
Oh, okay. Actually, this is just for the once break start. Like because coordinator needs like he can't be two places at one time. So he needs one person in front of the stage as well as people coordinating behind the stage. So it's more of like a supplementary role. Yeah. But you can just treat both of them as coordinator and coordinator. It's just that I think that it would be very helpful for the coordinator to have a helper assistant. But just name him coordinator sounds good.
Yeah, I agree. Do you have any contingency plans in case that isn't difficult?
Okay. Like lucky for me, for my external presentation, I was posed with that question, and I know that I came up with some solutions basically for even for EFOP. I mean for the camp. So basically, how what happened this year was they had to change it to an audition, right? Online audition, and whoever that wins the audition or voted the best gets to be displayed under rank. But there was a lot of objections against it, so I think it was, yeah, it's like any put out ideas. Maybe that's Mitchell's idea, but I'm not sure. But yeah,
Okay, so point of information, what happened this year was that the duration or like lead time, what Lucy wanted for rec itself was very short. So we didn't actually want to participate. Like what wasn't just because decision, it was a internal self decision to not take part in rec. But the focus was that every faculty sends in representative of talent so that they can put up a talent show to show to show gratitude to people who help us with that. So that was what Lucy ended up doing for like Lucy's grad itself. But given that, so here's the outcome. Given that internally, grad also serves as a freshman orientation project. It's not limited to just the receiving and giving portion, but also a way for us to increase level of belonging to the faculty. Are there any plans to have activities for it so even if it's online?
okay, so basically what I have in mind is because we are limited to 50 people in per venue, right, for COVID. So what I plan to do is for the entire population of break performers, which are the dancers and the floats. So what I plan, so I know in past years, like a lot of faculties actually like to do the changing costumes on the spot. I think I have to script that because I don't think it's gonna accommodate that many people, and I think the number of people actually makes a difference to the visual part of the performance. So what I have in mind is separating them into the different maybe LTs, and then they can do their own performances, and we can set up cameras so that we can live stream it to whoever's watching, as well as to the other groups and online. Yeah. So in a sense, it's like rag, but then at a lot of different venues at the same time. Actually, not a lot, maybe 2 or 3 LTs. But I guess we have to compromise on some factors, but the idea of rag is still there, basically, because I mean the components are still present. Yeah.
The limit for 50 people is for non-vigorous activities, or for the vigorous activities, it's not really fast yet. There is no like give an example of it. No dance
Oh, okay. Okay, so may I confirm it's the norm for people to dance, right? But it can be any performance, is it?
Yes, so I just want to performance, there is no, I mean, there is a set grading rubric. So there is a dance performance, there is a first performance, and a second performance. So these two things are graded in set. So you can say it's appropriate. If you decide to ignore the point and the price and all that, you can just go for whatever performance you take it and give that to the public. I guess.
Okay, so with that in mind, I mean, the tip is not to win something, is to, I mean, the idea of rec is to receive and giving, right? So it's the idea of people actually putting effort and to show that they care, and as well as to give back to whoever has contributed to the cause. So we can sacrifice on the awards. So what I have in mind is maybe skits. Would that count as rigorous activity? Maybe it doesn't. That'd be good. And then, I mean, they can confirm they can include a dancing portion in the skits, maybe like a drama team, whatever it is. But the idea of rec still holds, in my opinion. Yeah.
I believe that any type of physical gathering or activities for our CCA, if like can be said, if it's vigorous, it's considered not good. So even things like wedding clothes will not be considered. But nonetheless, there's merit to it's just a hypothetical question.
I mean, if it's really like that, then okay. There's so many restrictions. It's not possible.
Only your two. So on your point of support on like trying to change the dance process, although you want to keep it. So for red and flag, right? Red and flag holds the same award together. So if your flag committee or rather your committee engagement committee is working so hard, why do you think that you should actually replace it with switch or rather not focus so much on the dance process? Since you guys are working together for change.
Yes, I get it, but like what I said just now, for any performance, it takes a lot of preparation. So I don't think it's fair for you to assume that sacrificing dance is gonna make them practice lesser.
No, I'm not saying every person. I'm saying that let's say because of the sacrificing dance, we get lesser points. But because flag work so hard, they get back down to like let's say bronze where you can get a
Okay. So basically that brings back to the main point again. It's called objective alignment. Okay. So what this creates is basically if I were to brief the objective alignment or align my objectives with my expo members, it's not gonna be guys, we're gonna win gold.
it's not exco member, it's your director. Like one of your directors is going to run yeah.
Wait, what?
Okay, to grab point engagement to clarify, the one clarification. He's talking about community aligning with community engagement director. I guess you're talking about aligning your objective to the external engagement.
Yep.
Yeah, so these are the two different things.
Wait, which director again? Sorry?
Community engagement.
Community engagement. Oh, that's the one in charge of flag. Same thing, objective alignment. I have to sit down and talk to him and probably discuss something out because he has to understand. Okay, he has to understand that in this COVID situation, things have to be compromised. You can't achieve the same goals and objectives like you could in pre-COVID times. So it's like, it's more of like, so they can't be too selfish, like if they only have their own objective in mind and their goals, even before they started on this journey of flagging. That's why I feel like the exco committee, as well as whoever I'm working with, let's say in this case is the community engagement director, it's very important for us to actually align it again, no matter what, like how much time it takes, because if we don't do that from the start, it's gonna snowball, and then there are more problems gonna come in soon after. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, for most students who have been part of that before, I believe that even back was actually a matter of pride for the faculty. So how comfortable are you sacrificing this in the pursuit of this relationship as
Okay. So I'm not trying to put too much attention on like just participating, right, is all in it lah. But I just want to bring across the idea that they are contributing. And also, it brings back to the main point again, which is called um, aligning our objectives. I mean, like, I really cannot stray from this idea because this is like the root of all of the success of any event or projects that I may conduct or hold. So I really have to talk it through, and like I'll bring this message forward, and also to convey the idea, and also hopefully they can understand where I'm coming from and understand the situation, and hopefully they can adapt, yeah, adapt to the ever-changing situations, as especially now is COVID. Yeah.
Okay. So since you are working closely with that, what are your plans or what are your future collaborations with your community engagement director since that is all about receiving and giving?
Okay, so I believe Flag, they have their own team. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't mean that we can't help them out, lah. Because as I said, fundraising and publicity is like ongoing effort, and it's given to my committee that they're gonna engage in such activities. So what we can do is more of a collaborative effort. Maybe you can help them in terms of fundraising, yeah. But if there's any collaborative effort that the community engagement director has, we'll discuss it in the future. So, because I can't give a solid plan or any idea that what kind of ideas he might have, so I need to consult him first. Yeah. Oh, I heard I need a lot of metal poles and maybe, I don't know, cardboard, whatever that we can think of, lah. But it's really up to the discussion of the float heads and as well as the seniors that is their point of contact. So the materials, I mean, that comes in when I talk about brainstorming materials, lah. But what I can tell you is the structure, probably with poles, and I mean, what other stuff can think of? We use cardboard, whatever I can think of, lah, whichever that can help us build a float. I mean, that's the main objective, right? Yeah.
Follow on question, I'll give a point of information that the budget for that is going down because spending too much money for fundraising of something that should be fundraising. So in the view of this and also in the view of COVID and the fact that we will not be able to get much fundraising at the time, do you have any plans to reduce the cost of the certain activities like fund, like how to do the contact?
Okay, so fundraising, I think like what Conrad says, I don't know if it's but it's like there's a few different ways. There's like cash and there's in-kind sponsorship. And like, so what we can do is, as much as I can, I'm gonna recruit a capable marketing or like a publicity head so that I can convince more people to actually give into this cause. Or honestly, we can do any sort of fundraising effort such as like sales in school. Like what I think you mentioned yesterday that there's a lot of leftover inventory, so that's like a possible source of fundraising. Because the idea of fundraising is just to build up a certain reserve from, let me say, nothing. And also is to use your own capabilities to convince people to give into this cause. So it's really up to me and my committee to convey this idea, the same idea, to the rest of the committee members, which are the people that they're going to recruit. Yeah. So it's more of a collaborative effort of the whole committee through this fundraising effort. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, people are. If they're interested and you're not special with ethical fundraising, or even if you do fundraising, it's not enough. Are there specific portions of that you choose to compromise in order to keep to the budget, for example, that
Oh, red camp. Okay. So red camp is also just it's a way to bond people, right? Like I heard from teachers just to have fun. So it's like, as what I said just now, bonding sessions. Okay, so basically bonding takes place. It's an ever-going process. It's an ongoing process. So it's like it's gonna happen all the way from the day of recruitment until the day of rec. So I mean, rec camp is it's quite fun, quite fun. But then, I mean, the objective still is there lah. The idea is just to get people together for the same cause. So if you say that I have to cut costs on rec, I will have to discuss it, and maybe I don't have to take out the whole camp. Maybe I can just hold one day, and like the materials needed, I can brainstorm more ideas, but not at the current moment, so that maybe our games and welfare are not so expensive. But at the same time, they can maybe derive the same amount of satisfaction and fun. Yeah, for me, I think.
I think maybe you know, like because all these camps is to go through like a people process, and fun is not really an objective to have a camp. It's not like, oh, we want to organize this camp just for fun. So I think we think about what is the objective for this camp. And I think it's the same for the camp director also. So actually we think about it just being a person or like a fun.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna answer that. It's like because when you tell someone or like some people that they have to do something or attend something just because of um, let's say fundraising, that sounds very boring. But then that's the first thing that I will do when I start the committee. I will have to convey the message and convey the objective. So they have that in mind. So the red camp is actually definitely is for fun, but the objective is actually to enforce, no, to strengthen their objective that they have in mind as well as the objective that I have for them. The fun portion is just a supplementary factor for attaining for achieving the objective that we have in mind. Yeah.
Just to check, right? How long will the duration for the rank camp should the participants be allowed? How long would your
Allowed.
yeah, in physical activities?
I mean, what's the norm of camps? Maybe 2 or 3 days. But definitely, like, I will have to see the extent of bondedness that I have in my committee. Then I will have to gauge how much time they actually need. And also, I think after consulting Mitchell, he told me that it's for people to have an idea of what their interests lie in, like maybe what kind of floats or what kind of costume they want to design. So, I mean, if there's always active reporting, then people are always they always have the habit of telling kids about their likes and wants. Then it's easier for me to, as well as the committee, to have a rough idea of how to group them. And this saves us the time actually in red camp. Then we can save more time for other stuff. But then red camp is good to have, but definitely I will have to maybe shorten it or maybe keep it the same depending on the situation and the level of commitment as well as the bonded cohesiveness in the community as a whole. Yeah.
So, regardless of the state of like, for example, students, yeah, academia and all that, right?
will still be, it should still be some sort of performance that will take sufficiently time, at least like a month or two, right? So what do you think is the appeal of like the idea of a fit or more traditionally genuine performance? What do you think is the appeal of joining such a long FOP compared to a 2 day camp where you can have your fun and other objectives of the camp within that period? But the community is a long time. What's the appeal?
Are we assuming that it's gonna like
Regardless of what?
okay? So if it's gonna be back to normal, no COVID, I mean the answer is simple because people want to like performers until now. Basically, if I were to recruit them, they want to have their efforts shown and seen. So I guess the form of fulfillment and achievement that they derive is actually from the audience, as well as seeing how everything comes together and to actually make this event happen. So, like, I can't really answer exactly for performance, but that's just what I think. That's just what I think about how they derive the satisfaction as well as what's the motivation and drive to actually join this event. And definitely that will like motivate them to commit to the whole duration. Because after all, in the end it's like the biggest event, and yeah, people will like clap, like show their support and appreciation towards them. Yeah.
Very yes, last question. So like rec being like one of the it is the longest FOP program for any professional development, which takes about 2 3 months. What challenges do you foresee? Uh, what challenges do you foresee you will face in these 2 to 3 months?
Okay, so challenges, what I can think of, one of them could be manpower issues. I mean, they might back out after a while. But that being said, I have that open application and interview process. It's inevitable, but then with that in place, I believe that it will minimize the number of people that actually back out. Because I need to see the level of commitment and yeah, the level of willingness to commit to such a long event. Yeah. And maybe another challenge would be fundraising effort not being enough. But that brings back to the same thing again of the application process. So what I have is actually faith in the selection process, but I think I couldn't count too much on that. But that is one of the factors that I think would contribute to the to minimum of such challenges faced along the way. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Given that you yourself have pointed out that your selection process might not actually solve your manpower issues, what's going to happen if you don't get enough people in the team? Who's going to do it?
Manual for not enough manpower in the community as in for the heads as well as the rest of the community, like anyone in general, is it? Okay. Um well
Where will you prioritize the manpower and where will you remove manpower? Are you planning on doubling up as a growth, as a
okay, so some roles are definitely able to double up like dance heads or like the dancer because no matter how small the performance is, it's still a performance. Like people can still um do what they love for the general public. And also for, let's say, other departments such as, let's say, secretary and maybe welfare, I can come up with ideas with the rest of the committee because normally I leave this to maybe the more creative people like welfare IC and marketing. Like maybe they got more ideas in terms of generating. So like of having 4 people to think about one idea, maybe these people can come up with the same number of ideas in a shorter amount of time. But I mean, if the situation really requires me to double up or reduce or take away some of these positions, I definitely would. It's still a collaborative effort, but having all these heads in place is just to relieve the burden, yeah, and the workload. But it's definitely possible for me and the remaining committee members to take up the roles or like to work together to achieve the same objective. Yeah. But if you're talking about performance, like what I said just now, no matter how small, it's still a performance. It's still a performance. So, um, I mean, that's really up to the dance head to tweak and to make amendments or improvements to adapt to the changing numbers of performers. Yeah.
I'm not sure whether we are can freshman manpower, but uh, for rec on the traditional rec, right, a lot of people would want to apply for dance because they get to perform and they are in front of it. And not a lot of people will actually pick up that skill. Because float will require a lot of manpower to do all the different structures like what you mentioned. So how will you address this and how will you ensure that like there's enough people for float or like how do you ensure that there is sufficient manpower for in order to carry out the whole field of skill because seems like a lot of people will actually go for only dance.
Okay, so in this case, changes have been made definitely, like what I said just now, regarding floats, the dimensions. I really hope that I can make a float that's very complicated, sophisticated in terms of mechanisms and the design. But to keep in mind that the objective is to hold this event. This event has to carry on. So no matter what the cost is, no matter what the compromise is, I'll try to make the best of the dire situations. So maybe instead of moving parts, we can just make it simple. But then the idea is still the same. It's still people designing the floats as well as collaborating with the dancers to create a nicer backdrop for whatever performance that they had. Yeah. I hope that answered your.
In terms of manpower, say like
Or like come beauty, is it?
as in, if you do not have enough people for like float, would you make your license to cover up as both of winter and
Oh, okay. For this case, um, so the idea, okay, so the key to this, in my opinion, is um, let me get my thoughts. Okay, so it's like we have to get this, we have to tell them in advance, lah, basically, to whoever that these hits recruit, that there might be a possibility, or we have to get, let's not say that there's a possibility, more like to get it through to them that it's a collaborative effort. So if the dancers, let's say, do not help with the flows and stuff, like you have to think like the efforts will be wasted. So it's this sense of disappointment, or like it's like I wouldn't say guilt trip, but more of having the efforts wasted, and then like they feel bad about it. So instead of just letting it like the backdrop look like crap, they can actually do their part so that they can also like complement their own performances. So it's actually for their own good lah. But bring back to the first point and the main point I said, is having the heads to bring forth the idea of having the same objective in mind. So these people must have the same objective so that they are willing to contribute and maybe contribute more than what their part initially requires them to do for the greater goal. Yeah, or for the main goal in this case, is to make the performance look good and also to make it happen. Yeah. I guess it's from JC and army. I was taught to be a servant leadership. Okay. So basically, I guess that complements my personality well because I can't be too hard on people, you see. I can't just tell them what to do and let them just do it on their own. What I want to do is I want to be able to help them, like work together with them to achieve the same goal. But at the same time, I cannot compromise my my workload that I have. So let's say if someone is not achieving the expectations that they have set for me, or like what expectations that I set for them, what I would do is I would sit down and talk to them. And if they need any help, I will definitely help them. Or to allocate more manpower towards that department so that I can help them. Because I'm not the kind of guy to just give orders and demand them to do something because it doesn't work. Like even in NS, I'm just a spec. It's like a man plus. It doesn't work. There's no way. You have to show the people that you actually care for them and like you're together with them in this together with them so that they can feel appreciated. And instead of just having someone barking orders at them, they're actually collaborating together to achieve the same goal. Yeah. I guess it gives people a sense of, I don't know, loving kind of thing. It's like you're not facing just a superior, you're facing a friend that can help you, but at the same time he can give you guidance also. Yeah. Okay, so my weakness is what I said just now. I can be too kind to people, but it's like I can't bear to just punish them, even though. But I know that what my responsibilities are is to ensure discipline and to get them going. Okay, so a few points. Basically, it's something to do with um cultivating the habit and the discipline right from the start. I have to make it clear to them that this is what I want and this is how I work. So if you can't, if you like, if they want to work together with me, and honestly, that's like it's quite a nice rule to follow. Like, just like no one's gonna be any superior to one another. It's just that we have to communicate with one another more effectively and to come up with the goal together. So instead of just telling them that okay, I'll call the shots, it's more of like you can contribute, everyone can contribute, everyone's like whatever they say are all equal. So it gives them like a sense of belonging, I guess, or like they feel they can actually contribute and whatever they say actually matters. Yeah. So I guess that can make it into my strength also, because like it gives people this sense of like they won't be scared of me. Like they won't follow me just because they're scared. Because when people are scared, when people follow you just because they're scared, their objectives might go haywire. They might go stray lah. Because after a while they might just give up working with you. Yeah. But that's just what I think. I think it's proven effective for me. But depends. I will have to change my style along the way if it seems necessary.
Yeah, yes, you have to. You talked about objective a lot in this presentation. What's this?
Okay, so the objective is okay, it can be anything. It's just that okay, what I thought about is actually aligning the objectives.
What are these objectives? Yeah.
Of what are these objectives, but I mean for rank, I mean is to make sure that the event happen. That's the objective. And the objective is to get the whole community on the same page. That's my objective for building the community. And the objective for rank is to actually make it happen, make it as good as I can, as good as the community can. But talking about talking about the objectives of the committee is really about creating the culture. I guess you can say that's the objective. The objective is to create a culture that I want to set for the whole community, which I mentioned just now. It's all about all the different habits like active reporting, servant leadership, and like getting people to help you just because they want to help you and not because they're scared of you. Yeah. And for the objective of REG, I mean it's simple lah. It's so that people's efforts are not wasted. They can see it come true, and the public can see that they put in the effort and they appreciate them for whatever efforts and time they put in for the event. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know, sir. Can I recruit you to be the? Can you be my? I don't know which one do you want to be. Is it secretary? Marketing or treasurer? Wait, sorry, could you repeat the question again? If I'm cash strapped, okay, the easiest way, and I think in my opinion, is find more logistics from other areas. Like I think I saw an Insta story, I think it was 2018 or 2019, people were like IKEA to look for cupboards. I mean that's just one of the ideas lah, but I'm sure we can come up with more ways. Because fundraising, you can't make people buy more things, from like sales. Like it's not possible. It's like people want to buy what they want to buy. You can't just force them like, oh okay, buy one for $2, you buy two for like I don't know, 390. Like, no, they're not gonna buy two more just because they say one like 10 cents more. So what I have in mind is actually um as smart as possible, think of ways to not touch the reserves, or in this case it's cash out. So think of other sources of logistics. Other sources of logistics, yeah, that I can source. Yeah. So that I can still achieve the same goal. Yep. Other faculties, as in or MOB.
Would you like to propose a special scenario?
Okay. Other MOBs are definitely lah. Like I think what Conrad said yesterday is we can do this fundraising together, but in the end it comes down to how you allocate all these funds. So sorry, whichever FOP that I want to do a joint fundraising with, meetings have to be held lah, so that we can talk it out and like to understand how much funds each of these FOPs actually need, and to actually come with a reasonable allocation, and not just because oh come on Rex are the biggest one so I need the most. It's more of like collaborative effort, and whatever amount that we get, we have to reasonably distribute it so that everyone gets a fair share of the amount. And to answer your question, I'll definitely do it.
3 seconds. Who's saying that you know? Okay, I guess I'm sending. Wow. Give us the link. Copy and paste.
We'll be sending out the voting link shortly. The procedures are the same as yesterday. So while we are waiting, it would be nice if you all can
Done already.
link has been sent. While you are waiting, it's nice if you all can fill the poll for lunch. And also later on, you all can move forward more so that we can use more of the mics because it's a bit hard for people on the stream to hear. Yes.
Oh, it's toilet. Oh, lah, why the one?
It's like you can feel like the third last row.
Break after one director's presentation. Approximately should be
Just Latin here.
oh sorry, it's after logistics, so it should be 11:55.
I don't know why. I think it's not possible.
Yeah, about 12 o'clock. And lunch break is 20 minutes. I'm missing 2 votes. Breakfast. No breakfast lah. Now 10:50. The next break is at 10. Yes. No. No. Finish voting first. Don't leave the room now. You break now means communication director, logistics director, like continuous. Can lah. Okay, lor.
I don't mind.
Yeah, wait for the voting finish first. Co-option lah. I'm still missing 2 people who haven't voted. 2 people haven't voted. Who is it?
Those online vote already?
Have you voted?
No, they voted already.
They have voted.
Yeah.
Guys, if you want to vote, then you have to redo the whole voting process again.
They never send me. I revoke right.
Huh? Yeah.
I came late, so I.
Yeah, you late, no vote.
Yeah, I know.
You need to redo? I only see 18 votes, but it says 19 participants. Yes, but no, it's still 19, so I think we need to redo. Ah.
You sure you found a valid votes correctly?
Yeah, I use the card.
We need to redo. I said.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's less.
Same thing again. Wait, I did it first.
I think it's
I have to check the same thing now.
When I did,
It's the same thing, just.
Can you resend the link? Please follow voting procedures again.
No,
how do you
the same link. It's the same link. activated the road.
No, it's the same thing, you just different.
The same link for voting. The same link for voting. It's 21. Got 21.
It's 19. It's really different.
Only for us is already here not included, right?
The answer is no. Answer still no. The answer will be yes when I say is yes, but answer is no.
Huh?
It's always 19. I don't know why it's always 19. So
So what? When we don't have to do that.
As in, it shows 19, but then only got 18, right? So it's in like, it's not even correct because it's supposed to be 21 according to.
It's 19, it's 19.
Okay, fine, then it's done. It's done? Yeah. Okay, you're done.
Not enough.
Hey, Kelly, you have 3 proposals for.
You propose for what?
Call in him and then announce the news. Alright, I forgot about the guy.
No, you just tell him that when he get the role,
Yeah, he did.
then you tell him he didn't get the role. Then you got the role.
No, you bring him in.
You say you're disappointed.
You just go and just like, hey, sorry, bro. Hey, faster, no time already. Yeah, sorry, bro. Can try co-option, never mind. I mean, yeah, I think I'll wait for the announcement now. Summer internship question. No, I think like honestly it might be if it's online then you can do internship now. Yeah. Books. Alright, I would like to announce that Chris has been elected into the role of Rec Director for the 43rd Committee. So now before we move on to the next position, would anyone like to propose a break? Is anyone want to second the break? Does anybody want to second the motion? Okay.
Be back by 10:30, everyone. I believe 10 minutes is more than enough time. Don't be late. Given that there's a 10-minute break now, after this, Tom's director and the one after that need to back to back, okay? So you want to pee, do whatever, go now. All of you on the last row, right? All of you on the last row, can you all move forward? Before I motion, you all just need to move forward. How do you get back the option? Everyone in the last row, second last row. Actually, everyone from beyond Joyce move forward. Beyond Joyce's row, all of you move forward. Because we need to pass around the mic. It's going to be very difficult otherwise. What is working? Nothing can do one.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe like either can or
then you can ask me questions. I will try to surrender.
There's one thing between data and someone. Well, the day will fall to decide. I did. Hey, not for you, but then like the last few days together is not Hello everyone, the time is now 10:30. Please return to your seats.
Hello, moshi moshi, everybody. Please proceed to sit back down. It's 10:30. We need to start again soon. Thank you very much. If you know anybody who's outside, please call them back in also. Bye, Mitchell.
Please move to your new seat.
Oh yeah, social distancing. Last we received a warning from Kevin.
Anna, can you sit on the side? Move forward. Sit on the side. Anna, move down. No one sitting in the back. Everyone move down. Move forward. I think it's not easy.
Communications is next, right?
Yeah,
It's not muted.
we move on.
Yes, please sit down, friends.
I haven't taken my stuff yet.
You going to vote your vote then? Vote. I told you to come back by 10:30.
Have it upstairs, outside.
The hell? Wonderful. From nothing. Oh my God, what's that? What color electrical there? Can the comms director get ready to present? Communications and logistics.
Comms engagement after that.
Community engagement after that.
Thing is, the mics are not charging. This one, they're all not charging. I don't know why.
Everybody,
so
please
they-
sit down and quieten down. We are 10
I'm
minutes
trying to find the.
over schedule.
Maybe you can enforce the repeating.
Hi, Junhui, comms, right?
Hi, yeah.
Okay, are you prepared to do your presentation?
Yeah.
Community
Okay,
engagement
great, because we're just
after
gonna
that.
stream you on Zoom, not like over there.
That's the schedule.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Repeat the question when they receive the question.
Okay, you have to follow the procedures first. So someone will nominate you and then second you, and then after that we'll set you up on the Zoom. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, great.
Junhui, do you want to? You're getting ready, right?
Does it unmute?
Are you? He has to unmute himself.
So
Hi, yeah. Can you do an audio test to make sure that people can hear you? Like just keep
Test.
speaking. Just keep speaking.
Previous on statement notice, so he'll be Zoom presenting us.
No. Can you adjust the audio so that we can hear him? 'Cause he's
Yes.
speaking. Yes, we are trying to settle. Bro, the computer's not muted.
Speaking. Keep speaking. Speaking.
Yeah, okay, this one's fine.
According to that one, but
In.
I don't know. I look at your schedule in the Excel sheet, right? Communication, community engagement.
No, this is right here, right?
Junhui?
Yeah.
Alright.
I hear you.
Can everyone at the back hear what Junhui is saying?
Hello.
Say a sentence.
Hello.
Can,
I'm trying.
alright, yeah. You wanna share your screen?
Okay.
Also, I will be opening nominations for communications director soon, so you need to accept when somebody nominates you. Yeah, just hold on now. Yeah. Okay, can you hear you? What's the position of communications director for nominations?
Time in 2 seconds.
Junhui, please accept the nomination. You also need to unmute yourself because I cannot hear you.
Junhui Year 2 accepts the nomination.
Okay, we will wait for 5 awkward seconds to see if there's any more nominations. Yes, thanks, Mark. Wonderful. Okay, career 3 closes the post of communications director for nominations. Okay, Junhui, you can proceed to present whenever you're ready.
So the time starts already.
Yes.
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Junhui, currently running for Comms Director. I want to make every chance to connect with engineers, a solid work. Get it? But jokes aside, I wanted to kind of bridge the gap between engineering club and engineering students. So really bring us closer together, especially at times like this. So a bit of myself, I'm Junhui, Year 2 Mechanical Engineering, second major in Innovation and Design. Currently studying RC4. I actually enjoy art and music a lot. I do it a lot during my free time. I'm also passionate in robotics and tech. Yeah, so in today's presentation, I'm going to talk about 4 parts, some of the improvements that I want to make on current platforms, the next step forward, some of the new initiatives, and building on the foundations of previous communication cell. The last one, we're talking about some of the committee structures and some of the frameworks I'm going to use. So improvements that matter. Social media. I think social media is one of the platforms that connect Engine Club and engineering students. And so I want to make sure that all the contents that we post are synced across platforms. So when you post something on Instagram, people on Telegram or Facebook will actually see it as well. We are going to focus on these 3 main platforms, but I think Instagram will be our main focus because I think it's the social media of the generation. And we also want to utilize methods that are best in every platform. For instance, in Instagram, you can use stories or vote yes or no posts or ask questions like that. So the previous com director asked me to post Insta more properly. So yeah, some of the things that I have in mind is we can have different color schemes for different cells so that people can identify the cells more easily when they are looking at our post. And canvases are great when you're scrolling through profiles when you see a large 3x3 canvases, but I think we need to avoid info cutoff between these large canvases. So each post is valuable in terms of information. So when you're scrolling through the newsfeed, every post will give you some sort of information instead of just a random cutoff to feed in the canvas. And I was from SLF Publicity. I was behind the team responsible for the Instagram page, and I think I have a few lessons learned at that. I will share about it later. The emails. A lot of people, it's just 100% spam. And I hope to revamp people's impressions on emails. So I'm thinking of having teams on each email based on different departments or faculties or different interests. We can also have story of the month where we interview interesting people with interesting projects or successful graduates from engineering faculty. I also want to change structure into some sort of more content focus. When you look at the top right corner, this is a normal email that we receive now. Our first glance is this big Engin Club logo with no content whatsoever. So I think we need to have something that is more content focused. When you're looking at first glance, you can just see the content like this, and those that are less important, like the logo, okay, still important, but we need to prioritize the contents in the emails. So we can also label the emails based on topics or importance so that people would take note of certain emails when of their interest. Lastly, we need to ensure that it's accessible across devices. We need to take note about the screen sizes differences, different operating systems, and we need to ensure that everyone enjoys the same content with different platforms. The next step forward. I propose that we can have some sort of masterpiece, a physical display that connects with people, employing the offline to online strategy. Because at times like this, there's a certain gap between offline and online publicity. So people that get from offline don't really get to enjoy it online. So these physical displays of installations can be related to, say, Welfare Week. We can have some sort of mascot around the campus or at center of attentions like EA. So these are Instagrammable stuff. And I think we can also land people's platforms when they shoot stories or posts to sort of use their platforms as our medium of publicity. And on this kind of physical displays as well, we can include QR codes or links that bring them online to participate in certain activities so that we can bring people from offline to online. And it's a strong symbol of publicity. And I think communications is not just one way. We need to be two-way. It's not just us conveying information to people, but we also want to collect feedback. And the best way is to have a candid platform for feedback. It's just a random rant. Maybe the chairs are too heavy, the toilets are too smelly, things like that. I think tapping onto NUS Whispers engine is a great way. I think this is, we need to study about this. I think it'd be great if we have a new engine category or hashtag where we can easily track those records from it. We can also monitor social media direct messages, so we need to ensure that everyone can make their voices heard and we can get feedback from them. Building on the foundation. Because I've talked to previous directors and I think both of them agree that our website needs a revamp. We need to provide on-demand information, reliable information at times like this where there's just tons of information floating around, and we need to be the go-to source where people can get reliable information. And just like social media and emails, we need to get it content focused and of course user friendliness in navigating through different pages or tabs. Memory review. We want this is some sort of photography and videography committee because previous comms have been doing it, covering events across campus. I think it's very important for us to continue this step to craft memories and help engineering students share their love for the faculties. And for my committee structure, I'm looking at people with a passion in communications and design, committed in serving the population, and goal-oriented, can do stuff efficiently. It's not necessary that they have a certain expertise in some fields, but I think it's the enthusiasm that matters. So we would aim to provide some sort of trainings for them to equip them with softwares, certain softwares to do stuff. In terms of recruitment, the ideal scenario would be director, vice director, secretary, and treasurer. And for committee, I'm looking at 2 photographers and 4 creators for contents, either physical or online contents. Frameworks to declutter some things. I think we will all agree that we would put students first. We need to have some sort of quality control on our stuff. We need to draft out proper SOPs to follow to ensure that our posts adhere to certain NUS guidelines and also make sure that they are of quality content. The point-based priority system, I think I'm thinking of introducing is to make decisions more transparent, whether we should accept certain requests or certain applications to have them featured on our email platforms or social medias. So the point base would base on urgency, the relevance of the content to Engin Club, etc. So in conclusion, I think I hope to be given the chance to be the communication director. And if I am lucky to have the chance to lead the cell, I hope that my cell would never stop learning from new things, never stop learning from other cells as well, and also never stop exploring different mediums to get our messages heard, whether it's new platforms, new trends, new filters, to new means to actually engage with the student population. And we'll always need to be open to opinions, whether it's internally or from the student population as well. So thank you. I guess I will open the floor to questions.
We are afraid that since they cannot hear you all, I'll be passing my phone around and using Zoom, and then we'll use Zoom on my phone so that I can communicate. We would like to control who's asking.
No, I mean, can you type all the questions to you? Then you just
Very slow.
Can I just answer the question. I'll talk to him through the subtitle.
You open your enables. Let me hear 3 proposals to open your Q&A.
Clement, you have 2 seconds. So asking on behalf of Terry Year 4, you mentioned something about revamping the website. Could I check, will you be the one that will be taking charge of that?
Hi, I think yeah, we'll be playing quite a responsibility in revamping the website, but we would also collaborate with other cells with their contents. But I think because we have the database of contents from our designs in social media to other email stuff, so I think we can provide valuable content to revamping the website. But for the expertise wise, we would be looking at people they are more familiar with the codes, HTMLs and stuff. But yeah.
Okay, so next question comes from Krishna. The physical structure, while great, requires resources, skill sets, and manpower. How do you plan initiating these projects, and whose responsibility will it be under?
I think it will be the responsibility will be under us. We'll be designing the stuff. We'll be planning on where we should put to be the center of attention. But we definitely need the resources from, say, logistics to provide us with the materials. But I think the design stuff, the proposal stuff, we'll be doing it, and I think we'll also get feedback from other committees or those who want to collaborate with us as well. Because after all, we are trying to publicize activities from other committees also. So I think it would be great to have a collaboration in a sense.
Okay, next question is from Sam. So we tried to revamp the email with the president's message, but the experience was different across devices because we hard-coded it. Do you have the skill set to ensure consistency among different device sizes? Please elaborate.
Because for previous experience, my experience in some of the certain website designs, not the code, is the front end, the design of the canvas of the website. We know that we need to design a few sets. So when we have a design, we need to have different crop sizes. There are softwares that can do that to ensure that all devices across different platforms can enjoy the same content. Maybe there are less, maybe when you have a large canvas, maybe you need to crop off some of the things, but the main content should always be there. Yeah.
Okay, so the next question is from Faris. So you mentioned two-way engagement and suggested tapping onto NUS Whispers engine. However, I assume this will be anonymous. And how do you plan on vetting the content going out?
Sorry, can you clarify the question again?
Can you hear the question clearly? Could you hear the question clearly?
Yeah.
Faris, would you like to? Yes, okay. I shall now move on to a different question first. So the VPSA is planning to create a vibrancy comp. How will you collaborate / differentiate the scope of work?
I think the comm cell should be responsible in actually publicizing it, maintaining the platforms to ensure that all the contents are adhering to the guidelines of NUS. For the vibrancy comm, I think we can collaborate in terms of contents. We can share contents, but I think we would be the final one that makes sure that everything is under control, adheres to the guidelines. But I think we would be open to these kind of collaborations.
Okay, next question is from Nikki. So what are your plans to increase the appeal of Engine Club merchandise?
I think since social media's under our platforms, I think we can have attractive posters that markets the merchandise, or as I say, we can have the kind of like the masterpieces where we put in center of attention of certain places, and we can kind of market it physically there. So that's a few platforms. I think we can also tap onto certain NUS engineering students which are more kind of influencer material on social media to kind of collaborate with them. And I think they can help us with certain publicity aspects of the merchandises as well.
Okay, so now we're going back to Faris's question. So initially he asked, you mentioned two-way engagement and suggested tapping into NUS Whispers engine. However, I assume this will all be anonymous, and how do you plan on vetting the content going out? So he's asking, how will this be useful in you gathering feedback rather than it becoming a troll page of random experiences and confessions?
I think we would like vet through the messages from NUS Whispers, but there's always certain valuable things that we can pick up from certain rants, because there are really people that want to complain about their experiences in, say, the engineering faculty. Maybe the queue are too long in certain places, or the aircon is not cold enough, these kind of things. But for troll posts, I think we try to avoid it, but sometimes it's inevitable. So we should learn to pick up from things that are valuable in improving the experiences of them in the faculty. So we need to try to pick up available information, whereas troll posts will just leave it there.
Okay. So this is a follow-up by Priya for NUS Whispers. Given that there's a lot of reservation to pick up such anonymous reporting platforms that are open to student interpretation, is it wise for us to take up this endeavor?
I think we should proceed with caution. Definitely, we need to proceed with caution. But as I said, there are certain information that is that would be valuable to us. We would try to select information that's valuable to us. And from my previous experiences, sometimes Nusu would also gather some of the feedbacks from NUS Whispers as well. So I think this is a way we can move forward, but definitely we need to have the framework to vet through some of the posts before we actually set them into stones.
Okay, so this will be the last follow-up for this before moving on to other topics. Priya, year 3. Follow-up, how will the vetting process look like? What are the criteria? Also, if complaints, why not use proper existing channels?
I think for complaints, yeah, there are official channels, but because sometimes I think the bureaucracy, there's a lot of red tape going on with submitting just small suggestions or feedback. So I think we need to have some sort of candid platforms, just more casual, not that formal. But if there are big complaints, I would still suggest them to use official platforms through maybe forms, NUS forms and stuff like that. But yeah, I think some small matters, maybe just anything would be great if we can do it more candidly instead of formal stuff.
Okay, next question. Sam, year 2. The framework for people to be granted space on the platform favors people who have planned their publicity early. What happens when people submit requests last minute?
So what's the last few words?
What happens when people submit requests last minute?
So I was planning to introduce some sort of point-based kind of decision-making processes. So there will be a few factors, including the urgency of the materials to be publicized, the relevance of it to the Engin Club, and how important is it to actually bring it out despite last-minute stuff. Sometimes there are certain stuff that some complications that it's hard to explain. I think it'd be wise that if we actually look through the whole process and then we make a decision whether to accept them. But of course, we would encourage people to have their publicity sorted out more tidily with more scheduled, more structured style of applications. But definitely, we will also accept special cases based on our point-based system.
Okay, so the next question is by Sam as well. I'll break the question. No, that's the full thing. Content creation is a cross-sell focus this year. It requires a lot of time and specific skill set. Do you believe you have the ability to recruit these people and delegate effectively? For example, one of the plans proposed by the elected candidate is that they wanted one video out bi-weekly. Will your comms team be helping with this?
Yeah, definitely I would subscribe to the concept of cross-sell collaboration. But I also think that I'm able to recruit the committee members that I propose in my presentation. So personally, I'm more of a down-to-work person instead of just bossing around. But I think there are times where we actually need to delegate work effectively so that everyone knows their responsibilities and do it more parallelly and more efficiently. And when other cells have certain plans, we will try to accommodate them, because after all of us are working towards making Engin Club better. I think, yeah, that's it.
Okay, so the next question comes from Terry, year 4. How will you incentivize people to join your committee, especially for those photographers and content creators? They can always do freelance and get paid as compared to doing for free under your committee.
I think one thing is that we need to bring out the message that serving under Engin Club is a fulfilling experience. I think we are serving the student life, we are serving the student population, and we need to find people that have that kind of mindset that wants to serve the student population. Also, I think we would always need to kind of make their work available. So we need to have some sort of reward for them. recognition of their work, whether it's credits or maybe just certain meals like that. I think it would be a very valuable job for them to join us as a photographer or content creators. Yeah.
Okay, next question comes from Joel, year 2. Do you have a timeline for the initiatives that you have listed?
I do not have a proper timeline yet, but I preferably to have it started before sem break, because I think recruitment will take around 2 to 3 weeks. Then we will start from there. But for certain initiatives like the masterpieces or certain publicity materials, we would need to collaborate with other cells so that we can know the timelines of that event, so that we can plan accordingly when to advertise certain events and stuff like that, or maybe like welfare week or merchandising stuff. So we will need to kind of talk more to other cells so that we can have a timeline that is not just for ourselves but also for the whole committee.
Okay, so following up with that, what is your working style like, and how will you ensure that work is completed on time?
I think I'm more I like to work with people. It's not just like on top and people are down working for me. I want to be working with them. So I think by having a small committee of 10 people, we can have more close-knitted relationships. So in terms of committee structure, we can be more close as friends rather than just colleagues. So to make sure that they complete their work, I think we will always try to use friendly methods. It's not just, we are not using frameworks or rules to make sure that people do their work, rather friendly reminder or kind of, I help you do a little bit, then you can start the ball rolling, stuff like that.
Okay, so next question is by Terry, year 4. Could you let us know what skill sets do you have? For example, video editing, etc.
So personally, I like art. I do a lot of painting, drawing, sketching. I also do iPad art, digital art. So I usually sketch with Procreate and my Apple Pencil and stuff. On the video editing side, I shoot videos. I also cut videos on time. And during my SLF publicity cell times, I also cut and edited certain videos available on the Instagram pages. For photography side, I used to shoot photos. I used to bring a camera around and shoot photos, but now I don't do so much of that. Rather, I enjoy more digital art on my iPad. And I think it's quite valuable in creating contents for our social medias and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, then do you have any example of your work? Would it be convenient to show us?
Okay. But how do I show through iPad?
You can like
Can
share your screen, I guess. You have a portfolio or something.
I can share screen, right? Yeah.
Okay.
This is one of the poster designs I did for camp. It's all hand drawn actually.
All right, I will move on to the next question. Okay, so Krishna, year 3. As the various skill levels of the publicity cells may vary, How can quality control be maintained? It is one of your primary concerns.
Because from my experience with Nusu style publicity, we will always have a kind of consolidated document that keeps track of every post that we do, every caption that we intend to put out, and certain verification processes. So we always keep everyone in the loop in some sort of Google Docs. So I think the process is very transparent. Everyone will get to see what we're intending to post. For quality wise, I think we will need to have some sort of SOPs that we need to adhere to. For instance, we need adhere to certain guidelines, maybe no vulgarities, no sensitive information, those kinds of things that we need to draft out. We need to have a proper framework that we draft out when we learn more about what NUSU expects of us, what NUS expects, and what things that are aligned with Engin Club's position.
All right, next question. What are your thoughts on using the various house Instagram as a means of communicating to the students as well? The current Engin Club Instagram does not feature any houses in any of their posts other than the main one explaining the house system. Do you have plans to integrate the houses into the posts?
I think integration is not necessary, but we would keep them in the loop. So for instance, in our posts, we can always include posts from the houses, and we can cross-tag each other. So when people are tagging each other, then we will have some sort of connection in between the main Engin Club post and the house Instagram accounts. Because currently I see that the main Instagram account don't have much of a content. Basically it's just elections, then a few posts, then elections. But I think we can accept posts from houses to be placed into our main Instagram. But we also need to bear in mind of the canvas, the whole design as well, so that it won't kind of ruin the existing structures of the planned Instagram page. Yeah.
Okay, so Krishna, year 3, follow-up question to this. During external presentations, there was a push to consolidate Instagram accounts instead of expanding. Do you agree with the external group direction?
Yeah, I think we already have a lot of platforms. Consolidating it is one way. Another way is we try to use the existing platforms to their maximum. So say we have the main account, house account. So the contents might be different. For the house, might be more hyped up activities. For Engin main club, we can push out more official information, more valuable information that would benefit the student population. But at the same time, we will bring in the existence of different house Instagrams. But I think extra new accounts would not be necessary. And if there are accounts that are getting obsolete or unnecessary, I think it would be great that if we choose to not use it anymore.
Okay, next question is by Joyce, year 2. What is the size of the committee that you're looking towards recruiting?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
What is the size of the committee that you are looking towards recruiting?
I'm looking at around 10 people, so that you have the director, vice director, secretary, treasurer, and the com members, which includes 2 photographers and 4 creators. But I guess since the committee is very small, right? Aside of admin works, I think everyone should also be responsible of creating certain contents, not just the admin stuff. Yeah.
Okay, next question is from Nikki, year 3. If your committee member purchases a $3,000 light stand without your approval, what will you do?
I think first I would find out what has actually happened without my knowledge, and just this kind of thing. I think we would need to refer to a proper reservation method, maybe a disciplinary committee or something. But I hope that it won't happen in my committee. And before everything happens, I think we will need to push out a framework and let them know that what they need to know before actually purchasing stuff. We need to go through the actual vetting processes before doing the actual purchases. So with all the proper things laid out beforehand, upfront, I think these kind of situations can be avoided. Hopefully.
All right, thank you. Okay, so next question is by Krishna, year 3. What are your thoughts on co-sharing admin rights across cells? As certain roles are focused on specific aspects of the platform. For example, Vice President External is focused on insights, Vice President Student Affairs on pushing content, and Student Relations Director on feedback.
The co-sharing of platforms, can I clarify?
Okay, Clement, year 3. I think what he means is, will you allow co-sharing of admin rights on the Instagram accounts, or will everything go through you?
I think we would prefer preferable if everything would go through us, because we would need to ensure that every post would be adhering to guidelines, to certain guidelines, so that it won't kind of tarnish the reputation of the NG Club Instagram, and to make sure that it's the page is as as well maintained, so that there won't be any like mistakes there a lot. So we will always need to vet through the content before making it available to the public. I think that's the step.
Okay, so following that, Sam, year 2. Different publicity teams in other cells and respective directors' teams have different standards. Do you have any strategies to communicate effectively with them and standardize the output?
I think we would need to be very transparent. We would need to have more talks between inter-cell communications, that we need to learn more about what they have in mind, what we have in mind, and we would try to reach a middle ground before actually drafting out the framework that we would all agree on, that we will follow during the whole term. So I think, yeah, we need to reach that middle ground.
All right, thank you. So the next question comes from Nikki, year 3. If you are told that there is a misinformation in timing of an arbitrary event, for example, welfare pack collection, what is your strategy to communicate this, and how do you measure its effectiveness?
So you can, is it like a mistake on the question or something? Can you clarify the question if it means that if there's mistake of information on the post we push out something?
Yes, if there's misinformation of a post that has already been pushed out, for example.
I think it will be our utmost priority, our first step of motion, to actually clarify it, to change, to take down the post and actually change the new one. And we need to put it out through different means that we have misinformation, and we will not be afraid to correct what we have done wrong. But we always need to ensure that everything we put out is correct.
All right. Next question is by Sam, year 2. What kind of content would you post on LinkedIn and Facebook? And lastly, would you consider TikTok?
For Facebook, it's more of mass contents for information. For instance, our memory reel, where we have photography and videography, I think it's a great platform for us to utilize Facebook, because they allow kind of unlimited storage of this large bunch of contents. For LinkedIn, I think it would be more separated from the usual stuff that we post on the Telegram, Instagram, and Facebook, because it's more towards graduated people, or corporate stuff. So we won't push forward that much like fun stuff or just welfare stuff on LinkedIn, but rather more corporate stuff, more serious stuff that engages people, that have contents that brings the corporate people and engineering students together. And for TikTok wise, I think we would think about it, but considering, I think it will be an open option if there are a lot of people that are really interested in TikTok. I think we would look forward to having a TikTok account if it really requires.
All right. So next question is by Sam, year 2. How will the workload be like for your subcommittee? As content creation requires consistent effort, can you elaborate more on how will you ensure you yourself and the team does not burn out?
I think we would need to monitor like the sort of timetables across different committee members, so that we know that some have a gauge on how heavy the workload of the people are. So what's the second part of the question again?
The second part is just how will you ensure you and your team do not burn out?
I think we also need to constantly check out on the committee members. We need to have more frequent conversations as a director to ensure that everyone is on the same page, everyone is happy about doing their job. And if they are like kind of stressed out or something, we will try to, provide support as a friend. But we on the point, we also try to redelegate the work some sort to make everyone comfortable with what they are doing and truly enjoying the experience about it. And the workload wise, I think we will not try to press on them a lot, but of course we need to reach certain deadlines when we have important events, different events or sales or camps. We would have that responsibility, but at the same time we will make sure that I will make sure that the committee members are having fun in doing their work.
All right, so following up with that, Joyce, year 2. Should you fail to recruit your expected number of committee members, how would you manage the workload of your subcommittee, given that many of your plans require content creation?
I think this is a good question. I think, of course, I would hope I can actually recruit the number of planned committee members, but if in the case that I fail to do so, I think we would try to sort of reorganize our priorities, or we would look towards more collaboration with different cells, with more people, say student affairs where they have the content creation, then we can tap onto that platform to collaborate with. But I think we would try to keep it within our capabilities and not try to overstretch ourselves doing work that are meant to have more people. So, yeah.
Year 3 proposals for a session of Q&A by 30 minutes.
Inside just 3 seconds.
So on that note, Sam, year 2, what are your other commitments?
Currently, this sem I have 30 MC. But basically academic stuff, and I have a research sort of freelance project with ARC. I think that's all.
I think what time commitment, like the time management. Yeah, like how much time you have available to work on this?
Clement, year 3. So how much time do you think you will have to work on all these, to work on Engin Club commitments?
I think safe to say that maybe 10 hours a week I can put it onto Engin Club, because I only have currently I have 2 long days like Monday and Wednesday, and otherwise it's still manageable, and my weekends are usually free.
All right. So next question is by Faris, year 2. For the Engin Club Instagram, you mentioned there not being enough content. Are you planning to post something for every event, which will end up spamming the entire feed, or will it all just be on stories?
I think it would be great to have them posted in the page, because when people want to look back at previous events, you will have the platform for them to look back at previous events. For stories, I think we would utilize it for more for more instantaneous stuff, like maybe daily events when the event is really happening and we want to gain more flow of people, then we will utilize story because it's more instant. We cannot, yeah, we can keep it in the highlights, but I don't think people would really tap into highlights and look at all our stories. But I think post-wise, we can post it, but we need to make sure that it is according to the certain motif that we are using. Maybe when we are having a canvas, maybe we need to try to make it to fit there so that it won't be a distraction to other more important posts.
Okay, next question by Hui. What are your thoughts about the branding of Engine Club?
Thoughts on branding. I think it's not it's there. The branding is there, but maybe we can use it more to our advantage per se. For instance, the emails. The branding is very obvious. Like for our daily emails, the Engin logo is very big. The branding, like everyone will see the big Engin logo there, but sometimes it's not necessary. I think we need to use our branding to our best at different scenarios. We don't need to always put it that upfront, but can be subtle. But yeah, but I think overall, the Engin Club branding is fine. I think, but we can try to reach out to more people. We want to make more people know what Engin Club is doing. I think, yeah.
All right. So next question is by Krishna, year 3. So what concepts do you have for the E4 wall that has been given to Engin Club?
For the E4 wall, I think we can utilize different forms of posts on the wall. We can have ideally have a TV segment on it where we can where the posts are actually fluid, so it keeps on changing and moving, and we can update easily. Then for some of the more important information, I guess it's great that if we have them fixed there. Maybe some of the rules, students, or some of the events, we can have posters that they're attached to the wall. Yeah, I think it can also we can also have like some sort of not just a flat wall. We can have a more 3D kind of stuff attached to the wall so that it's not just a plain wall, and we can actually grab people's attention through a multitude of mediums that are used on the wall. I think, yeah.
All right. So next question by Krishna, year 3. Engin Club has received sentiment from various stakeholders that Engin Club does nothing of value at the moment. What would you suggest in terms of content that can be used to promote the efforts of the members behind the scenes?
First of all, I think the measurement of value is sometimes very subjective because maybe what we are doing is not aligned to certain people's interests. But to showcase what we have done to the student population, I think the photography team is very important to capturing certain events, major events that we have done for the student population, and then the publicity team would need to use these photos to a full advantage to bring it out to the student population that there are actually these kind of events. In that sense, we want more people to know what we have done for them, and we want more people to be involved in these events so that they can actually experience for themselves Engin Club is actually doing something for them. It's not just like unvaluable stuff per se.
Thank you. Next question by Sam, year 2. Also, other people can ask questions other than Sam and Krishna. Yeah. Okay. So next question by Sam, year 2. Please elaborate on your content vetting strategy for Engin Club content. For example, what would it look like leading up to an email blast / a post?
I think we will first draft out a framework, like a proposal kind of framework. So you have maybe a few checkboxes where you have put, when you put on a post and the captions, you need to go through a few steps, like is it attractive enough? Does it fit into the color scheme that we are using at the moment? Like when we are using a canvas or a certain color scheme, is it, will it not blend into the current motif? Then we have the mundane stuff. Does it fit into the guidelines of NUSU? Does it fit the guidelines of Engin Club? Is it sensitive information? Then is the content valuable enough for people's attention? I think there are a few points that we can take note of, and I think along the way we need to craft out a proper framework before we actually implement it and use it to vet our post.
Clement, can you ask him in terms of days? Like, is it like 3 days before he will vet the thing, or?
Clement, year 3, is there like a time frame for all of these?
I think for each post, it would be great if we have a 1 week sort of grace period, so that during this 1 week, we would vet through these points and we need to correct accordingly, so that we can achieve we can actually prepare the final product before the deadlines, so that we internally we need to have some sort of maybe a week of grace period to go through these kind of processes before putting it out to the public.
All right, so in Clement year 3, we are reaching the end of Q&A soon. So if you have any questions, do ask them if you think that they will affect whether you will vote him in or not. You know, that kind of questions. But okay, next question is by Sherilyn, year 2. Would you help other directors out in publicity as well? For example, helping to design posters to promote about community engagement on the main Instagram page of NUS Engin Club.
Yes, definitely. We would look forward towards collaboration with other cells. We will try to provide help when needed. But when there are too many requests from different cells, I think we would need to have a priority on certain things based on the point-based system, as per se, the urgency of help and stuff like that, so that we will ensure that every cell receives the adequate amount of help from the communication cell, and we can also bring their messages out to the public as soon as possible.
All right, I'll now be asking the last question. So this is actually a follow-up from Yuhui year 2 about the branding of Engin Club. He's actually asking, in terms of branding, he meant the brand image of Engin Club to the student population and to external parties, and not really the design of, yeah.
Okay, so I think the people around me mostly have a negative connotation towards NUSU and its constituent clubs like Engin Club. I think one thing that we can improve on is that we need to show them that we are closer to them. When we have our social media would need to gear towards more closer to the student population, where they actually feel that we care for them, we listen to them, and we organize activities that actually they can indulge in. So I think it's not a overnight thing. We need to plan out how are we going to improve Engin Club in the eyes of the student population. I think it's a long job to do, but I think it's achievable by revamping some of the certain platforms that we are using currently.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so thank you for all your answers. We will now proceed on to voting, so I'll just mute first, yeah?
Thank you.
Can I have everyone's attention? So Junhui has been successfully elected into the Polytech Management Committee. All right, thank you, Junhui. So we will now move on. Kelly, would you like to? So Clement, you actually, I can't do it because you're returning officer.
Is my video still on the screen?
Yes, can we, no. Shut up, we have vote. Can you actually propose, declare the opening of the post of logistics director for nomination?
Nominate Arnold for position of logistics director. Yeah, 3 seconds.
Wait for you, bro. Wait for what?
Yeah, wait for what?
No, she can declare the opening. Yeah. It's okay. Everyone.
Everyone.
Waited for 5 seconds.
She haven't accepted the nomination yet. She haven't accepted. What everybody said. Oh yeah.
Can you actually closes the position of logistics director for nominations?
Alright, you have your slides? Oh, you said, oh yeah, I sent my email, right? Oh, it's my tele, sorry.
Hello friends, may you please take the food podcast because 12 o'clock is lunch. Please now can you get your each
Sorry right there. I know do live stream.
Oh, I want to you want to order it?
It could be a Sunday thing.
Sorry?
It could be a Sunday
I
thing.
know, right? That.
Oh my gosh, he still go Arnold.
Yeah, bro.
What's this rank?
I never changed lah, okay?
I not changed to elections.
You have not been supervised.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's Engin Club.
Oh, okay.
But it's not for the
What? Me?
Oh, shit.
I'm not elections. What the hell?
So whenever when you start speaking, then I will start. You can click or you can use the. So let me see. Yeah. I need an extra screen.
Who nominated us?
Is it the same slides as
Jen?
Jen? It's Jen, right? The same slide as Jen.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow, nice.
Okay, so hi, good morning everyone. I'll be running for logistics director. I am Arnold and I'm from CE year 2. Okay, so I'll bring you through the issues, the plan of action, my team and timeline, and the closing. Okay, so for issues. Okay, so with regards to equipment borrowing process, so basically I did a survey with last year's subclubs and societies. So basically for Nusing, they find that there's a problem, 20% only. Then for inventory lease clarity, they find that like the Excel sheet is not clear enough for them. And for location to collect items, so it's like when they come down to Engin Club and like they don't know where's the storeroom, that kind of thing. Okay. And this is one of the feedback I received. Basically, it's just saying that they kind of have an issue with storage, like at the back of their minds. Okay, so this is a summary of what the issues subclass face. Okay, so with regards to our own challenges, there's an issue of security. Okay, so because for the storerooms, right, both the storerooms, the keys are duplicated. So I'm not the only one with access to the storerooms. So like there's instances where people enter the storeroom and I do not know, but yet I'm held accountable for it. So yeah, there's an issue there. And also logistic location. If you all have been to Engin Club, you all will see that there are logistics there. And also we have logistics in my storeroom and the subclub storeroom as well. So that's an issue. Quantity wise is regards with updates because the Excel sheet it's not like there's no live update. So I have to update it manually, which is an issue. Okay, so plan of actions. So I propose a centralized logistics room. So there will be 100% no logistics in the club room. This will be done by swapping the sub-club storeroom with Engin Club storeroom, and this will be done during spring cleaning. So this is the new floor plan for Engin Club storeroom. We can come back to it later. And this is the new floor plan for sub-club storeroom. Okay, and next we will have this app which is designed by the 42nd Vice President Sam. It's called eLogs. So it's a one-stop loading system. So what it does is basically it's a web app. You can use it on your phone or you can use it on your com. And it's a live inventory system. So people will, okay, so if people loans today, then, and it's confirmed, then if you go back and you revisit the thing, it automatically updates on its own, okay? And after like when we have results of people loaning, a popular item will be generated. So like if it's your first time loaning items, right? Then you can just go to this list. You can, it's like a suggestion for you. Then you can, maybe from there you can decide, oh, maybe I missed out on this item, I can borrow this and that, okay? And so you also have your loan history because what we notice is over the year, it's like some people when they have certain events, for example, like maybe say BME Club, they have like bubble tea giveaway, they will tend to loan the same items. And because of that, this loan history, it will make it easier for them. They just have to click it once and they can just loan the same thing again. They don't have to go through the entire process. Okay, and so just now I touched on security issue, right? So I propose to buy this oval lock. It's a digital lock. Okay, so you can unlock it with your smartphone, your passcode, your key fob. Okay, and it notifies the owner when someone unlocks the door. So as the owner of the store in that sense, I can send one-time passcodes to the guest. So like if sub-clubs or societies, they want access to the room, or like let's say the biz director, he wants access to his shirts, or like comms director, he wants to get his equipment from the storeroom, he can just request, and from my phone, I can just give him remote access. I don't have to be there physically. So this removes the issue of having like, having to meet the logs director's time just to come down to get your stuff. And like, since it notifies me, I know exactly when people go in and when people exit. So that solves the issue of security. And this is just for 329. And yeah, and this, I plan to implement it for both storerooms. Okay, and for lockers, because sub-clubs and societies, they still feel that there isn't enough space, right? In the 42nd, I kind of like one of the initiatives was to give them 9 lockers each because the lockers, the sales weren't really that good. And I think there was like a dire need for space for them. So each of them got 9. And this year I plan to push it to 12. Okay, and so this is just a slide. So my team and timeline. As of now, I have assembled a team who is willing to run with me for logistics. And as you can see, yeah, I know why you are laughing. Okay, so if you look clearly, like for this, all of our times, like from Monday to Friday, we can all come back. And the best thing is, most of us, our timetables are the same. So in the event where we need to come down to do logistics, right, it's highly possible. Okay, so this is the rough timeline. First, the installation of the log, and then after that, because when the logs are there, I can do spring cleaning. Because like, if the sub-club they still have access to the sub-club store locker, the old one, then I can't shift stuff over. Yeah. And honestly, we do not know how many batches of them we have the keys. So even if we say we collected back all the keys, it's difficult to trace. So I want to sort the storeroom. I want to get the lockers first, the digital lock first, before sorting the storeroom. Okay, and yeah, okay. Okay, so I said a lot, right? But this is something that we have done, and as the 42nd MC, so I'd like to show you a bit of it. So this is the before the second spring cleaning, and this is the after. Okay, so for the sub-club storeroom, this is the before and after. Okay, so yeah, go for me, thank you. So open now for Q&A.
So open, right? Open. Yeah. Krishna AY20. So since the app has just been developed and is going to be implemented, what's the maintenance plan for the app? Considering the co-creator is not part of the particular app.
Okay, so the admin rights will be passed to myself, and from there, subsequently, the director will have access to the app, and there's like a login process, and after that, we can maintain it from there. So if there's a need to, we can add items or remove items, and we can track the export from the loading history, then we can export it, and we can see, and with the data, we can manage our resources. Yeah. Yes, okay.
So you mentioned like your slides that actually you mentioned your slides about the condition of the current locks in the locker outside E5, right? So I noticed that the locks are kind of rusty lah. So could you share any plans that you have to like either change the locks or replace them already?
Okay, so now the thing is lockers, right? We actually have back then we actually have like a agreement with this company called Kaichi Space Master, and we get the locks for $6 per lock. But now because it has long past that time, so now they are going at $9 per lock. And to really just replace the locks, right? So those that we loan out, it's around 160. So even if just replace with the lock they have, it's already 160 times 90. I'm not gonna do the math, okay? But yeah, it's a lot. So it's really dependent on the FinSec, whether he's willing to, if he's willing, then we can always replace the locks. If not, we can go for alternatives, which are easier to use also, because the locks are like the army style, it's difficult to use. The alternatives may be cheaper.
So you also mentioned about the subclub. The subclub not really renting the lockers, right? So are there any concerns or constraints of the current lockers in which inhibits them from using them?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
So you mentioned that so you mentioned that the subclubs don't really are not really on board to rent the lockers. So are there any concerns that they have regarding either the infrastructure or the space constraints?
Space constraints as in in any form, not just lockers, right? Okay, yeah. So now it's like their main constraint is they are worried that during EWP, which is the exam welfare pack giveaway, they don't have space to store their stuff. But that isn't a worry because I plan to open up the space, the club room for them to store temporarily. Why not storeroom? Because usually items that come in are food items, and we cannot afford to have the food items being attacked by the rats. Yeah.
So just another question. So considering in the cost of like your digital lock just now to be like 329, so are there any like installation and maintenance costs, and how do you plan to like roll it out?
Okay, so other things that I plan to do is maybe I'll just go back to the floor plan. Okay, so I plan to install one more shelf for the biz director. Okay, so the one at the bottom corner over there. Yeah, that's the only one. And then the rest, the locks, the e-locks for the storeroom, the electronic locks, and the shelf. Then I think the rest, right, for example, like the ceiling of the storeroom, because there are holes by the rats, I think that will be covered by OFA. Yeah.
So would you have any plans for those ad hoc events or like things like Engin Day for if you have any logistics post event, and what plans do you have for the ownership of these items and like the subsequent?
Okay. So in the 42nd, we actually have this thing. It's a policy and an agreement that when they want to, it's like a space rental thing. So if they want to store their stuff with Engin Club, they have to give a deposit first. And it's not to take the money, but after they have a deposit, and then at the end of the event, okay, so they deposit, they can store their stuff. But we find that at the end of events, right, a lot of times it takes them very long to clear their stuff. And after that, it affects the functionality of the club room. So with this policy of them depositing the money, After the event is over and they clear the stuff within the stipulated date, they can take back their money. And we find that it is within, like, event happens on today, by tomorrow or by within the week itself, they clear everything. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
So, with the current amount of stock in the club room, right, in the tower right now, what are your plans for the amount of stock?
For the what?
For the welfare stock.
Welfare stock. Okay. So firstly, most of the items are expired. Food items, I think for small scale events, we can still use them. But for the expired stuff, I would propose, okay, for examples like the drinks, the Ribena you see over there. Okay, the Ribena, there's like 2,000 of it, and we still have another set of, I forgot what drink that is, but yeah, you can use it for rack. If the rack director wants, there's cardboards also, there's plastic bottles. So it can be like a collaboration between welfare, logs, and rack. Yeah. Yes.
Follow-up question, year two. So is there any salvageable items that can actually be given back to the community of the state?
Yes. So for example, the tote bags, because we have not touched it yet, so the full quantity is still in the club room. And if we want, we can actually reuse it for the next exam welfare pack giveaway. Yeah, because like if we use like 100 or 2, then the quantity doesn't fit the amount that we plan to pack, then we cannot use that particular bag. So just to ensure uniformity. Yeah.
Krishna, year 3. So how will you manage different visions between you and PCell for the problem?
What vision does PCL have?
Other than PCell and above?
Because I think I asked the question during your elections. I asked regarding the directions that we set. Is there any way that it can be changed? And you say there will be like a procedure, like something to record down what we say, so there will not be conflict. And if we want to change it, we have to challenge it as the entire MC before we approve for a change. Yeah. So that was my purpose of asking, because I do not hope that my plans will be interrupted in any case. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I just leave it.
Yes, yeah. I think it's you just let them do their own thing.
Hey, all the way go food is it? You don't want to walk to you, but you know you have to 30 minutes only, right? For lunch break. How many people can sit there? Hey, watching out. Okay, hands up first.
So everybody hands up.
So the link has been sent out. Please follow voting procedures. Do you have shoes, Mark?
Can you wear your shoes? Can I check whether the votes are in? Everyone's hands appear to be down.
I'm missing one. Missing one. I know your love Anna, but yeah, you do? You keep on.
Yeah, my request. I'm not so sure whether it's pushed through or not. Yeah, for mine it refreshed and went back to the original page. I do not know whether the submission went through.
Alright, so we're going to review the vote. Have you cleared? Alright, so the vote has been cleared. Please reuse the same link to vote again. Thank you. I think end of this week should be end of the week. All hands are down. Can I check if the votes? No. Okay.
Who has not voted? I'm still missing one.
Can we reconfirm the valid votes we have? Oh.
I just refreshed.
No, it's the same link. Wait, no, as if you voted just now, once. Okay.
Oh, missing one. Not me.
Can you recount the valid votes? It's 20 only, what? I think that's 20 only, yeah? Can double check, thank you. Do you send out 21 emails or? I counted myself. You sent 21 emails, is it?
Yeah, so that's why I correct 21 people here have voting right. This one is not voted or what? Do you vote?
Yeah. Let's just.
That's what I said.
But
internally they decided against you. What? Did you vote again? Did you vote? Like round two? Can you even refresh? Oh, I refresh every 5 seconds. I voted then I went off. What do you want me to do? How many times to redo, sir?
Wait, sure. You got the link for not right, the 96 character.
He voted twice already. Second time done.
Missing votes.
Missing one.
The email, you want to take the email list? Yeah, 21. I only got 20. The mailing is 21 people.
We can check if one by one by emails if you voted lah.
Joe left. Stacy. Sorry.
All right. Yes, Arnold elected clearly. Okay, great, wonderful.
He's gonna get himself, I think.
Yes.
We need to go collect your director.
Collect your logs director from outside.
Collect your ex-log director and your future log
No, your ex and new logs director.
Not important.
It's Gongcha. Just change it to Gongcha. Everybody.
Alvin is always work day, no one.
Alright, Arno has been successfully voted into the Planetary Election Committee as logistics director.
I know, congratulate yourself.
Okay, so we will now move on to lunch. Can I check if there's been a change of lunch timing or?
I said on track thanks to Arnold.
Yes, we are able
Much thanks to Arnold.
Alright. So lunch will be from now till 12:30, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So I believe apparently some people are following you to Utah to go buy food.
Okay, who want to follow Utah without your hand?
So those who are going.
Cannot everybody.
There's only one card. You all don't. Oh my god.
I think Paris needs representatives to collect the food.
Yeah, but 3 people what?
Okay.
You wanted to go, right?
Did you want to go?
Okay, those who want to go, I just go then. Those who
What time is
want
it?
to place your order in the group.
You already four. Anybody else? I don't know why.
Terry,
There is something.
no one. Terry, no one.
Okay. No what? So I want to call it. Oh, so that okay. We did the order.
Okay. I tell you what, by the time you reach Utah, nobody orders food, there's nothing. Just buy food for yourself. We told you to send the order, you never listen, you'll send your
Don't be a diva.
You probably do it for us. We just ask Elvin to buy lunch. He like you want me to join you or you just
Now is the one for one. No. I know someone told me Starbucks is the one for one. Okay, now? I don't know if it's now. I think we should just.
Oh my god! This is second day. No,
So basically, You see the first screen of his BFS, right?
Yeah. Yes.
What is a novel friendship? Also, I want to porridge. Now the instant porridge. Oh my god. Actually, it's good. Really? I want to test out Elvin in the porridge. My dreams right now.
Actually, we wanted to do your number is it or what? I try to text you but you want to take your number? I tell you when you have time. Boss, I know. One texted me, then asked me want to post on the Engin student. Then she said she do so easier. She got about I
Yeah, I thought it, but I don't know what they are doing wrong, like where they what they do. What they even do? From where they do? No. I think that's something you're going to do. But then the dissemination of information, they all post on both sides. Wait, then you know what? They did
You think it's already or not?
No.
Come on, I'll see your side, I'll see your side.
It's not even done. It's not even done. So my side is blank.
It's okay. I'm not a media side, so it doesn't matter.
Like, you know, my main event is blank.
You just say it, so I'm blank. This is what I like. But even for like what do you say? I am possible also like it's just why I only ask you no, but you want to know, she want to know about the distance.
You are any like things to share? Don't worry about the ancient history of how.
The fact is it's the same role. No, it's okay. Right. They just want to make it, they just want to rename it so that people will get like, oh, it's not just because right now the past few years, right, they have only done like nothing. And the only community engagement that have ever done right is done by no. Before that, no. Okay, after 2 years ago, it's done by but it's okay. I saw this
If you like, you want to say that you bring flyers, people like 1,000 flyers, right? You tell people to take the
it's a legal cost, okay? It's a legal cost.
That's the first time I don't know you. This guy,
it's a legal cost. It's a legal cost.
everybody knows what you
After what you have no, because usually, what's it called? We use like round people to go and print something. And then no. For my computer, we use all of my round people that we use because computers have a lot of so they use other side to like save. So how like we use like newspaper to print, but we don't have to use
Do you know what SPV?
You should search on that. SPV is an organization. Yeah, that's why it's one of the beneficiaries of the website. So you can search online for SPV.
You can think about how you can this throughout the year, and then during you're like summarizing all the events that have gone through the whole year and asking for donations or like trying to find ways for like trying to work with those already for the crowd. Then you give people the incentive for those things.
Your site says
At least the top is better, right?
What thought?
You show your side, like you like your shirt in the picture of your picture was from like your words. I know you didn't.
The Russian.
I didn't rush. I also rush. No, I didn't really rush.
Even like I think
no, for me was I did like parts and pieces. Then like for initiatives I do with I wanted to like set my goals and my user count.
Just
I also I want to put pictures, but then like I didn't know how to use the camera sheet. Because I don't do camera, then like I don't really know the design. I just want to see it on the design.
then I completely understand the whole because I feel I cannot deliver the CCO unless it's just like compromise on like what are we then? I mean like this like
I mean, fuck you.
This is my so
It's not YouTube, it's Zoom. No, it's Zoom.
you remove the color box on the time.
It's okay.
Later tonight you will be here.
It's okay. I'm trying to use
You don't like it? Is it the most?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw
Okay. I think it will be very good.
Sorry, I'm not sure live. Oh, I said I thought it's still live.
I think Sean also.
I bought for
this time for you. MC box.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I wanted to ask the one question, but then I skipped No, because I know so they wanted to know. And so I'm thinking,
no, but it's like for me like year one, like there were 3 MC.
This time
it's like even
we go there, we make the no,
Here's my project.
You messed up. I just have it in case I want to.
The future is going to be abundant for like right now, era where the era where people look at the little piece, they are very they know how to make this now. Then after this it's not everyone knows then you don't know what is that. Oh my friends say very well, like it's something like 20% of this like word PowerPoint. It's like back in the past, like 1980s, 90s, like if you know what to use, like you're like nowadays you don't know how to use.
Only you can achieve it.
So that's my take on it. But I think one last year we talked about this one, energy population. What are the implications of the you want to leave after yes, I am just more motivation. I did before we Jason.
You're like, oh my god, it's
very
hot.
very
It's just like Stonewall.
when I was in NS, like people say you graduate from chemistry, right, you're something safe. No, like you graduate from chemistry, like, it's the same. Everyone is like 3 point something. When I applied for chemistry, my score was A. It's like half of A.
Yeah, I know, right everywhere. It's so
Then I got the score was correct. A lot. Then like very funny is the personal observation. Like, I was telling my friends, like I think like I didn't do that well on the test. Like I still got like A minus, then like but then like who the hell are all those like taking all the C's, taking all the L's. Then I asked my friends, like I asked around like what because like everyone more open to me. Like so I don't like to high grade people. So like everyone is like getting A plus or A minus.
Hi, Alvin.
I read the final.
Serious?
Yeah, it's literally the Tanam
Alvin replied.
think their cutoff is lower.
It is true.
Yeah,
I really
it's like
Alvin.
It's just that like it's like I think the innate
Alvin, I want to talk.
I guess
100% sure that's true.
like I talk to one of my friends like
I love you, Alvin.
want to go business, but then like
Wait, Jeremy. Wait, George.
business is higher than MN. That time I saw I can go business accounting now. Then now the time I go Engin right is just nice. The time I saw is like above the business. Then now the Engin score is like so low. Then that was I think that was brought up last year by the faculty seminar, like how to encourage people to go into interview. That one, like you can do right for I think you change your own, but they try to stop. No, can go school or
I think
can do like online work with some.
I am.
Why? I never like plan for it but it's something that I think can be. Yeah. But then like it must be done well. Like the speaker it's like you know because I do very PC like the skills and see on people know actually I think body are kind of I think body is better because body if they want to go uni they already know more or less what they want, especially engineering because very hard to change. If a body comes to uni very hard to produce job cost. Then so they are more or less set already. But I think what the goal of this is more engaging the passion, I think. Because I feel a lot of people don't have passion for it. Not saying I have, but I also have. Also, I just want to earn money and then I have but then it's like what can you do to help this or waiting or something like this. It's like what to continue. Can I get another question? Where do you want to go? The good thing is I It's one of the offshore chemical companies. They make all the drinks, everything, right? Yeah, so he's the R&D manager. So he told me one thing is how everyone say like, coding is awesome, like for good computer science. But then the thing is that you don't know how the engineering works. Then there's no point that you working in the engineering. Because if you don't know how it works, right, you don't know how to code it. So he said, maybe you can do that. But you cannot do the engineering, you only know what it is. So it's like, very interesting because everyone is saying like, oh, user science, engineering is more, yeah. So that's what I will tell you lah. So say like you want to learn how to do engineering, you have to know the science. I think SOC, like the scope, is more of like antibodies. And how to choose that analysis something can work everywhere. But then engineering is like only work for particular studies.
You want free wet tissue? Okay. Free foolscap paper? Yeah. Gravina? Expired. Honestly, that's the way I think expired date. Oh. Also quite far.
It's, I think end of the day, I feel this one is a very it's a really good skill. We still have to use this thing. Then how to slide?
I don't know, I see cannot will probably guide you.
Oh, I cannot ever hear like shaking and shit.
Is it your first time speaking in front of a auditorium?
Yeah, actually, I haven't give but it's small, not many people. So but later on, the prompting questions are big. Yeah. The one guy, I think upstairs over there, the guy who asked a lot of questions.
You mean Terry?
No, one guy later, green color shirt.
You green color shirt one guy.
Me,
Yeah lah. Same. Later you wait. I'll be fair to both of you. I'll ask the same questions. You realize that when BPSA asks the same questions for both candidates, unless it's content related, then I ask different stuff. You can sit down there actually if you want. Please don't do that. It's very unprofessional. Yeah, actually yesterday Conrad see what everyone just share with his comment.
like that. Then he start like that, you know.
Yeah, walao eh.
What course are you?
Huh?
What course are you?
Hey, shit, I stand here. This is the camera, right? Oh yeah, you're on camera now.
See what? What's the problem?
You're on camera now.
Oh my god, they can hear us eh.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Hey, wait, what shit? No, no, but no many people. Wait, Alvin is there. Yeah. Hi, Alvin.
How is it? How is the group? Oh. Hello, Moshi Moshi. Please sit down, we'll be starting soon. Actually, we are starting now because we're like 10 minutes over already. I see, wonderful. Please sit down as soon as possible, Rayang. Please sit down. Insaf, please sit down. I need to memorize people's names now. They did say, I believe they're going to. If you're carrying someone else's food, please pass it to them as soon as possible, then we can get started. Please sit down, like now. Quickly. I believe that you all want to go home early today. Okay, so the next one to be presenting is the communications director. So now I'll just student relations director. Yes, so now I'll just be opening up the post. So Kelly Year 3 declares the opening of the post for student relations director for nominations. Maybe. Nobody ready.
Is it to nominate Joyce?
Should I say 2 seconds? Joyce here to accept the nomination.
Kelly Year 3 accepts the nomination. You will wait 5 seconds. Why do I bother doing this? Okay. Kelly Year 3 closes the nominations for student relations director. Joyce, if you come down and present.
Good. Good afternoon. My name is Joyce, and I'll be running for the post of. Oh shit! Sorry. I forgot. Share. Morning, my name is Joyce, and I'll be running for the post of Student Relations Director in the 43rd Management Committee. So, a little background about myself. I'm a year 2 electrical engineering student and was the previous e-house secretary and part of the logistics subcommittee under welfare. So, you might be wondering why I'm running for student relations. So for me personally, I would really like to be able to serve and interact with the student body, which I believe that the student relations director would be able to do so in the role of gathering feedback and responses from various students. Yeah. Then in addition, I also really believe that this student relations directorship and the committee itself can potentially become the face of Engin Club and be the ones to be on the ground gathering feedback from students and be able to close the information loop between students and Engin Club itself. And it's also personally something that I really believe has potential to go into something bigger in terms of passing down of information and making sure that everyone's voice is heard. And yeah, it's just something I really believe in. So my approach towards the student relations committee will be in 3 parts. Firstly, the flow of information to Engin Club. Secondly, the flow of information towards the students, and lastly, in terms of content creation. So, in terms of the flow of information towards Engin Club, I feel that it's very important to display the different concerns of the student population. So, hopefully, through the student relations subcommittee, we'll be able to collect the concerns of the students, as because the different segments of the student population may have different concerns. For example, the year 1, year 2 students may be more concerned about student life, whereas year 3, year 4 could be more concerned towards IA, internships, and graduation. Yeah. So through this subcommittee, committee, I hope to increase the frequency of and have more apparent feedback collection, because currently there is a feedback form inside the Engin Club link. So this could perhaps be more publicized so that more people are aware of it, and just make it more apparent so people know where to fill out the form and stuff. Then in terms of other platforms in which I aim to get information, will be through town halls. So given the current situation, so perhaps you could do virtual town halls to gather more sentiments from the students and hear whatever feedback that they may have. So as hopefully we go towards phase 3 later on in the next semester, I hope to have physical booths during events such as Engin Day and the Engin Welfare Pack giveaway, so that we will on the ground and gather more information from the student body personally. And also, given that now it's like an online semester, I hope to maybe have like some giveaways to encourage students to take part in or in filling of surveys to like get to know more about what the students' interests are. Yeah, so like these items for the giveaways could perhaps be like leftover welfare items, or not really say like physical like food items, but maybe it could be like leftover shirts, that kind of things, to like incentivize people, because these designs will probably be quite unique as in future years, unless it's part of like the this director's plan to like bring back popular designs, it will probably be a very unique design to own as an engineering student. So in terms of information flow to the students, I hope that based on the feedback we collected, we can channel it towards like communication through the use of social media platforms to disseminate information to the student body by like maybe creating like simple things like Instagram story posts, like let the students know that like their feedback is heard, their concern is heard, and like just try to publish all these, that publish the fact that like we have heard this information and we are currently getting as much information as we can to get back to them ASAP, because a lot of things take time like internally to like formalize a plan and discuss with people. So I hope that we'll be able to publish the fact that we are indeed doing our best across all channels of our communication. Then in terms of like some of the feedback that I hope that we can collect from like surveys would be like information regarding like what sort of talks that people might want to know about, like what sort of topics they want to know more about, so that like we can maybe like try to engage external speakers to like learn more about the topic, like whether it be academic or non-academic related. So this could, if we are unable to collect this information, we could perhaps collaborate with NUSU Public Relations Unit in terms of getting these collected information due to their large outreach. Yeah. So in terms of like maybe some of the academic like portions on like hot topics, we could perhaps collaborate with the subclass and societies, especially since now is all events are probably online. This would allow like their speakers to reach a wider audience compared to before, as they were like maybe constrained by physical constraints like the size of the LT. Yeah, so then this could perhaps help to host more participants. Then in terms of content creation, I hope to collaborate with the student affairs cell to create more student-centric content, also keeping up with the current trends. This could be in terms of forms of like maybe Instagram filters or like bingos relating to like engineering student life. So then like in terms of the filters, some examples that like some of the thoughts that I floating around would be like maybe when Techno Age opens, we could have like what should I eat for lunch for at Techno Age? So it's to like showcase what type of what food is available, maybe like personal recommendations, all in the filter itself, and like publicize the opening. Yeah. Then in terms of the bingo, I hope that maybe it could be like for like events like maybe engineer or engine welfare pack, so that like it might encourage students to go to the event and like want to like do as many of the events listed under the bingo, so they can like check off and maybe get a bingo. So maybe there could be some prizes, but that of course would be dependent on the budget and other concerns. Yeah. Then in addition, I hope to collaborate with the Festival as well in terms of like video content, which is like mentioned earlier by the VSA, because yeah, I hope that these can be uploaded to IGTV, and the contents could be about like promoting student life, as well as to getting to know like maybe the members within the Engin Club, so that students will be able to like know like what they are doing as a club and bridge the gap between students and the management committee, and maybe encourage them to join Engin Club in future as well. So I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Year 3 proposals are opening a Q&A.
Year 3 seconds. Every year 4. Can I just check, do you have a committee structure in mind? Like how many people are you going to recruit? Since you did mention that you want
currently, I'm looking at a small committee because I'm not very sure of what's the success of this. Like, I hope that it will be very successful, but also need to realize that other cells may need more manpower as well. So I'm currently playing the idea of maybe like 10 people, minimum 5. Yeah, then if there are insufficient people, I hope to be able to tap on resources in terms of like some of the floating manpower during like say the events like during the physical booths and stuff. So it will help to be able to get manpower to talk with the people, and like also hope to maybe tap on like maybe the house committee itself to help to be involved in those areas. In terms of content creation, like for example the IGTV, the videos, right? I'll probably be like discussing with the student affairs cell in terms of the content that will be created, and perhaps that this content could be pushed through like the content creation cell that we are aiming to create. Then in terms of like say those filters, that kind of stuff, actually I have sort of done some of these things. So like probably be looking at some people to help me with designing the like logos and stuff like that. Yeah.
So you have a follow-up question. So would you consider working this with comms director, or is really just based on the VPS? Seems like I'm not sure whether is he going to like still like make up the whole project committee.
In terms of collaboration with the comms director, right? I would be open to it, but I also have to be aware of the fact that comms director may have other priorities. So like it wouldn't be fair for me to like try to ask him to help me with everything, given that we're part of the same secretariat cell. So I will hopefully like be able to push it through on my own and consult him in terms of like the design directives. Yeah, so that to lessen his burden.
AY20. So what kind of frequency do you intend to have for your town halls?
Ideally, maybe like twice a semester, because like maybe before or after recess week, like around that period, or even during recess week itself, and after maybe examinations around there. So that, because personally I feel that if we have it too frequently, the information that we receive may end up becoming like about the same in terms of feedback collected. So it will be better to be able to like space it out between like near the breaks, and like so that any information collected will actually be relevant to the current semester and be able to feedback and send back to improvement before like say during the meeting point we can feedback first and send the information back for like use.
Only you two. So you mentioned about doing surveys on the ground, right? What type of surveys are you intending to conduct?
In terms of surveys, I wouldn't really call it surveys, I guess. It will be more of like try to initiate a friendly conversation with the students and try to get to know more about their concerns and struggles. So like basically giving a more personal touch. So like we will probably have questions like maybe like thoughts on the current events that Engin Club has hosted. What other events would you be interested in seeing inside of these conversations? And maybe improvements to the faculty, that kind of stuff.
Jason, I want to know, how do you expect, or how have you, do you plan of any steps on you take towards obtaining more survey results, given the fact that in past records, engineering students are not that responsive towards it? Meaning, do you have any plans on how you increase the response?
In terms of response rate, I would like to push out these surveys maybe in conjunction with major engineering events, such as like Engin Day and Welfare Pack, where they are able to garner like a mass participation rate. In terms of other aspects, I will hope that of course this will be liaised with like maybe the communications director or like the general secretary. I would like to like have the link for like the feedback like openly published inside the website. So it's like a very obvious thing that you can always contact us no matter what. We will look at your concerns. And then hopefully and then in terms of other forms of communication channels, maybe we could have it pinned inside the Engin Club Telegram channel link, and also maybe always include like the link towards like any sort of like general feedback that we have inside any of like the Instagram story posts that we have. So like the link is always visible, so people always see it, and hopefully this will also get more participation rates.
On year two, so student relations is more of collecting data. So what data do you have in mind to collect from the student population? Since it has not been set as this is the first year that you're trying out student relations.
In terms of data I want collected would maybe probably be topics of interest to the student body in terms of like maybe like any talks they want to hear, because I believe that it might be beneficial to the student population to have like non-academic related talks such as like maybe financial literacy, productivity, all of which could be applied to their daily lives. So that's one form of information that I would like to collect. Another form of information would be perhaps on their feedback of like maybe the publicity or like in terms of what they view engineering like or Engin Club itself, because I believe these data will be very beneficial in terms of content creation for like say the essay cell, where they are planning to create like Spotify podcasts and YouTube and YouTube videos and IGTV videos, and so this may help in terms of like crafting what's the content of their script so as to address all of these concerns.
Lemon year 3. So earlier you mentioned about feedback collection points, right? Were you referring to just the Linktree feedback form?
Yes, but I feel like perhaps we could explore more avenues of feedback collection points. So like maybe during the semester itself, like maybe future semesters, we could probably establish maybe a bi-weekly like physical feedback post where like students can just drop by and just chat with any of the student relation cell members there to gather feedback. So in time, I hope that maybe this will create a culture where like people know like maybe at this specific day, bi-weekly, the student relation cell will be there and you can directly feedback any complaints you have immediately so that they can take note of it, and maybe if they wish to be contacted, should there be any update, they could leave like maybe their email address so that we can contact them about any progress towards the issue that they have.
So you mentioned that if your team were to put together a video on a certain topic, but students like openly express their dissatisfaction about the content due to maybe skewed opinions in the video, and they start to dislike the video on YouTube. So how will you deal with this?
In terms of that, I will perhaps discuss with the student affairs cell to maybe put up a second video addressing their opinions and acknowledging that indeed we have differing opinions, and maybe remove the video as well, especially if it contains misinformation. But of course, this will have to be discussed with the maybe SA, as I believe that this YouTube domain is something that he's trying to push for. So of course, I myself cannot really force him to remove it, but we will have to be discussed.
So what are some segments of the student population who you feel that are not participating or engaged in the participation of the current outreach channels, and how will you seek to engage them?
In terms of segments of the student populations, I believe that I'm part of our current outreach channels. I believe maybe those will be those that maybe won't really involve one part of that, maybe say faculty camps or even freshman orientation camps. So these students may not be aware that like there are these forms of communication channels such as maybe the Engine Club Telegram channel or like the website is or Engine Club itself basically. So in terms of how to reach them, hopefully with the use of the physical booths like bi-weekly, if it's possible, you will be able to increase the presence that Engine Club is there. And so like when maybe students walk past during lunch, right, they will be able to know more about it. But then of course now given that it's a online semester, we could probably push for some form of advertisement within the email blast and advertise like more blatantly that we have this like Telegram channel, Instagram page where they can find out more, and the website itself where they can find out more information about it.
Only useful. So mine is more of a two-part question. The first part of the question is, do you know that there's an NUS Engine Club channel which is not really under NUS Engine Club? How are you going to do conflict resolution with this? Actually, this is also towards the BSAR, but I wasn't part of the questionnaire.
Okay. Personally, I wasn't aware that there was such a channel. Oh, is it the channel that we can post inside?
Point of information, it was by the 41st business director.
Simon, year 3, I think we should proceed on to the next question and clarify this information after the election.
Year 3, you say you want to collect information on how students feel about engineering, right? Especially this being an online semester, so you have to do it through like online survey and stuff. How do you prevent this from becoming another NUS discourse? How do you collect useful information?
In terms of preventing it from becoming another NUS whispers, I hope to use like the NUS official platforms like Lucing to help to like ensure that the information collected are actually from engineering students, because I think it provides a layer of verification and it'll be easy to track the students itself and reply to them directly. In terms of how to ensure the information provided is indeed useful, perhaps structure the questions such that despite it being open-ended, it will be the answers towards it will be perhaps more targeted towards like what type of data we want to collect. And if they have any other comments, they could put it under like maybe general feedback so that we can go and look at them later. So it won't really affect the data collection process in terms of what we really want to get.
Year 3. So given that EWP is in 8 weeks, so do you have any plans that you want to collaborate with the welfare director so that you can understand students' sentiments in this very short time and to do it fast and in large?
Depending on the model which the welfare director uses, if say it's like perhaps a staggered collection, and so we will probably need to submit some sort of survey or verification form to indicate like the timings that are available for collection. Hopefully, we can collaborate in terms of being able to put like any like burning questions we have within the form itself to collect the responses. So that's one way in which I will collaborate with the welfare director.
Chairman, year 3, follow up to this question. I believe he's asking more earlier in advance. So what you're referring to is maybe closer to the event period, maybe where the collection points will be and when you sign up to collect. But I think he's asking earlier on so that the welfare director can prepare what sort of items, what sort of collateral that the students might want. This kind of information.
In terms of this information, we could perhaps send out a survey earlier to gather the student sentiments in terms of like what kind of welfare information, what kind of things they want inside the welfare pack. So like the employers give suggestions into like what the welfare pack.
So what are your opinions about students having their independent channel showing censored or uncensored content about NUS engineering life?
In terms of this, I feel like these channels will always exist. All we can do is to perhaps try to be more proactive in terms of being aware of these channels, so that should any information be released in such manner, we can really contact the admins on it and try to get it removed as soon as possible. After which we could perhaps send a message to clarify the point, should we not be able to contact the admin to remove the message. But even if the admin removes the message, we should always send a clarification as well to let people know that this information is not true and it's not true official sources, so they should not be giving it because it's like not official.
Krishna AY20. So the town halls which is suggested usually involve faculty or departments. So how do you ensure that the event is constructive in nature and it isn't hijacked by any other agenda, or as well as personal attacks to certain people? How do you plan to moderate such events?
For the town halls itself, I hope to involve the subclass and societies because some questions that may be asked may be really very specifically related within like towards how the course is structured. So perhaps having like separate Zoom links for each subclass society. In terms of moderation, any question that is posed would perhaps go through like any maybe a supervision committee member there, or perhaps even the director itself, if the timings are for these town halls are staggered, just assuming, so that like this moderation of course would allow for like filtering of personal attacks and allow for a more productive discussion. Of course, the filtering won't be blind filtering, to perhaps ask one of the subclass and society members to, or maybe even the president itself, to be with us in terms of deciding whether or not this question should be asked. Is it appropriate? Is it relevant to the course? Or like feelings that the students might feel within that course.
AY20, are there any more questions?
AY20 proposes the closing of Q&A.
Lisa, you have 3 seconds.
Talking about for the first,
So what? I think the YouTube channel is
yes, for the first,
Oh.
it's not all the time.
Then what?
Stressful now.
You can still.
All right, so the link for voting has been sent. Please follow voting procedures for the voting of Student Relations Director.
No, that's supposed to be discussed. I'm missing 2 votes. Who hasn't voted yet? How are we doing this? Can you pin the 75 standing order?
Today's. Oh. Is it already pinned?
No. It is?
It is, wait, the schedule, right? In the political election chat. It's pinned.
It's the external one. Yeah. There's no people voting.
What do you mean the externals one?
She sent you one. It's not a schedule.
Sorry, what?
It's not today's setting order. It's 84.
It is, okay.
My sister shows that it's the external.
No, it's a Sunday scheduler, I think. Okay. Winnie, would you like to retrieve your student relations director? Thank you. Alright, so Joyce has been successfully elected into the political and committee of student relations director. Yeah. Alright, so we are going to move on. We are going to move on to welfare director. I don't know. Does anyone want to propose a break before welfare director nominations? Proposals. Okay. So we have an 8-minute break until 1:56. Please be back by then. Thank you.
Anything more problem?
No, Hey, bring like the gummy bear pack. Yeah, no, it's already open. It's on the cover boxes. Yeah. Is it the one?
No, because it's on it, right? It's the particular one, the one that's in, right? It's not that. I forgot.
Very different.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why I was
Attention everyone, we are going to be beginning shortly. It's already 1:36. Please return to your seats. So can everyone please settle down and return to your seats for the opening of nomination for welfare director. Kelly, would you like to declare the opening?
AY20 declares the opening of the post of welfare director for nominations.
Sam year 2 nominate Insaf for welfare director.
Lisa, year 3 seconds.
Year Yang year 3 nominates Pete as welfare director. Year Yang year 3 nominates Pete as welfare director.
Oh, year 2 seconds.
AY20 accepts all nominations, so just wait about 5 seconds. Wait, 2 seconds, please. AY20 declares the closing of the post of welfare director for nominations.
Alright, Insaf, can you please head down? Please can you wait outside till this presentation is done. Thank you.
But then if the nomination she must follow the nomination order. The HDMI? I think I'll just transfer through the thumb drive. Okay, sure. Maybe I actually can use HDMI. Sorry. HDMI is Lisa, the Zoom cam? Oh. So must transfer?
Yeah.
Okay. If can you transfer so that we can stream to the pen drive? Okay. Thanks. I can move my mouse later on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he does. Inside. How do I go next? Okay. Yes. Let's start. Okay.
Okay, a very good afternoon to everyone. Thanks for attending the internals. So I'm Itzhak and I'm from Eng Year 2. So I'll be running for the welfare director. So firstly, I'll start off with the introduction of myself. And then, so this is the table of contents. So next I'll be going through with you guys the EWP giveaway event itself. So like the past and the new proposals. And then after that, I'll be talking about some of my contributions for the club. And followed up will be the Q&A session. So why did I join the Engin Club? Is to better serve the NUS engineering students, to grow my leadership skills along the way, and to make new friendships. Why the welfare director role? Okay, so first I'll just go through with you guys some of the roles and responsibilities. So the primary objective is to plan and execute the EWP event itself. The secondary objective is to provide other forms of welfare to the students. So these are some of my past experiences. I was part of the welfare executive in Union Camp. So we planned some welfare opportunities for the students. And also I was part of the funds team for Operation Ulysses, Operation Ulysses, which sourced out for some monetary sponsorships. And also I was part of an NDP event in which we actually packed and managed over 27,000 tons. So this is just like basically a large scale event. And the other three are actually some of my booth experiences. So Operation Ulysses Valentine's Day. So we just sold like roses and gifts and all that. And then the last two are actually some of my NS experiences. So yeah, we went to Woodgrove Secondary and even RP to like set up like booths, NS booth, like weapons, food tasting, so on and so forth. Okay, so why the welfare director role? Is because I feel I have past experiences with similar roles, and I do have supervising skills, logistic management skills, and I do have some experience in terms of sourcing for sponsors. And also, of course, I possess the right attitude for the job. So I feel that I can be hardworking and I can make quick decisions and I can come up with really creative and innovative ideas. So now let's move on to the exam welfare pack giveaway itself. So the objective again is to provide tangible, intangible welfare to the students and to carry out various projects aimed to enhance the well-being of the students. Okay, so these are some of the items that has been given away during the EWP event itself. So sweets, snacks, drinks, stationeries, beauty packs, and vouchers. I think you guys should be familiar with it. The categories of items given away during the event. So there are actually three different categories. Firstly is by companies. So these are some of the items sponsored by the companies. Followed up, we have actually items issued by Musu itself. And of course, some of the items are purchased by the welfare fund itself, by the Engin Club. These are some of the concurrent events that actually goes on during the EWP itself. So we have services such as massage, Engin Club sales, and carnival, so the games and food sales. Okay, and then this is my proposal actually for the EWP itself, is to actually have 100% non-physical event. So first I'll just go through with you guys some statistics. So there's actually roughly around 6,000 students under the Engin Club itself, and roughly around 2,000 students actually turn up for the event over the past few years. So that's about like 33.3%. So why did we choose the non-physical? Why am I choosing 100% non-physical? Is because by this way actually we can actually provide to 2,000 students with the online giveaway itself. Yeah, so we'll be emailing it out to the students. And the online EWP will consist of actually 5 to 10 e-vouchers, and it could be in the form of codes, or it could be even in PDF file. Okay, so these are some of the vouchers that we can include. Minimum spend e-vouchers, discount, cash, and 1-for-1 e-vouchers. Okay, so the actual Excel sheet with codes. So these are like some of the ways in which we can actually tabulate all the codes. You can, yeah. And then after that, we have the e-voucher PDF. So yeah, these are some of the stuff that we attach in the email for the students. So this is an example of like an email that we send out. Obviously, it's not that nice, okay, but we can work on that, those kind of things, like the design and all that. But this is like a general idea of how it look like. So yeah, so like the PDF attached and the codes. Okay, so why the 100% non-physical EWP is because it's definitely safer. Okay, so we can follow the safety guidelines and we can conduct EWP with peace of mind. And we can provide immediate benefits to the students. So by week 12, actually all the students will receive this through email. And students don't have to come to school. And of course, the current restriction limits the students from actually entering NUS. So this will counter that. And last thing is we can have increased welfare opportunities. So because if we have a physical one, I think it's quite impossible to feed like to cater to all of the students. Another thing that I propose is to actually have like a 5-day quiz and games through social media. So this one will be concurrently happening with the registration of the EWP itself. So for example, from day 1 to 5, we have different games. So it could obviously include more games, but this is just like a general idea. And yeah, I think, so how do I shift my, okay, actually, I think there's something that's covering on the side. Basically, we'll be giving out like about 10 to 20 gifts on each day. Yeah, so that's my plan. It could be more. Yeah. And of course, we could include a lucky draw at the end also. The rationale for the 5-day games and quiz is to actually increase welfare giveaway opportunities and to increase interaction between the Engin Club and the engineering students, and to supplement the actual online EWP giveaway. So similar to the free giveaways during the physical event itself. So like the booth and games. Yeah. And lastly is to increase collaboration opportunities with companies, houses, subclubs, societies, and student organizations. Means that in that sense, right, that means we can actually get the companies, houses, and subclubs to actually collaborate with us with the games. Yeah. And so this is like a general timeline. The preparation for EWP. So week 4 to 10 will be like the recruitment process, and we're reaching out to the sponsors. And in week 11, we'll have the registration for the EWP, so students can start to sign up. So up to 2,000 students, and we'll have the 5-day quiz and game. So as you can see, from Monday to Friday. So we'll have So basically, during these 5 days, you can actively participate. Sunday. So this one, we collect the list of EWP registered participants. Okay, so 2 days for that. And then on Monday is the actual day in which we will distribute the emails to the students. So it's on Monday itself. And obviously the last few days, we just like keep it aside for like administrative and technical issues. So these are some of the companies that I'm thinking for sponsorships. And so what we can offer to the sponsors, we can offer them publicity, we can conduct surveys for their companies. So, and also we can have career talks and industrial visits. So these are some of the stuff we can offer for companies. And so this is the allocation of welfare funds. So I'm planning to split 45% for each EWP event. And I'll be having about 10% of the funds of this leave it for so-called like rainy days. I can use it for other purposes. Allocation of EWP1. So this is same thing. Prizes will be 5%. Prizes like for the 5-day event, and then welfare team 5% and e-voucher 9%. Okay, so plans for EWP2, assuming we have a physical event. Okay, so these are some of the plans. So we can have a staggered EWP giveaway. We can also have a unified EWP giveaway. So in which the sub clubs, the houses, all this, I think they can actually we can put some of the items in the pack itself. And of course, we do have to follow the safety regulations. And lastly, these are some of the ideas. We can actually have more external vendors. If let's say assuming we have a physical event, we can have like health checkups, workshops, and free services. Previously, we had massage, so we can have more stuff like that. This is my team structure. I think I'll just skip this for now. And yeah, so I'll be working with other Engin club roles as well. So of course, Vice President and Student Life Director, I'll be working quite close with them in terms of welfare for the students. And Logistic Director, Management of the goods. So other ways in which we can provide welfare to students is to have skills workshops and mentorship programs. I think this has been mentioned by most of the members here. And lastly is to actually, I feel that we should have actually house assigned to all the students since the very beginning. So this is one of the suggestions that I feel, so I feel that instead of, I feel that we should actually like assign like a house to each and every student at the beginning of the time. So like maybe Mech-Eng and Chem-Eng could be actually in a certain house, and then like maybe Chem-Eng and ISE or something, so in a certain house. So like from the very beginning itself. So I think this would be like a good way for all, so basically all the students will benefit from the house benefits. That's what I feel. Yep. Otherwise, I don't have anything else. So lastly, I would just like to conclude with a statement. Have an open mind. Proposals are just suggestions. There could be changes along the way. Yeah. Thank you.
Also you mentioned that you intend to provide 5 to 10 vouchers. So can I have a breakdown on how you're going to procure these 5 to 10 vouchers?
Okay, so how am I? Okay, so I think earlier, let's go back to the slide. For this one here, I put in for EWP1 90%. So over here, that means assuming that we don't get any sponsors. So I'm thinking like actually we do provide like a cash voucher for all the students. So this is just one. So the rest of it, so minimally I told you guys about 5, right? So maybe the other 4 could be in other forms now. So it can be like 10% vouchers and all that. Yeah.
Do you think that this is quite ambitious, given that you are suggesting about 80 to 90% vouchers to sponsor?
80 to 90%. Okay, because okay, let me just think on this first. Okay, I feel that it is possible to actually get the sponsorship from the companies. Okay, because we don't have to include like cash vouchers. So I think that will be the only thing that companies might not actually give given the circumstances now, COVID situation. Yeah, so I think like having 10% offers or like 1-for-1 minimum spend, I think this is quite possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Check, right? So it will be the first 2,000 people to sign up for your EWP to get all this welfare.
Yes, correct. So like there's total about 6,000 students under Engin Club. So about up to only 2,000 students will actually get this benefit. Yeah.
follow-up question. Will you consider opening up to as many students as possible to receive EWP welfare?
Okay, if we could, definitely I would. But the thing is that all these years, I think we only have a turnout rate of about 33.3%, like I mentioned earlier. And actually, if we were to downscale the whole thing by having a physical event, I don't think it's even possible to even reach 2,000. So I feel that 2,000 is really is a good number, and you have to keep in mind that this is actually a new initiative. Yeah, so we do have to see like what is the response rate for this thing itself. Yeah, we need to consider that.
Yeah, you have three follow-up questions. So you said that just like you mentioned, one of the benefits of doing a non-physical activity is to have more to engage students more, but you are still targeting only 2,000. So in this case, are you actually engaging more students?
Sorry, I think. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Could you speak slightly slower also? Very, very fast. Yeah. Like be clearer.
So in your slides, you mentioned that you want to engage more students for EWT since it's a non-physical EWT. But in this case, you're only targeting 2,000 students. So are you actually engaging more students?
Actually, when I say more students, I'm actually comparing. Yeah, I think maybe it's not so clear. I was actually comparing to a physical event during the COVID situation. Yeah. So comparing to that, yeah.
Very useful. So based on the statistics that you showed us, 3.3%, that is based on physical.
Yeah, correct.
Right? That only 2,000 people actually go down to collect. What makes you think that having an online version, there will be lesser than these 2,000 people? Given that now
everyone is at home, yeah.
Krishna, you have 3-point information. So the 2,000 has been set by the welfare director of how many packs you want to give out.
Yes.
So it's an assumption of the demand, and it's always 100% collection most of the time.
Okay.
As over one day, this 2,000 packs are given out. So the constraint is not that only 33% will come down. It's because we set the number.
Oh, okay, yeah, correct. We set the number 10. So same concept here. So basically, I'm actually setting the numbers to be the same. So 2,000 packs. Yeah.
Yes. So pertaining to this question, is because the fund that you get is from the students' money, so you are only aiming 2,000 packs. So what if the work spreads out and people are not able to get it?
Sorry, you said the funds are from students' money.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
So you pay your school fees, right?
Oh.
For the information, you pay your school
Okay.
fees. Portion of your school fees go to NUSU, then it will come back to us. So
Okay.
technically, we are paying for the water.
Okay, that's like from a very different perspective, but okay. So what's your question again, sorry?
So let's say because it's online, what if the sign up goes up over 2,000? How are you going to explain to the students you're only aiming 2,000 and why these people cannot get
I think this one is similar to the physical event itself. So first come, first serve basis. So I guess we are setting it to be 2,000, and yeah, so we can have more opportunities for them to win the prizes, like in terms of like the games and all that. But
so the follow-up question to you, do you think that because it's online, the turnout rate will be higher?
Do I think that? Okay, so for this one, I'm not really sure because it's a new initiative, like I mentioned. High likely it could be more, so it could be even less. But I guess like I just want to set like the numbers to be 2,000 because this has been the registration number, like the total number over the past few years. Yeah.
You're on year 3. So in this case, would you consider reducing the number of items in the pack such that more students can benefit? So maybe you reduce to 2 to 3 vouchers per pack.
Yeah. So I think in that case, then we will have an issue like what earlier he mentioned, right? Because I think then a lot of students will start questioning why I didn't get it in the first place. So I feel that we should set it to be 2,000, so that number will be similar to the past few years, which I think we don't have any issues for the past few years. I think no one has came up, I guess, like in terms of like complaining, oh, how come I didn't get? I think it's first come, first serve basis. I don't think people should be like arguing on this thing. Yeah.
You're on year 3, so this means that you think it's very clear that you first come, first serve basis.
Yes, correct. I think we should be clear. We should be clear in terms of publicity of the event itself. Up to 2,000 participants. Yeah. Yeah.
So, are there new vouchers in the welfare pack that you actually redeemed before?
Are there any vouchers that I redeemed before?
Maybe adding on to Vicky's question, I believe that most of the vouchers are meant for first-time users, so it's very hard to get them for people in general, because a lot of people are not first-time users. So,
Yeah, I think that one. I think you're talking about like for like Grab vouchers and all that, right? Like Grab, I think yeah. So all these years, I think Y1 has also mentioned to me like there is some difficulty in getting the vouchers. But this time around, it will be a different approach. As in, like last time, I think we used to approach companies for physical items itself. But for this one here, we really set the objective such that we want only e-vouchers. So I think if we can help the companies in terms of like coming up with some solutions for this, I think it will be good. So like I'm also thinking like, for example, like I went to this place, Picture Me Studio. I'm not sure if anyone here knows the place. So it's like just a photography a studio. So I think like some of the companies, right, they offer like so actually the actual rate for photo taking is about $50. But I think for certain companies it's just $35. So if like I can actually make a collaboration with them, I think if you can come up for like this budget, maybe like just $35 for photo taking session, I think it'd be good also. So those kind of vouchers can be included inside. Yeah. So I do have to help the companies in terms of like even coming up with the vouchers because I think it might be something new as well for them. Yeah. So it's
Actually, for my question earlier, I wanted to ask like if yes or no, do you see any issue if you start seeing students sell these vouchers on Carousel or any other platform?
I think if they want to sell the vouchers, I think it's up to them. Yeah, but the only issue is that they shouldn't be circulating their vouchers to other people because most of the vouchers here are going to be one-time use. Yeah. So I think it's up to them whether they want to sell it or not. Yeah. But then, yeah, correct. So, yeah.
Okay. So follow up on the question. So actually, if the number of packs that you expect to give up explodes suddenly because of the increase in demand, will you plan to expand the number of packs even if it would exceed the budget that you've allocated for the welfare pack usually?
Explode in the sense meaning like more people register, is it?
Maybe arbitrarily, if you want to give out 2,000 packs, but there are 4,000 sign up.
Okay, but the thing is that I'll be actually cutting off the registration itself through Nusing. Yeah, so I won't, basically you will just nicely cut off at 2,000.
Yeah, actually follow up. I believe the intention behind the question is what are we going to do with the negative backlash that will come with regards to us not catering to all students out there.
Point of information. So the reason why the turnout rate for 33%, or rather for most of the welfare events is 23%, is a lot of the seniors are not in Singapore, or rather they are overseas or at school.
I'm not in school.
Sorry.
Okay.
So they're not in school. So they don't really come here, or they go internship or like attachment and whatever not.
Okay.
So most of the targeted for welfare, it will be more of the year 1 and year 2s. So that's the reason why we keep it to a lower percentage. So with email as your form of giving welfare, yeah. like whatever questions we ask.
So I get what you mean, meaning to say like there could be possibility that we could actually have more people signing up for the thing itself because it's e-voucher this time around. So for this, I think.
Yeah, I think it's not just about people signing up, but because we actually have the mailing list, we can cater to all students if we really want.
Yeah.
So the only thing that is preventing us to use is, I guess, budget and procurement.
Yes, correct. The budget will be an issue, yeah. Okay, but this is assuming that I don't get any sponsors itself. So when there's no sponsors itself, then that's when I will actually be using the welfare funds, like in this case, $2 to $3. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Krishna, you agree?
Yeah.
So I think what a lot of people are driving at is why when you're approaching a sponsor, you're only keeping it at
2,000
instead of increasing the number because it's
Okay.
sponsored and you're not incurring a cost.
Okay, so this is the first time I'm actually opening up this whole initiative itself to you guys. So I'm open to all this discussion, but the thing is that I came up with 2,000 because actually, honestly, I felt 2,000 was a lot because if you compare it to a non-physical event, and then suddenly now we are having a new initiative itself, I think it's like a totally new approach. So I'm not sure like how many people we can get, but I think from what I understand, we could actually get more numbers. So maybe I could think of ways to expand the allocating more numbers. Yeah, but because if you want to compare this event to EWP2 itself, I think there was nothing given to any students. So I feel that at least with this scenario, okay, I mean, I'm not, yeah, the thing is that I'm just saying that at least this time around, we're going to give something to students. Yeah, so, and another thing we need to consider is that there could be a possibility if we run a physical event itself, it will be even smaller. So I think this one here, 2,000 is still like a good number, I feel. Yeah, but it could be more, yeah.
Just to clarify, if you sold your 2,000 and put online, just for EWP1 as for now.
For what, sorry?
For EWP1.
Yes, correct. We're just trying this out. Okay, so for EWP2, I mentioned earlier, it could go for physical. So of course, I think a lot of students like the idea of physical as well, physical welfare giveaway. So we can use this to actually try out these non-physical items. Maybe next time we could even have both physical and non-physical itself. Yeah.
Follow-up question on that. Earlier, I believe in your slides you mentioned that you have a 5-day plan of
Yes, correct.
This will be through Instagram, is it?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so how does this actually, what's your incentive for people to actually participate in these games?
Yeah, so, okay, I actually had this at the side. Okay, yeah, so basically, we'll be giving out, okay, you guys attended, you attend the ESLF? Okay, so I think if you guys participated in some of their Instagram interactions, so I think they did have some events like something like this. So like example, I think they had like a bear and then like the engine, some like logos, and then they ask you to count how many logos are there. So like the person with correct numbers, they'll win some prizes. So I think even myself, I won a G2000 voucher. So I was thinking of that. I feel that it's quite interesting. So we can run like from day 1 to 5, we can have like various events each day. And this could also, we could actually even possibly have some events with the houses. So basically the houses itself can organize some certain days. Yeah, they could think of some unique ways to even actually, how do I say this, to publicize themselves. Yeah.
Follow up on that question.
Okay.
So what are the
Incentive,
items / gifts, right, that you want to give to the student population?
Wait, this one is for this one, is it?
Yeah, for this one.
Okay, so for this one, I'm thinking of like stuff like even like home appliances. I think there are some individual sponsors that are contacted. I think they want to give home appliances. It could be e-vouchers. Yes, it's physical. This one will be physical. Okay, but this one is going to be a very small percentage. It's just going to be, like I mentioned earlier, just 10 to 20, 10 to 20 parties, 10 to 20 gifts each day. So roughly around 100 to 200. So this one, the items here could be e-vouchers or even physical items itself. So they could possibly come over to NES to collect the stuff. Yeah.
Actually, the case that the companies want to sponsor you for this giveaway, are you going to use welfare funds to pay for these prizes?
Okay, so for this, Yeah, so actually, if you see my allocation of resources over here, I've allocated like about 5% to the prizes. So this is the worst case scenario in which we can't get any sponsors for the items. Yeah, but I feel that this will be somewhat easier than the e-vouchers itself because it's a very small scale thing. So I think some companies would offer just a few items. Yeah, so I think if you guys saw the ESLF, I think they got really a lot of sponsors. So I think that we could actually reach out to the same sponsors and we could possibly get something from them. Yeah.
I also like to check with you. Just like you mentioned for you mentioned for working together with subclubs.
Yes.
How do you exactly?
Okay, actually this one I'm just referring. This one is it the unified?
Yeah.
Okay, actually this one I'm just referring to the subclubs and societies, meaning to say like whatever items that SMEs. Okay, so I think this one here is over the years I think SMEs. So example SME, Society of Managers, I think they have been giving away some goodie bags for their students. So I was thinking like maybe they could collaborate with us, so we could actually give those items together with our items itself. Yeah, so actually this would mean that they don't have to come down twice to go and collect the goodie bags. Yeah, so we could actually possibly integrate the items together. Yeah. So like for CAMENJ, so we have to split accordingly for the welfare itself.
Follow-up question. So who so in the case that this is physical, right? So
Yes.
the people manning the booth will have like one representative from each subclub, or how you manage this?
Okay, so how will we manage this? Okay, so that means right, we have to actually split.
Since you split by all the different courses.
Yeah.
And we have like 7 or 8 courses.
Yeah, correct.
So that's quite a lot.
Okay, so this will be actually like a top up item, meaning to say like whatever the subclub wish to offer, they can just offer us. Okay, so let's say they have a number in mind, and we could possibly give them a number in mind. We could give them a number as well. So meaning to say like we will definitely arrange the physical giveaway pack itself. So whatever that's supposed to be inside will be inside. Then after that, we'll collaborate with the subclubs. So we will actually inform them earlier, and we will inform them, like for example, so there's this thing that's happening, unified welfare pack. So whatever items that you guys want to actually provide for your own students, taking those majors, you guys can provide us with those items. Yeah. So like example, SME can come up with I don't know, like probably like a file holder or something like that with their logo. So maybe we'll give to like all the SME, all the end students, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you mentioned that you ideally, right, you would want most of vouchers to be sponsored, right?
Yes, correct.
So in the case where for the voucher that isn't sponsored, what kind of voucher would you propose for that? And what's the monetary value for each of the voucher?
Okay, so I think earlier mentioned. Yeah, so earlier mentioned was $2 to $3 per pack. So because that's taking into consideration it's 2,000 students. What kind of vouchers I'm considering? It could be in terms of stationery items, because I think according to a survey, I think a lot of people, they prefer surveys and snacks and salt, those kind of things. So I think I'm thinking of like popular vouchers. Yeah.
Three follow-up questions. So let's say we go with $3 voucher. So
Yes.
let's take 3 times 2,000, that will be $6,000.
Yes.
That will pretty much blow the budget for personality. So how do you aim to tackle this shortfall budget?
So I'll definitely allocate according to whatever fund is given. So I think that one will be decided by our finance sec, right? So I guess he'll be the one deciding on the allocation of the funds. So depending on the allocation of funds, we will decide this thing. Yeah. So I think each year it might even change, right? But earlier mentioned, I think that in that case, I think I'll go with $2. Yeah, because I won't be actually exceeding the budget. Yeah.
Could I just check? Okay, do you tell you his budget for all these EWP before you prepare all this?
He somewhat gave a gauge, but he never gave me the exact amount.
So what was the gauge that was given to you?
What was the gauge that was given to me? It was 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2 So like I was actually like proposing even like ideas like having maybe $5 or $10 vouchers because I got no idea of the funds allocated. So I think he told me that is ridiculous. It's not possible. Right? So and somehow I just guessed the numbers. So this is how I came up with the allocation of the funds.
Yeah. So you don't know the exact amount, like you're just roughly.
No, I do get idea already because I think I told him like I'm gonna have $2 per pack, and that, so 2,000 times 2, that's 4,000, and he told me that would be like the exact close to amount of the budget, so it should be around 5,000 per event, something like that, 4 to 5,000.
Yeah, I believe the reason why many of these questions are targeted towards the amount that is allocated for each person is because if you don't have any other vouchers from any other sources, the only amount that students are going to get for these 2,000 students is this $2 or $3 cash voucher that we are.
It's a worst case, yes.
And that actually isn't much at all.
Yeah.
So isn't it actually wasting more on our resources instead, because this money can be kept and then you can do a bigger event with people instead.
Yeah, so that means over the next few weeks, I think I do have to reach out to sponsors first. So I do have to check out whether companies are willing to sponsor this kind of e-vouchers to 2,000 packs and see whether they are able to work with me. So over the weeks, I do have to check this out first. I have to go and try and research and explore the market. So if everything goes smoothly, then we can execute this plan. Yeah. Otherwise, we might just go with the simple plan, which is just targeting a smaller audience, a physical event, which honestly I feel it wouldn't serve a good purpose because we can't reach to like majority of the engineering population.
Yeah, actually forgot. If that is the case, then will you look into the cancellation of EWP for this?
EWP physical, yes. In the sense like EWP physical, I'm thinking, I feel that like earlier I mentioned, I think it doesn't really make sense because we are unable to provide welfare to like the entire engineering population. But I do feel that we should provide them with something at least this semester because I think the previous semester they didn't get anything at all. So it will kind of die off this spirit of welfare giveaway. So we do have to come up with something. Yeah. So I think earlier I mentioned even like the allocation of resources. I think I want to have 45%, 45%, 10%, right? Actually, this 10% I'm thinking of using these funds to the actual physical event. So assuming everything goes well, right? I'm thinking of actually having a grand physical event itself for the students, like a welcome back to the engineering, back to school kind of welfare pack. Yeah.
So I want to ask, since you mentioned about having a grand physical event.
Yes.
Yeah. So usually these grand physical events are require quite a bit of manpower. And considering how you already told us about the structure, right? And considering the current situation of everything, how are you going to recruit these members for your team? And what other sources of manpower are you going to seek so that you make sure that these grand physical events are taking off for work?
Okay. So I think this everyone will be facing this issue actually. Yeah, it's not only my side. So I think when student life, everyone will be facing the issue of recruitment issues. So I feel that so I think for my case, I'm thinking of publicizing the recruitment itself through online social media platforms and all that, which is similar to what has been done previously, but we do have to explore. And yes, as much as possible, I would love to actually hit the quota. So because I would definitely require this many people in my team. Because for the email itself, right, I will require a lot of manpower. Yeah, because it's going to be 2,000, I think we will require a big team to actually help out in this matter. Yeah.
So I would like to ask, because as you mentioned about doing publicity on online platform.
Yes.
The manpower itself for the event itself, right, very crucial. So there have been past cases where people don't turn up for the event, or people don't turn up for the event, help you to conduct the event itself. How will you actually mitigate this occurrence of people not turning up for the event without
Okay, so the worst case scenario, assuming put here, I think roughly I would need at least 20 members to help me out with this email process itself. So assuming if I don't get 20 people, then I'm thinking of maybe if I only get 5, right? Then what will happen is that I will actually have to split the number of days in which I'll be actually giving out the e-vouchers. So instead of distributing the emails on Monday itself, probably what I can do is actually distribute over the whole week. So 5 members and then distribute the 2,000 vouchers. It's still possible. Yeah.
So, you mentioned that you're going to give a lot of prizes over a span of a
Yes.
week. So, getting the signatures from claiming and stuff will be quite a nightmare. So, are you targeting any specific segments of the student population throughout this whole week, or is it?
It is actually open to all the students. Yeah. So I think if, let's say, assuming the registration ends in the first day or second day, then at least on the third, fourth, and fifth day, we could give out more items during those days. So it'd be, yeah. But I mean, I think most of them would generally actually I got no idea on this part yet. Okay, what do you mean by signing up the anyone you say?
I mean, it's more of like the after process of like you redeem a prize, you have to sign that you will receive the prize.
Oh.
But then what about the question?
Okay.
So if you're mentioning about getting sponsors and vouchers,
yes.
So like I mean, if I were to be an ice cream company, right, and I offer you a $5 voucher, $2,000 $5 vouchers, right? Is there something that you can guarantee me in terms of return from?
So I think whether I can.
I believe Nikki is asking, to be more direct, I believe Nikki is asking about how you're going to attract
Transactional benefit, right, for the. Okay, so.
sort of benefit because there is the fact that usually how we attract sponsors is the huge numbers as well as the on the ground carnival and event where they can collect survey responses as well as attract students. But as you can tell, due to the COVID situation, this is no longer possible.
We can still do it online, so I think it's still possible for the survey. I feel that we still can do that. And yeah, so publicity wise, I think we can email out, right? When we are doing the emails, right? So like earlier on, I was mentioning that actually it's pretty blank, right? My email. So we have to come up with some fanciful emails to the students in which we can have even like links for the company itself who provide us the sponsors. So I think it's very important. I think the part where I actually source out for sponsorship, I think that's the most important part. It's how I'm going to collaborate with the companies itself. So that is the most important part of this. I mean, the back end work that I have to do, and of course of getting the sponsors and how I can help their company to grow during this situation. Yeah. Okay, so like over here, I think if you see other others, right, there's DBS, Jane Life, Kaplan, and under tourism, there's Changi Airport, Himalaya Salt. So these are some of the companies that have worked with NUS over the past few years. Yeah, so I'm thinking of actually collaborating with them for this event.
What are your thoughts on using a third-party sponsorship platform in this form of Zoom?
Third-party sponsorship platform. I got no idea on that yet, actually. So do you have a website in mind? Maybe I can use that.
Unigram, what you? I mean, like, will you possibly engage
Yes.
sponsorship platform and how?
Okay, firstly, I don't have any idea on this sponsorship. So meaning to say there's a website which I can actually source out for sponsors, is it?
Clara, would you like to explain a bit as to what they do?
Yeah.
What is also?
Yeah.
I think Engin is better.
Find out information. So, third-party sponsorship, like basically they will be the link between you and sponsors. So they want to seek sponsors for you.
Okay.
And then after that, they'll see what you want, they'll ask what you want, and then from there, what your interests are, they will seek relevant sponsors
Okay, so
that's for companies like Unilever, who is a third party sponsorship, third party company.
okay. Actually, for me, I would rather prefer a personal touch with the companies rather than having a third party involved. But I could actually explore this too because I haven't really heard about this yet. But like I said, I would rather prefer a personal touch. So we can come up with some unique collaborations with them. We could provide benefits for both of us.
I believe that what you are suggesting that with respect to partnerships and online sponsors, all these are great avenues for us. There's no denying that. But then what exactly we have to offer? Because things like surveys on behalf of these companies, we cannot agree upon specific mileages that require numbers in terms of like, oh, this many responses, etc. Because on our side, everything is based on voluntary basis.
Okay, I think most some of the companies have been hit quite badly due to COVID situation. So, like for example, if you look at Changi Airport Group, right, they actually offered like free experience studio tickets to all this. Yeah, they offered during the ESLF. I think there were a couple of tickets, not a couple, a few, 10, 20, I don't know, can't remember. But basically, they offered like tickets like this. So, if you could actually find ways to collaborate with companies that has been affected badly due to COVID. Yeah, and we could actually provide business for them. So it could be a form of publicity for them as well. That's what I feel. And what else? Yeah.
One last follow-up. How exactly does this tie up? How does this tie up with the BP external side in regards to marketing and external relations items? Because the plan is to unify all sponsorship efforts under one marketing director. How will the working relationship look like? That's all.
Okay. I think we do have to collaborate in terms of that. I think there was some form of argument on this as well. Like some of them say that usually it's like a personal thing. We don't actually mention who we are going to engage for sponsors. But I guess we could actually collaborate with them and we can see like who we are picking for the sponsorships and maybe and how much we are actually looking at in terms of sponsorship. So there could be various ways like monetary, physical goods, and e-vouchers. Because I think over here, the only way that we are actually giving out e-vouchers is only through this EWP event currently. I think the others will be considering on the monetary funds that they can get for the Engin Club itself. So in that aspect, we are slightly different. But obviously, if you could get monetary funds, it would be good as well. But they'll be quite hard. But obviously, we can work on it. Yeah.
Krishna, can you go to your last few slides? Last slide regarding the.
Which one is it?
No, further down. Your welfare initiative when it comes to. I don't remember now. Yeah, this one skills workshop and mentorship program. So what value does welfare committee add to this? Considering a lot of other committees are following along the same line.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Okay, of course you want to do this as well under welfare. So why should welfare handle these kind of initiatives, which have already been thought of in other committees as well? What's the value you bring as for welfare?
Okay, so things like this actually, mentorship programs, I think is a collaborative thing that I think we have to work on this together. But for skills workshop, I was thinking like having such workshops even like during like Lepak week or even actually Lepak week, yeah, it could be something interesting lah. But why do I have to? So basically, your question is like, why does welfare have to take responsibility for this? Is it?
Yes, correct. Krishna, you agree? Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay. Honestly, this I think actually these three things that I mentioned here is a collaborative thing that we have to work on. So it's not something that is going to be fully by the welfare itself. Yes. So it's a collaborative thing that we can consider, especially for the house integration. Obviously, I got no say on this thing, but it's my suggestion to actually start off the whole house system since the very beginning. That's what I feel. I don't know what you guys think. Yeah.
Okay, question AY20 as a follow-up. So you mentioned it's a collaborative effort, right?
Yes.
I'm still struggling to understand why welfare should be involved, considering you have so many other things to handle for EWP.
Okay. Why welfare? Okay, because obviously this will be providing welfare to the students, so it definitely falls under me. So welfare could be in terms intangible, tangible welfare. So for this case, welfare of the students will definitely be under me. So as much as possible, if I could give to the students in terms of welfare, yeah, it would include this kind of stuff. So actually, there could be more to this. It's not just this. But I think as a welfare director, I think I should oversee all of the things that are going on in school for the students. Yes.
I want to ask you regarding your 5-day event, the prizes that you're going to
Yes. Uh-huh.
So I want to ask, how sure are you that these prizes will actually attract students to participate in the event? And also, I want to ask a follow-up question on that. Will these prizes require the use of your welfare budget? Because you really mentioned about how you're going to separate your budget to 90% of all this stuff. But you didn't really mention how you're going to spend, how much percentage you spend on these prizes.
I mentioned actually 5%.
5% was like, okay, in that case, tell me how effective are these? How are you going to quantify the effectiveness of these prizes?
Okay, so I think this will be under the publicity of the event itself, because I feel right, like for ESLF, it was really, I would say it's pretty successful. It was pretty successful because I think they just put like one Herschel bag, and then like a lot of people commented underneath, like because you just give one gift, right? But then a lot of people kind of engage, like they put in the comments. So, for example, they say, oh, comment below, and then like you get this thing lah. Yeah, so I think end of the day, maybe if you could come up with 1 or 2 gifts for the day, right? It could really, you could get a lot of people to participate. Yeah. So it doesn't require like a lot of gifts, just 1 or 2 gifts for the day itself. So it should be sufficient.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask, because you're as welfare director, do you have any plans on tackling the issue of mental well-being? As it's not been addressed so far.
Yes.
For the question, or rather, we talk about intangible welfare. Also, you want to touch on intangible welfare.
I didn't touch on tangible.
Intangible welfare, although you proposed in your first slide.
I think this is actually a form of intangible, right? Like we're giving it to the students, so long as it benefits them in different ways, it is intangible, right? It doesn't, basically tangible is all the physical items that we're giving away. Yeah, this one is physical, but then like the ones that I mentioned over in the last part, right? Like example, skills, workshops, and all that. I think that could be falling under intangible. But anyways, getting back to Priya's question, sorry. What did you say again? Your question was? Oh, yeah. Okay, actually, I haven't considered that yet. But for that case, I think we could actually possibly have more workshops on this. And even maybe through Zoom links, we can actually give advice. I think even our VPSA has mentioned the YouTube creation and all this, YouTube content and all that. So I think that one we can include, we could mention on mental health itself. Yeah. I think that would be a very good avenue to work on.
Okay, I think you have a lot of things that you need to think about. So
Yes.
your final question, moving on from your pen. What would you say your leadership style is like?
what is my leadership style? So I think I'm pretty easygoing and I'm quite flexible in terms of my plans. So I think even I mentioned earlier that because I'm open to discussion. So my leadership style is, yeah, I would say it's pretty flexible. But at the same time, like if I have something in mind, I will really try to push for it. Um, leadership style, yeah. So I guess main thing here is I'm pretty flexible in terms of that. Yeah. Any other questions?
What makes you think you're better than no one else?
Okay, honestly, I think there was some kind of tension between us. But yeah, I actually went to talk to her today because I didn't want to have any sort of like tension between her. Because I actually was part of programs team with Elvin. She was there also. And I did talk to her. And I think we came up with an idea where actually, if let's say assuming one of us don't get, we can be the vice director of the role. So we still could help one another. And otherwise, I think both of us, okay, I can't say both of us, but I think she has her own way of managing things. And this is like my proposed idea. And so it's up to you guys how you guys, it's up to you guys how you guys want to interpret the things. And yeah, we both have different directions for the whole ERP and so. So I think it's up to you guys like to see which one you guys prefer and who you guys are actually comfortable working with. That's the that's the idea.
Today, you have 3 proposals for the closing of Q&A.
I think otherwise, I would just like to thank the whole management committee. Honestly, I gained a lot of things from this event. So yeah, so if assuming I don't get again, okay, let's not talk about that. But anyways, I learned a lot of leadership skills along the way. Like I think there's a lot of potential leaders over here. So I honestly learned a lot from you guys. It's like a leadership camp, honestly. I've been telling a lot of people that. Yeah, so thank you guys. Thank you. Let's see. Right? Okay.
Yeah, just ask them.
Oh no. Can we try to hide the house instead of the complimentary card?
Just say no.
I'm gonna, okay, I don't care that I'm technically no longer with the I'm gonna go back now.
We can hear you. We are still streaming here. Thank you. Which one is it?
Yeah.
Well, now you realize the importance of asking questions.
So whatever everything is like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just press enter, right?
You can use the arrow keys.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Good afternoon to everyone here today. Here is some self-introduction about me. My name is Pei Jia. I'm a year 2 chemical engineering student, and I was the welfare projects head in academic year 1920. And I was also the programs executive member in my chemical engineering orientation program 2020. And I forgot to add that I was also part of student life last year. Sorry, I did it. Okay. So my job scope for my welfare projects head as a welfare projects head was the designing of the floor plan layout. That means that the location of booth on exam welfare pack day was handled by me, and I also designed the posters for different booths and manpower location and overseeing the whole EWP event. And I was also involved in the packing of the welfare packs. So why Engin Club? Because I wanted to contribute back to student society, and as for me, I wanted to contribute back to Engin Club also because I was a member in Engin Club in my year 1, and it really brought me a lot of unforgettable memories lah. Yeah, and I think it's a very good platform to build up soft skills, and I have the opportunity to interact with like-minded individuals for you guys also. Yeah, so oh my god. Okay, so my goals and directions, I have 3. So my first goal is to further ameliorate the welfare of students. It means to further enhance the welfare of students, because I believe that as in the student affairs cell, students' opinions really matter the most. Yeah, and my second direction is to carry on with EWP1 and EWP2 with new measures taken, and also to explore and to push for new initiatives in light of this COVID situation. Okay, so as for year 1, so this is a brief intro of what is an welfare pack. So there's 2 in each academic year, 1 each semester. Yeah. So as for exam welfare pack giveaway 1, so should it be a physical one or online one? Why not we let the Engin students vote what they want? So as we are the voices of the students, I think that we should conduct a survey regarding the intentions of students wanting EWP1 to be held physically or online. And it should be conducted ASAP due to our time constraint in finding sponsorships. So for my opinion, I will push for a physical one. Yeah, and this is my rough plan for physical exam welfare pack giveaway. Yeah. So this is the content in the welfare pack. So stationery, special wellness products, various vouchers, also sponsored items and other sponsored items. So the new measures to be taken in light of this COVID situation, gloves and masks will be worn, hand sanitizers replaced, and yeah, you can receive it too. Okay, so why a physical and not online? Because I feel that you as a physical can find various kinds of welfare compared to online. So I already asked consulted the previous welfare director. So stationaries, 38% of the students wanted more stationaries, and 35% of the students wanted more snacks, which is a bit hard to obtain if you do an online welfare pack giveaway. And yeah, students finally get the chance to come to university, and we also can raise awareness regarding student mental wellness in conjunction with EWP Day. Yeah, and students might not be interested in online events, and class is internet, like it's online. Promo codes and e-vouchers may not even be working due to internet crashes. So this is my brief EWP timeline. Yeah, so this is an optional exam welfare pack giveaway 1. I haven't really come up with a concrete plan yet, but for my current plan, it will be an email consisting of promo codes and e-vouchers, and will be sent to the school email to the students. And these are the list of sponsors, potential sponsors. Yeah, as you can see, like YQ, Capital Treats, and Green, they are like startup companies. Yeah. So exam welfare pack giveaway 2, if pharmacy returns, I hope that it will be a physical giveaway, and I hope that you'll have a major comeback lah. Because EWP1, I think we'll downscale a bit. Yeah. Okay, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Victoria, 3 seconds.
Year 3. Okay, so how are you going to attract students to come to school just to collect welfare packs when they have no physical lessons on any of the days?
Okay, you for your question. So if they don't have, I think that the best way is also to raise awareness and raise publicity on how of like this welfare pack giveaway. And if worse come to worse, I think you can collaborate with the sub clubs also, because I think sub clubs they also have this issue of how to attract students to come back to school. So if we collaborate with the sub clubs, students can come back and not only take one welfare pack, but two.
You're in year 3. So given that you want students to come back to school for this giveaway, are you going to seek approval for each and every one of them, assuming the worst case scenario where all of them don't have approval to come to school?
If they don't have approval, we will try to get approval for them. Yeah.
Year 3 question. So there's a lot of students, 1 for 8K. So how will you go about doing that?
Okay, this is why okay, wait. Yeah. Okay, so this is why I split it to 2 weeks. Expectation 250 per day, and each times it's a 30-minute time slot thing. So if we really need to get approval, I think we can go from batch to batch. Yeah. Cause if we obtain approval like in one go, I don't think that is possible. So I decided to process the approvals batch by batch.
Year 3 follow-up question. So okay, so you're going to have a staggered giveaway where there are different time shifts for students to come and collect the pack. So in this case, how are you going to ensure that students don't, students are already approved, come to school, but then they don't linger after they collect the pack? Because you don't have like a case where we have a lot of students in campus at the same time.
Oh, this is why I think like the time slot is actually quite flexible. You can give like buffer time also, just in case student lingers around in school.
I feel like Yu Yang's question is directed more like how are you going to ensure that they just don't come to school, they just stay in school all the way, then there's a build-up of a crowd. Because like 200 people, then like, let's say they just hang around there, that's considered still quite a lot of people.
Actually, that is true. But for this exam welfare pack giveaway, I'm not planning to do any physical booth or anything. So students, like the only reason they come back is probably to collect the welfare pack giveaway, and if it's collaboration with the sub clubs, then they can go and obtain. And cause like there won't be any physical food booth or snack booth, so in a way, they don't really have a reason to linger around in school also.
Year 3. So do you think that is sufficient reason for students to come back to school just to take a welfare pack?
No, but I will think of an incentive probably if the budget allows for students to come back.
Lisa, year 3, I think what Yu Yang is arriving at is that you cannot just have an event and expect people to turn up and the faculty to be okay with people just turning up for the event. Yeah, just so you know.
Okay.
Krishna, year 3. I just want to ask, are you aware of why we canceled AY20 last time, despite having the similar plan?
I heard it was because the COVID situation became worse.
Krishna, year 3, point of information. The reason why we canceled AY20 last year is because we didn't find it morally right to ask students to come from their home to school, traveling, to collect one pack and give them that kind of exposure, especially in a pandemic season. So that was the reason why.
Okay, I understand. Okay, wait, let me gather my thoughts for a while.
Year 4, can you go to your online version? Thank you.
Okay, Krishna, year 3. So can I ask for the online version, how much is the quantity of e-boxes that you're planning to get? For how many students?
For online, I feel that it will be easier if we obtain the same amount as a physical one, because by then we can balance between the physical monetary value and the online monetary value.
Year 3. So assuming that we are going for online website giveaway, how are you going to attract these companies to sponsor your e-vouchers? Because most of the vouchers must be person. You will not have the funds to buy all the vouchers.
Okay, so right, as like for the sponsors, I found a few startups which is like IQ Capital 3 Eats and Green, which are startup food delivery companies. So we can try sourcing sponsorships for them, and we can in return we can try to like publicize their newer products also, because as a startup, I don't think they are really well known yet. So we can try to increase publicity for them and the branding.
Earlier you mentioned that you want the Engin students to vote, so you can choose whether or not it's better for it to be physical or online.
Correct.
What if the votes are even? Then what will you do?
In that case, my alternate solution one is probably for a revote, or maybe we can consult the professors in engineering on what are their opinions regarding this.
Only just to follow up on that question, right? And what result and what poll will you take for it to be physical or online? So what I'm asking is like, how many people must attend this poll for you to say that, oh, I want physical for 1.8 people?
Because I know that NU Sing form sometimes isn't very attractive, so I would take around 400 to 500 for students. Yeah.
Year 3. Following up on that question, as you know, right now, physical approval for physical events is very hard to attain. In the event that you ask the students for physical or online, and they say they want physical, but you are unable to get approval, how do you realize that there will be a backlash on the image of the club? And how will you deal with it?
Yeah, so first of all, right, if the students really wanted physical, I would I would seek or consult the department first. So I would ensure that we can get approval in order to continue from this step. So like if the department straight reject, then I think we have no choice but to go online.
But by asking them to vote, you are implying that you were holding a physical event. If the major voting is physical.
I believe that she said that she will ask for approval before asking the poll.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then my follow-up question would be that, how will you ask for this approval, saying that there is nobody pushing, that you do not have the convincing reason for the physical?
Okay, Krishna, year 3 point of information. So last year before campaign EWP2, we did release a poll, and it was majority saying that they did want EWP, but we decided against it. It's just a point of information.
So people, I think the intention behind the question is, what exactly is the valid reason that you're going to provide to have the physical EWP?
Okay. As a young student, right, I feel that AWP one is actually quite important because it's probably like the first event that they're exposed to in related to Engin Club. So yeah, I would try to push for physical because I feel like there's the time constraint there, and like cause AWP1, if you really have an AWP1, it'll be week 12, and we have like 8 weeks to find sponsors and everything. So it's a bit hard to think of like new initiatives to provide welfare for students also.
Very helpful. Can you move on to your EWP? alter the picture. Area for could you explain the plan with like there you put like subclass. So what do you mean by subclass?
Yeah, so like for EWP2, if normalcy returns, subhubs would collaborate with us. So like students, we can like set up both for subhubs in engineering. So students can be more exposed to like what do subhubs do, and yeah, what are the subhubs existing in engineering.
Year one. So as in, this will be in semester 2.
Correct, yeah.
I don't think students that are already present for one semester would not know what their respective subclasses are. So
Yeah, this is why like we should have like both during EWP2 because it's like opportunity to expose students to their subhubs also. I feel.
Question here 3. I think for a clarification, what Terry was saying is that by sem 2, you should roughly know who your subclass is. So just the visibility is something he's asking.
So so the objective, I think you should reconsider another objective instead of saying that you will expose to the subclass.
Yeah, but okay. Okay, in addition to that, right, I feel like subclubs they may be recruiting community members also, probably for their freshman orientation program, which they have like programs like during June or July. So we can provide a platform for them to recruit their community members also at the same time.
I think you are missing out on a lot of like I don't know whether is it a wrong impression of timeline, but and then back welfare EWP2 will be at semester 2 and would likely take place between week 10 to 13 months per week. I think it will be pretty late if the subclub only then choose to recruit for their committee. Because in terms of like planning model. So I will advise you to rethink about the objective.
Okay.
On year 2. So about your mental wellness efforts, right? Let's say if it is not a physical thing, how are you going to promote mental wellness in online platform?
So if exam welfare giveaways online and it'll be an email, we can probably put like in conjunction with the different promo codes and e-vouchers. We can also like probably put a poster regarding mental wellness and probably the helpline number also, because I think that it is very, very important for them to know the helpline number.
Could you share with us more about your budget plans?
So my budget plan, I'm planning to downskill exam welfare giveaway 1. Around 40, I'll use around 40% of the budget and push, and I would focus more, not focus more, but EWP2, I would probably allocate more budget for EWP2. Yeah.
Very for follow-up questions from can I just check, did Yue Yang tell you what was the overall budget for welfare? Or you assume a certain amount?
He didn't tell me the exact amount, but he told me that it was 1/3 of the total engineering club budget. Yeah.
So how would it make sense of that in terms of numbers wise? Like 40% of
Around 6K. I feel 6K.
Oh, very important. So to clarify, 6K for one EWP or the whole welfare budget? Or what does it?
For EWP1.
Year 3, given that you're unable to secure allowance to have EWP1 physical, will you look into cancelling EWP1?
Or we still go on with an online EWP?
If we can source for enough sponsorships, I think we can continue with it.
So what would the exam pack look like? How would the exam pack look like if it was online? So how many vouchers I'm talking about?
I haven't really think of that, but I would try to. So, for example, if my physical welfare pack, like for example, one pack costs $5, for example, then I would match the monetary value for that into the online also. So basically, if we after we buy sponsors everything, the monetary value also will be like $5 for online.
Yeah. So monetary in terms of sponsorship and your own funds or your own funds?
I think it applies to both.
Will you consider posting out the packs to the students instead of having an online giveaway? Should a physical event not be allowed?
Sorry, but could you repeat your question?
Would you consider using postage to send out the EWP packs to the students? Should a physical event not be allowed?
That one, I think we can explore that possibility if budget allows. Yeah.
Okay, so Nikki, actually, so when you talk about budget allows, will you scale down the value of the items in each pack, or will you request for a higher budget? Should you adopt the postage method?
I don't think I would downscale it because in a way this is welfare for students and I don't think we can treat it like just downscaling it like that. So maybe if a higher budget, I think we can explore that possibility.
Yeah, 3 follow-up questions. So that means you are willing to push funds reserved for EWP2 as to your plan to EWP1 to make up for these postage costs, is it?
I think it really depends. Like the postage cost, we really need to calculate clearly first in order if you really allow it, I think you can go with that. But I won't reserve my funds from EWP. I won't use my EWP2 fund to move to EWP1 funds.
So for postage of a regular pack, maybe like this size will cost around 140. So in that context, how would you reorganize the budget?
Okay, if this cost 140 and for example if we have 2K bags, so 2K times 1.4 something if my budget is 6K and it's below, so I think we can go with that.
So in this aspect, will you consider developing a strategic partnership with a delivery service? And if so, what?
I think Teja got mentioned about it also, about package delivery. I haven't really looked into that, but I won't reject that idea lah. I will go for it if there's really not the way.
So are there any items in the welfare pack, or are there any vouchers in the welfare pack that you or your friends actually redeem?
You mean the previous?
Yeah, are there any examples of stuff?
We redeemed some food vouchers, but I don't remember the name of the restaurants really, but I did redeem some of it.
So a follow-up question. So would you see the issue if you see a lot of students putting up these vouchers on Carousel and selling it?
Of course, I feel a bit devastated, but in a way, it also motivates us to find better sponsors in EWP2.
So, I didn't see from your presentation, but are you looking into any intangible welfare? If so, what are your plans?
I'm still thinking of it, but one of my idea was a peer support group, which was mentioned by some of you. Yeah.
So, if
if I were a shop selling kacang putih, ice cream, if I was shop selling ice cream and I want to give you a $5 voucher, like with no strings attached. What is something that you can promise me in return for the voucher?
I'll publicize your shop, your branding. Yeah, so like, cause our target is probably 1.8K, I can convince you that, yeah, if you really sponsor me, your publicity really will increase. So yeah, it will increase like your branding also. I can promise you that.
Thank you for that question. So, maybe a few follow-up questions. So, will you, do you have any intention of tracking the redemption or like transactions of the vouchers that are used, that are like maybe claimed from the welfare program?
I don't think I'll do that, but I'll probably do a survey after EWP1, like in which like students like what they preferred in the welfare pack and how would we improve it.
AY20, how do you plan on publicizing whatever it is that you want to do for company? Responsibility. What platforms are these public systems?
Oh, so I had an idea like how to publicize because since we cannot have physical booth, we can do a giveaways in collaboration with sponsorships. So for example, the ESLF thing, we can have the Q&A daily and like regarding engineering club or regarding like some facts about the sponsors, which in a way students they are required to like find out more about the sponsors in order to answer this Q&A. Yeah, I'm planning to do that.
So in the event of a physical giveaway as proposed in STEM 1, would you allow friends to collect the welfare pack on behalf of their classmates?
I think that is possible as long as they can show proof of like the metric card. And yeah, I think that is possible. But I think we need to have a limitation, as in like one person can collect maximum how many packs in behalf of their friends.
Lisa, year 3. So how would you describe your leadership style?
Okay, I'm not a very dominant person. I would rather like work in a team. So yeah, like for my core members, I would like if I have a decision to make, I'll probably like inquire their opinions about it first because I think like if I make a decision on behalf of my core members, if they don't really like it, it's also like very dominant. So yeah, I'm the person who really like try to get along with my team and work together with them. But in the case where no one's like in a case where like no one stands up for anything, like I feel like as a director you really need to like be decisive in your decision also. But yeah, I would try to get along with my team well.
Okay, Lisa, year 3. Since you talk a lot about your team, how do you plan on recruiting them?
We can either have physical recruitment or we can also recruit them online. But I feel like if online, we really need to elaborate and state the structure of the com and like each job scope in order for them to know like what did they sign up for in case yeah.
Okay, Lisa, year 3. Let me change the way I ask you. Okay, so given that now a lot of your events may not happen in the first semester, how would you get people to join you before they can physically see an event or physically see something?
Okay, I would probably start from recruiting my friends first, and from there, we can branch up because if we approach a stranger and tell them, oh, please come join, it's a bit weird also. So probably I'll start with my friends first, and from there I'll start branching up.
For instance, can I just get a rough gauge of what your home structure looks like?
I have, but it's not in here. Okay, so my com structure, there'll be a director, two vice director, one secretary via treasurer, and four subcoms, which is the programs team, logs team, marketing team, and ops team.
For instance, so will your logs team always change given the fact that your EWP1 is high chance going to be online, and maybe EWP2 if normalcy doesn't enter?
I wouldn't discourage my com members to join more than one. So if like they're interested in logs and marketing, they will always can help. They can always help marketing also. So for example, like if online marketing will be quite busy, so we can always seek help from the logs team, to involve them more.
Okay, first into another follow-up question. So given the whole MC's direction to include the house initiative and everything, how do you plan to include it in the
Okay, so I think it's doable to instill the house system. So EWP1, I feel like students, if they have a house, they really have a stronger sense of belonging also. So I would raise awareness about the houses, probably by if we have a physical EWP1, we can always there can always be a house com member there to explain and elaborate to students why you should join a house. Yeah, and if they join a house, they maybe can get an incentive also. Probably, yeah, the house and yeah, correct.
So in the event you have procured all your items and it's already in the club room, physical event that is, then the school suddenly says they don't allow you to carry on. What are you going to do with the items?
I think this also applies to expired products, you can do giveaways for students also. And I think this one you can collaborate with all the other directors in the MC on how to distribute this out.
And how long do you plan for that to happen? Within what time frame? A month? For how long? A week after the event date?
As in distribution of the...
Yes, and the entire process. So basically, I'm coming from the viewpoint of how long will the items be stored in the club room, and how long do you think it will take to clear it?
Depends on the quantity of items I have also, but I will try to clear it as soon as possible. The maximum time frame probably around a few months.
Okay,
thank you.
So, do you have any plans to engage or include international students in your event, and how will you do so?
International students, probably we can. It's not really engaging them or what, but for exam the welfare pack, the content inside, maybe we can source for different kind of food also. Maybe Morocco, if you know what it is. Yeah, it's Indian food. So we can try sourcing for a bit Chinese snacks, not Indian snacks, in order to engage them. Thank you.
Okay, teacher. Sorry, yeah, I would just like to ask.
Can you hear three? Sorry. Can you hear three proposed for extension of Q&A for 10 minutes?
3 seconds.
Sorry, yes. I would like to ask, what makes you that you can get outside, and why would you be a better director?
Okay, first of all, I think we both have the same end goal, which is to try our best to provide the best welfare for engineering students also. But I would say that maybe I have the relevant experience in the planning and execution of a welfare event in engineering. Yeah.
Only year two. So for your online website giveaway, right? You are still targeting 1.8K, right?
Correct.
But if the demand is higher than 1.8K, what will you do in that case?
I think you can have a cut-off point where yeah, you can have a cut-off point at 1.8K.
So are you only year two? So are you telling them that they cannot have the welfare although they are kind of paying for you?
No. So like basically 1.8K, I haven't really thought of how am I gonna like distribute 1.8K, but maybe you can like do it in a first come first serve basis also. So like for example like they maybe like probably like they need to fill out a form or what to be eligible, and like every day I think you need to have a quota. For example like today you accept like maybe like 200 or 300 forms only. So like in a way students also are prepared and like they know they should try to like fill out this form to get the welfare pack also. In a way, it also like engage them in participating in this welfare pack giveaway.
Only so we are still talking about online giveaway.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
But part of the information is that indeed students have to pay money, or rather it's from their school fund, which is allocated to a geo welfare pack. So technically, they are paying for a geo welfare pack and you're not giving it to them. Do you see any form of backlash or anything for your stance on this issue?
Yeah, I do realize that there's a limited number of welfare packs we can give. This is why we can always explore other initiatives to provide welfare for them. For example, like giveaways and stuff in order like to compensate back to them also.
Lisa, you have 3 seconds.
No, the one is just like
Okay. All right, so the emails have been sent out, so please follow the voting procedures.
I believe that there's actually control ones
If you think you abstain, you take the possibility of who you have to work with.
No, that's the thing.
So that's what you should think about, because
all feel like such is very good.
No, as in, we don't feel that.
Hey,
I think that-
what are you discussing? Sorry. Not question.
So yeah, for your happy plan, right?
If you're worried, just explain.
What Krishna asked grades about. So how are you gonna how to say?
I don't know.
How are you gonna
Wonderful, everybody. In the history of elections, we have revote because abstain was fact. So I'm going to remove abstain. You wait. I need to edit the
I knew that this would happen.
This is the time today. I know, I said I should get a privacy screen yesterday. Who told me I don't need one?
Me!
I don't know what.
You just stand there.
You just stand lah.
Your shirt is so bright. Actually, Jerry should. I think you both should lah. But you know.
1 meter.
Yeah, we said that we're gonna change the order, so like sports is pushed back. Yeah. Now it's student life,
Hey,
then
those who voted for PISA, those who voted for inside, you must vote for the same people. Only those who abstain, you have to change your vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
so is it the same thing?
Yes, it's the same thing.
Okay.
But then it's not good for you to vote for
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, we pushed sports down, so next will be student life, followed by community engagement, then sports.
Sorry, what?
I'm handing over to Sam. Hey, you just behind there. You first.
What's here?
What's this?
What's that?
Why? Yeah, what? I
This
don't
that?
think so.
I think it's new.
I'm missing one vote.
The sterilization is definitely new.
That one is definitely new. Yeah.
Anyway, like, the thing is, the votes anyway are going to be published in minutes. Oh.
No, but no, it doesn't matter who behind can see the vote, so it's just numbers.
Yeah.
There's no names. It doesn't matter because it's close voting.
I'm still missing one vote.
So we are still missing a single vote. Please confirm that you have voted.
Yeah, can I have you look
One vote.
No, then another thing. He wants to.
It's anonymous.
He should not even touch it.
I think if you go there, I think people.
Just clear again, no?
Yeah. I think everybody. No, he wants to revolt.
Before we vote, can we confirm the valid votes?
It's 22 just now. Before, just now I got abstain of 22.
Okay.
So then it's wrong either way, so. You need to revote anyway.
No, but now you change your.
No, cannot.
No, if it's wrong either way, right, it means you need to revoke from the start. So you need to check.
Wait. Please. I guess we are. Wait.
Exam on the way.
Okay, go through the people. Itu, so I guess we're revoting. Revoting just the.
No, we're revoting on the
No,
start.
we are revoting from the start.
Okay, can you get people to put their names?
Yeah, can you put your names because I need to. I can't tell who has.
Is it whoever you voted for doesn't?
No, as in we,
You don't really care lah.
I'm not going to tell you. I don't have brains to memorize your name lah.
Kelly can't even remember her own name.
Yeah, Kelly can't remember her name.
No.
I accept that. Same name? Insult.
you want to put name?
Is it time? Yes, put name. Same name, huh?
Uh-oh.
Same name. Hello everyone, same name. Please vote again, but include your name.
So Simon, can you announce it onto the mic?
We are using the same link to restart the voting from the beginning because we miscounted the valid votes. Please follow voting procedures from the start. And so please include your name in the voting. Thank you.
I believe the phone does not exist for me.
Let's go to the email and try again.
It says gone.
Prepare.
It's the same link,
It works for me.
Because just you go.
Dude, it's just me. I said to go. I refreshed it not much. Who is H? I just said to put your name. Brother, go.
That doesn't have a vote.
Yeah, it doesn't have a vote.
This phone has been deleted. I'll send you the link. Huh?
Who is H?
Who put H as their name?
Yeah, I'm checking.
Just eliminate.
This is the universe telling me not to. Sorry, your name is not current VATSA.
No, it has to be.
No.
You made a mistake once. You can't do it.
23, I'm still missing one.
Did
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait lah. Say already, I never get the feeling.
Hey, what's the order again? I think it's
Still nice.
Okay, you
still
have
live
it
community engagement sports. Then external relations projects. Is that all?
Please.
Okay.
If we have
No, you still need
which I
to
don't think we
go
have.
Yeah. So most likely external after lunch. External stuff. On Monday?
After lunch, is it?
Or dinner, sorry.
On Monday?
No. As in external tonight after dinner, most likely.
Yeah.
Then Monday. Should be able to be done by Monday.
I think by tonight.
Can be done.
We
But
see,
tomorrow's a school day.
we see how fast we can finish. As in
I've removed the abstain. Please vote
yesterday
again.
10 something.
Yes.
So the votes have been clear. Please vote again without the abstain option.
If you voted,
The link is the same.
yeah, only those who abstain can change their option now.
Yeah, then very true. I think you can check. Terry, can you help Terry? Can you help her? Check who isn't working.
Yeah, voter. Oh, my name is the Fafta one. I forgot. Yeah.
So you just it's another 2 more days.
You want? Tell me you vote.
Can we leave when it's like this?
You want? Are you sure?
When every person when you leave the when you see like split question.
I think it depends. I think this kind of thing is like, cause it's not about whether you can remember the, not whether you can remember the name. It's about people are comfortable with people seeing your name, that kind of thing.
What name did you type in? What name did you type in? I'm going to smack you on you know you said you really what?
Oh no! This boy!
What did he say?
Then he did question. Okay, now can you all go away from Kelly's please? I met Terry as well, but yeah.
There's the bus.
Yeah, I'm done. Sense reaction. Your protege.
Hello, my successor! Please go again.
We're still at 2 or 5. Can be flexible.
Hey, you know you're
To
being
myself.
on the camera, right? You know Kevin is watching you, right?
Which camera?
Jesus. So you know if you don't observe your social distancing, you know who knows, right?
No, it's in the distancing.
I'm not seeing camera.
So, letter warning. Just wait for the message. Yeah. Okay, but okay, before we start now, right, need to address one question. Oh, if Priya, Sam, and myself get emails from him.
Oh my god, yeah, what the heck? Why is it always a joke?
No, as in we also get reply.
No, he stopped emailing you completely.
Dude, no, he always said no. The thing is, right, the emails always come to NUS email,
Yeah.
not even the Gmail, the actual Gmail.
I think that's fine because NUS premium. But only the 3 of us.
What did you tell you about?
Anything.
And I'm always CC.
Yeah, it is send CC.
I'm like, why?
Kelly, how many votes are we missing?
Yeah.
Why?
Never vote.
For the third time?
For the third time.
Fourth time. This is the fourth time, by the way.
For the fourth time.
Okay, just whatever you react. Everyone else just ignore. Don't resubmit. Done. Two days and a half.
No,
And now it's going to collapse. Time to go food.
I think go bills.
Is it clear?
Vote confidence.
And is it clear?
Need work on this.
Yeah.
All right, so we have more votes for Petia, and I'm going to move into the vote of confidence for Petia. Is the link the same, Kelly?
No.
We'll be sending you the link shortly.
Oh, different.
Yep.
Okay, you guys can.
All right, so the link has been sent to your emails. Please follow the same voting procedure. Okay, so let me clarify this now. When you do submit the vote, do not put your name. Leave your hand up. Let us count the number of valid votes we have before we submit the form. Okay? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so please continue to submit your form and place your hand down after you submitted.
It's a new link, right?
Yes, it's a new link.
No. As in we counted the number of votes. So just count the number.
Teacher is elected.
Go for it.
Let.
Predecessor.
Another vote?
Yes, okay, fine. I don't think you like so stressful.
No.
So okay, I know
Okay, so we're going to be voting again with our abstain option.
It's the same thing.
let me delete the vote.
Please wait first. Wait.
A lot of the abstain will affect, like you're on abstain a lot. But let me edit the form.
Wait.
Yeah, but you all can raise your hand first if you count the valid votes before you get the link and vote.
Yeah, okay, can.
Okay, so the votes have been cleared. Please use the latest link and vote for Peter again without the option to abstain. Yes, it's the same link.
Because no, as in this one is because one is shared without abstain whether Peter or what.
Yes. No. Okay, she falls short of the confidence vote, so she's not elected.
Alright.
Wonderful. Okay.
Bring them both in.
Yeah, bring them both in.
Just say no, no after that. So.
You can tell her it's a Canadian.
Right. I expected this to happen. So.
You're abstain a lot.
I can give them time to prepare. It's just the first time. It's at least the first run.
Of this election, yes.
So it's not that bad. And the last time was multiple positions. So this one is still like.
All right, so I'd like to announce that no one is elected into the position of welfare director for 43rd committee. So candidates can choose to rerun at the end of the elections once they pass through every position. Okay, now would anyone like to propose a break? We will continue the elections at 3:41. Thank you. No.
Actually, I pull out the table. Oh, you see, you go and see the 41st, right? Then I read my own reviews, right? Then I'm like, this is not what I said. You look so politically correct. It's just not right. No, then you compare to the 42nd, it's not like then I compare the 41st and 42nd, I'm like, of course not the same people like
So it's currently 3:41. We'll be beginning at 3:42. If you're not in the LT when we begin nominations, you will not be included. Everyone, please move back to your seats. Hello, everyone in the lecture theatre. Please move back to your seats. We're going to begin shortly. Hello, group communicating around inside Arnold, Janessa, Winnie, please disperse and return to your seats. We're going to begin. Hello, everyone. Please return to your seats. All right, Kelly, would you like to begin the nominations? It is currently 3:42. Break is over.
Year 3 opens the position of Student Life Director for nominations.
Only year 2 nominate Eunice for the position of Student Life Director.
I'll be year 2 second. Eunice year 2 accept the year 3 accepts the nomination. We'll wait 5 seconds for any more nominations. Year 3 closes the position of Student Life Director for nominations. Units, you can go down and present.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eunice, and I'll be running for the position of Student Life Director. So just a short introduction of myself before I start my presentation. I'm a Poly Direct Entry Year 2 Mechanical Engineering student, and I graduated from Singapore Polytechnic with a diploma in Aeronautical Engineering. So yeah, I'm actually a freshman. so this is the committee structure that I have in mind. So the vice pres internals will just, vice director internals is to help me, like my right hand man like that. And then for the vice director external, it's to be in charge of the marketing head and publicity head. Yeah. Okay, so the vision I have as a student life director is to diversify the student life, and in order to achieve this, I tend to push for new initiatives and events. And through these events, students will be able to forge great memories. And more importantly, I want to organize events and activities that will help students to build long-lasting friendships and bonds. This is because with the growing spotlight on mental health and well-being in the recent years, I believe that a strong support system is integral for every student, as the balance of academics and extracurricular activities can make university life stressful. So apart from having peer support groups and tapping into resources to raise awareness of mental well-being, I think that building long-lasting friendship, it allows them to rely on each other and to support them throughout tough times. So as a student life director, the two main events are Engin Day and Lepak Week. And Engin Day is a carnival-like event that is usually held on the first week of semester 2, where engineering students and staff members participate in many fun-filled games and activities meant by the Engin Club. There are also prizes to be redeemed or won through lucky draws. And as for Lepak Week, students are able to distress in the e-tubes with games such as table tennis, and free snacks are provided for them to chill with friends. And I believe the main objective of these two events is to provide an opportunity for students to have a fun and diversify their life apart from academics. However, we are currently still in phase 2 and large-scale events will not be allowed to resume. And even if we were to shift to phase 3 soon, events will be allowed to resume, but the gathering sizes would still have to be limited. Hence, as much as I want to continue Engin Day as a carnival-like event, I feel that it is physically impossible to hold this event due to it being large-scale. So therefore, I would actually like to tweak the event a little with a new initiative that I have come up with. And that is talent competition. So since we are on the topic of taking care of everyone and create a sense of belonging in engineering, currently the IFG and Sports Day, both planned and executed by the club, caters more to the sporty and active students. And this may not be for everyone. Thus, by having a talent competition, it will actually encourage those that are more artistically or musically inclined to actually become and also remain as active participants in the engineering community. And I believe that this can actually help to bring the engineering student body closer together as they come together to support one another in such an event. So as mentioned, the objective of my event is to actually provide a platform for artistically inclined students to participate in Engin Club events. And not forgetting the main aim of Engin Day, I hope that a talent competition would help students to relax and have fun by enjoying the performances. So the target audience of this event would mainly be the engineering student body. However, if possible, I would also like to include the staff of the Faculty of Engineering to participate in this event. So this is a general timeline that I have set for myself. So as I plan to have the actual event on the first or second week of semester 2, which is when Engin Day is normally held, this means that I'll actually have to hold the auditions preferably early December, and hence I have to publicize on my event around November. So to give you a general idea of what the talent show is about, I feel that it is possible to have it physically, or it could be like hybrid, whereby we ask the finalists of the contestants to come down and we can live stream the performance. But it can also be held entirely online. So yeah, the main idea is just for the performance by the finalists, and it's not just performance. I intend to include conduct games in between the performances, such as maybe a comedy skit or maybe a Kahoot quiz. And if it's physical, interactive games between the staff and students might be possible too. So next, I'll actually talk about Lepak Week. So as the name suggests, the activities are spread out across a week. Hence, I believe that if by next year the situations get better, a physical event will be possible. And the possible activities to have are shown. It's pretty similar to last year's Lepak big event. So because the main idea of the talent competition is to engage the students, I also intend to have other small events to engage the student body. So some possible events, small scale events could be like escape room, or even like mini games day. So actually this games day is more of like maybe to have traditional games, or like students can even dress up in their traditional costume and maybe win some prizes. So in conclusion, I strongly believe that there is more to life than just academics, and I want to be part of the student affairs cell that strives to connect the engineering students to improve the students' experiences throughout their schooling days. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Year 3 proposes the opening of Q&A.
Lisa, you have 3 seconds.
Year 2. So I would like to ask, right, you mentioned about building long-lasting friendships as part of your direction, right? So since you mentioned about talent show, how does this event help to support your vision? So can you really state how this actually helps?
Okay, so how I intend to conduct the talent show is that it could be either solo or group. So let's say if it's a group performance, then they will actually find like friends to join with them. And apart from that, when they get into the finals, and they will need their friends to come and support them. So that is also like asking their friends. And apart from talent competition, the other small scale events like Engin, like the escape room, can also help to foster friendships, because what I intend to do for the escape room is like maybe about 5 people to join, to go for the activity. So that's also a way for them to build on their friendship.
So since you are providing so many events, can I know your rough timeline about what events you want to achieve and when you want to achieve them?
As for the talent competition, I aim to do it in January. But as for the other small scale events, I don't have a fixed timeline yet, but I feel that we can experiment a little bit. So if the small scale events are online, there's a possibility that we can do it in SEM 1 as well. But as of now, I would feel that I would prefer to have the small scale events in SEM 2.
Very will you go to your timeline? Thank you.
Krishna, year 3, point of information. So regarding the other events, okay, you can leave it in the slide. Regarding haunted house, you cannot do that due to you shouldn't be inducing fear in people into any event. Point of information, don't worry.
Okay.
And the other thing is movie screening. It cannot be done unless it's meant for an educational purpose. So just to take note. Also, the rest to adapt your questions regarding based on that.
Okay, thank you.
Year 3. Since you're planning on all these small scale activities to be in SEM 2, what's going to fill the void of activities in SEM 1?
Like I said, okay. So because for Fari's vision, right, he wants to have a content creation, right, and that also involves like students. So I feel that in a way I can help him with that. So example, some of his ideas were to to have a podcast or something, and then all these need students. So I feel that I could have an event where I can help him to actually invite the students to have this podcast.
So I like to ask with regards to the talent show itself. So you mentioned about talent show. How are you going to make sure that what incentive do you provide so that these people will be attracted or will be willing to participate in this talent show?
As for the contestants, I'll provide like prizes, like first, second, third prizes, and as of what prizes I have yet to decide, but obviously it must be of something that people would want to have it, and so that they will participate. And as for the contestants, if the budget allows, I would actually want to give like something to all the participants, like the audience. But if it doesn't, then I have maybe an idea of like maybe early bird registration. So like those who join before like a certain deadline, then they will be entitled to like a free thing. Yeah.
Area 4. Based on this timeline, the actual event here is referring to Engin Day. Am I right?
No, my talent competition.
Oh, sorry. So, area 4, when will Engin Day take place and when will the week take place?
Like I said, the Engine Day, I'm changing it a little, so it becomes the talent competition due to the large scale event restrictions. Yeah. But Lepak week then is still the same, like during one week before exam. Yeah.
You mentioned this talent competition will be held if it's possible to be hybrid and on campus. Do you have any rough gauge of where the place will be and like how are you going to enforce safe distancing?
Okay, so initially I was thinking of like an auditorium or lecture theatre, but because personally this is my third time coming to school, so I actually don't know like what venues I have. But seeing how LT6 is like, I think it's good to hold like a large number, no, not large number, like at least enough to hold the audience. But for stage wise, it's like I need a curtain, like to hide the other participants. So I think that's something that I need to research on if I get elected. Then I need to find venues. Yeah.
I want to ask, how would you keep track of the number of participants in your event? Because as you can see from the LT itself, there's quite a lot of safety distancing measures. We're going to have a physical event. There will be quite very little people who will come to this safety distancing measures. So how do you keep track of the number of people that attend the time itself?
So first I have to recce the place and to see how much people can I hold in that venue. And after that, because it's a pre-registration kind of thing, it's not like on the day itself when I have the event and people come and register to join. Yeah, but I mean, if it's on the day itself, it's still possible. So I just have a cut off. Yeah, but why I think of hybrid is because, like you said, because due to COVID restrictions, there's safe distancing measures. So not a lot of students can participate. So I intend to maybe do it physically and online so that those people who couldn't come down for the physical event can actually watch it online as well.
Being the main event to be a talent show, how are you actually going to appeal more to the other students who are not very interested in the arts and things like this?
I believe that as in the reason why I have a talent show is because I want to cater to the art student, right? But for the sports and for the more sporty and active students is the sports events. But as for like other students who like really have no opinion in general, then the smaller events might appeal to them. And I can also maybe conduct surveys to see actually what kind of events they would like to participate and whether would they be willing to participate in online events or physical events if possible.
Okay, Faris, a follow-up question. Do you have any plans on how to integrate the house system in any of your events?
As of now, I don't really have any plans because I only know like the objective of house system, which is to like give the students a sense of identity and a sense of belonging. But as of like what the house system do, I don't really have a clear idea. So I feel like it would be good if I get elected in, then I can clarify with the house com and maybe see what kind of events they would actually like to have, and maybe I can also support them with it.
Okay, Faris, another follow-up question. How do you plan? I believe earlier you mentioned that you want to address mental health also, but you don't have any events focused on mental health. So do you plan to do it like throughout the sem, or what's your plans for that?
As of now, I don't really have like a physical event that I can think of to help the issue of mental health. But I do have like an idea that maybe we could do something like we post some mental awareness kind of thing. Like maybe every Monday there's like mental Monday or something, or like mindful mind Monday, that kind of thing. Then we just raise awareness, and we like give helplines to these students on social media platforms.
Can I ask about something that I haven't proposed yet, but it's like the same idea? So like I'm actually proposing a talent platform also, but the purpose of my talent platform is for fundraising, so it's for charity. But your talent platform is like a different idea. So would you look for like a collaboration? So like the participants are volunteering to help for charity as well as to like receive prizes, something like that. So do you think can collaborate?
I think we have to look deeper into it, but as of now, I feel that we shouldn't collaborate because my main role as a student life director is to give life to the student, to diversify their life. And I feel that if I'm going to make them pay to come for my event, then I don't think that's it. Yeah. Like I would rather, as in, I want to give them something, you know. Yeah. Not ask them to pay to come for my event.
Surely they don't follow up. Actually, mine is like they do not need to pay to participate, but the people who watch them perform have to pay for the entrance fee. Yeah.
Yeah,
so, like, the participants are just like volunteers. So they are volunteering to participate.
You mean like the contestants?
Yeah.
Yeah, but for the audience, they need to pay, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but because I don't just cater to the contestants like student life, I cater to everyone's student life, the whole engine. So I feel like it's quite unfair as well, like if they have to pay. I mean, it's for a good cause, which is good, but for my objective is to give the student like engaging and like diverse life.
I want to ask, since we're talking about giving life to students, right? So in one of the slides you mentioned about also involving the engineering staff members, right? So in regards to your talent show, how will you involve these staff members to participate? And what makes you think that these engineering staff members will participate?
I think one way I can approach this is that I approach the staff first. Like I cannot approach to like every single staff, but to just maybe see like, oh, will they actually be interested to join such events? Yeah.
Question for your talent show, how it's going to be run. So how do you plan on how many rounds are you going to have? Because I believe if you want it to be streamed online, you need to have a place where you can do that. So and roughly what's the gauge of how long this entire talent show will take place? Because you only want the finale to be on the actual event, correct?
Yeah.
So yeah, how long will it be before that?
So for the audition period is in December. I plan to do it in early December. So I'll have like a judging criteria and I will do it together with my team. But I think it's also possible to actually involve the student body in this because after all it's an event for them. So maybe I could filter out and pick out maybe like the top 10 contestants and then I upload it on Instagram and then ask the student body to vote. So they can vote for like the finalists that they want to see during the performance itself.
Krishna, year 3. So, course Engin Day has been, in a way, a collaboration between faculty and Engin Club for the past 2 years. They have certain objectives that they have in mind regarding Engin Day. So, how would you balance, considering you are going in a different direction to what previously has been done? Manage their objectives and how you plan to incorporate them?
What kind of objectives?
Okay, so Krishna, is 3 point information. So there are new initiatives that the faculty wants to introduce to Engin Day in order to make the event bigger. So considering that this is a different direction from what previously Engin Day was done, it will go against the faculty's objective.
I think as of now, we can try to work away, like maybe to create other events that will actually help to support because I feel that the carnival-based event is too big also. So I feel that it's not possible to include like everything in one event. So if possible, maybe you can like split up. Like I need to know what exactly is the event about also. Yeah.
Okay, since you're doing the talent-based competition now, what are your thoughts on possible collaboration with
Since it's held before, right? I think it can be a good platform also for like people to spot like, oh, maybe like let's say a participant wants to see a collaboration with the contestant, like to join for rec. Then I think that's also a way to forge friendships also. And it's also like what you said, to collaborate with rec. Like it's not really a collaboration, but as in they can find like a point to participate in rec because like they see people perform, you know, like spark their interest. Yeah.
Follow-up question. So due to this, would you mind having like dance leads being the judges for your event?
for the judges, like what I have in mind is, yeah, like one, like all must be engineering students, then like maybe one is maybe from like voices, and then another one is like from dance, CCA, and then if possible, maybe a prof as a judge as well.
Follow-up question. Do you have a follow-up question?
Your question is whether I will find a dance head.
Whether you won't mind the dance head of rec being in charge.
Oh, I wouldn't mind as long as they have the experience. Yeah.
Krishna, year 3. Yeah, so I just want to clarify because I don't know if it's my misconception. Are you planning to add this on to what conventionally was done for Engin Day? Or is it because of the current restrictions that you feel the carnival is not possible, which is why you came up with the talent competition?
I feel like it's both reasons. Because this talent competition it's a smaller scale event, so it's still possible to have it. But it's also it could be a way that maybe in future when Engin Day is possible to have to conduct, maybe they could do it together. Like this is a part of a segment of Engin Day.
Krishna, you actually follow up. It's fine if you have not, but then do you view Rag and Flex talent show for this year?
No.
Okay, no worries, no.
Lisa, year 3. So, point of information, Engin Day is actually also a collaboration in some ways with the Office of Student Affairs as an attempt to incorporate international students into the Engin life, Engin culture, like the fun lah, so to not leave them out. So if you are not intending to hold like carnival style, how would you intend on incorporating these international students into student life?
Like I mentioned just now, there's like one is like a possible event, it's like the mini games day. So I can have like different culture like games and they can wear their own culture costumes also. Yeah. So that's like a possible way to include everyone as well as the international students.
Krishna, I just clarifying. So the mini days game, is it similar to a South Carnival but scaled down, or what's the difference between the mini games and a scaled down carnival?
Actually, I don't know what to call like the traditional games thing, so I just put it as mini games.
Year 2, and also point of information. So, as a scholar director, right, since most of the events like Engin Day, right, we definitely clash with a lot of lectures that's ongoing. Like, for example, you mentioned about having one one for your time show. So that means you have to get into contact with the professor who might not be willing to take the time to actually let the students be dismissed on time so that they can participate in your event. How will you then help to actually ensure that this will not be an issue when your event actually takes place?
Sorry, but I cannot answer your question. I feel like as in I can like what I say, like because I need to ask the professors if they are willing to join the event, right? So maybe then also like if let's say I know that they are interested to join, then they will be willing to release as in like cancel class or like release the students earlier. But if they are not willing, then I have to find a way. But as of now, I don't know.
Point of information, year 3. I believe there is actually a scheduled day within the week in which technically Engin students are supposed to have time off during the day in which they can attend such events. But the availability still depends on whether or not they have GEs during that time. But Engin core mods will not take place during that specific time.
Krishna, year 3, point of information. Usually it is on Wednesday afternoon.
Only year 2. Can you go to the slides of the department? So for your department, you are trying to have console games and Jenga and all that. How are you going to practice social distancing and so-called like COVID-free even during?
No, as in these just possible games, but I'm not saying like I want to have everything. But of course, if I want to include everything, then I have to maybe like have student there to ensure that people adhere to the social distancing rules. And like limit the number of people. But it's during exam week, so sorry, but as in during the exam week, so the participant rate is also not that high.
So follow-up question. Although the participant rate is not high, I'm pretty sure your goal of this type of events is more of sharing. They will still be sharing the same thing. So will you be like sanitizing them right after every use, or how is this procedure going to go to help reduce the COVID spread?
I believe that this is not an important question at this moment because I feel that she will have time to plan for it when she is elected. But similar to this train of thought, in light of COVID and the fact that many people will only be returning to school when they need to be in school, how will you attract people to tune in to your events?
I was thinking of having like possible lucky draws, and the lucky draw prizes could be like attractive. So I think that may be a way to attract them to join the event.
Actually, in your nomination form, we talked about female representation. Are there any plans in your job as student life director you plan to increase female representation?
I plan to actually have like a support group also, but I think it's quite difficult because some of the females might not even want to participate, or even like if they join, then they might not like talk to each other. So I think that's something that I have to consider and think about it. But yeah, like let's say for events, then maybe I can do like have like a group, then must have like one female inside, that kind of thing, just to include females. Yeah.
Krishna, you agree. Yeah, so I keep bringing this up because there are other effects in play. But then, is it possible for you to add in certain components to your talent competition or the Engin day, the whole event to fit other people's objective as well?
To follow up, I believe Chris is asking how flexible are you
to
changing the plans for your current Engin day plan?
Actually,
like Krishna, you need to pull up without removing your talent competition. I'm not asking you to remove it.
Yeah, I'm very open to ideas as well, and I feel that, like honestly speaking, I'm quite inexperienced in event planning. So I feel that if people can provide me with like better suggestions or how to improve my events, then yeah, I'm willing to take it.
Sorry, Krishna, actually, point of information, apologies for this kind of questioning, but before election, we can give you more details.
Thank you.
Could you walk us through the budget for this expected?
So because I intend to like give prizes and like maybe door gifts to the participants, so I estimate, but and this is a wild guess, but maybe like at 3,000 or like 2,000.
Can I just clarify, did Elvin tell you his budget for all these events?
He only told me for Engin day.
Okay, what was the amount?
6,000.
Thank you.
So where do you expect most of the funding to be allocated to, and what's the outreach?
More as in like in general.
Yeah, maybe for like your plans for the year.
Most of the funding will go to the talent competition because it's the biggest scale event in all my plans.
So will the money will go towards the prizes for the talent competition, or is it hosting the talent competition?
Sorry.
Krishna, so for your organizational chart, I just wanted to clarify, the org chart with the VP.
Yeah.
Yes. Are the heads under the respective VP, or are they all in one cell?
Under the, I don't know how to do, but it's under the VP.
Okay, no, I just clarified. Thank you.
So, because you mentioned about like the talent show itself, it means you have to procure a fair bit of logistics that case, right, will you be using the student life budget to procure these items, or would you be seeking other avenues to obtain them?
As of now, I don't know what like logistics that is like available to me to use. But obviously, like let's say for the competition, then I will need like mics, speakers. Yeah, so that's something that I need to think about.
One of information, because for a few events in like NGA, right, there are a few things that there's like a limitation of what Engin Cup has, like in terms of the speaker, the mic itself. So in order to conduct such an event, right, the logistics is very important to ensure that the quality is there. So I'm just asking whether you have any consideration how you can for this. Yeah. Not specific on what you not sure what you're going to get, but more how you're going to get these.
If possible, then I can get it from Engin Club if have lah, like the item. But then if not, then I have to consider like as in I cannot just anyhow spend also like just for like one event. Like let's say if the item it can be used for like other events in the future as well, then I think like I can try to ask to purchase the item. Yeah.
Can you show us the next slide?
So when you in the next slide, one of the slides you mentioned about free food, right? So is it something specific you're looking at, and would there be a potential conflict with the eatery food outlet within it?
Oh, the free food is actually for the Lepak week. So I think it's like more of like free snacks. Yeah.
Lisa, year 3. What are your plans on how you're going to recruit your committee?
I believe Engin Club got recruitment date for the subcom, right?
Lisa, year 3. Yes, but what if even through this you are unable to get the people that you need?
I'll try to reach out from my friends first, but honestly, I don't have much friends.
We are year 3 follow-up. So if the situation does arise that you're not able to find your subcommittee, then how exactly will you deal with the workload? And how would you prioritize the various events that you talked about?
I think that because I think these are like the main people that I need. And then like as of the other like below those members below the heads, it's like not say I don't need them, but and these are the people that I really need. So if I can have like these people to work with, I think I can work away. Okay.
Sam, you too. Can I ask about your plans for December, like your personal plans and your other commitments as well for the next academic year?
As of now, I don't have any plans in December, but for the next academic year, I might want to go for exchange programs.
Maurice, do you have any plans on how to integrate subcommittees into your any of the initiatives? Because I don't think you actually address how because usually during NGA actually there's also committee members there to publicize themselves. They're looking for people and all, but for yours with on smaller scale events, it's harder for all these people to actually have a basis of publicity.
Yeah, I believe Paris is referring to sub-clubs.
Yeah.
But I think that it's not that I don't want to include them now, but it's just that due to the restrictions of my events, I cannot include like their rules for like recruitment or anything. So like, I mean, if really like they need publicity, then we can help them like on a pages, but in terms of like actual physical event or anything, then I think that's something that I have to consider.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on engineering?
Okay, like fun fact, right? Like, so when I saw the email for elections, I just like don't care. But when I saw like, oh, there's this engineer thing, then I joined, and then that's when I was like, oh, I want to try and take on this position.
Yeah, follow up. If that is the case, then do you have any plans for engineering in the
I never thought about it, but as in like, I think it's a good thing that people can actually explore the different subclubs or like even engine club. So I think that I can consider continuing it or maybe like even improve it.
Yeah, what are your strengths and weaknesses?
My weaknesses is that I'm quite introverted and I'm not like the domineering type. Yeah, and I'm more of like I care for people's feelings more. Yeah, so I think that's something that I have to change if I want to become a leader because I need to make decisions, and if I feel like something is wrong, then I have to tell them, like, even if it's gonna hurt their feelings, but that's something that I have to change. But in terms of strength, then I'm a very open person. Like, you can just tell me things, like any suggestions or what, I'm very willing to accept it. Or like if you think that certain things that I do wrong, then you want to criticize me also can, like that kind of thing.
Are there any more questions? Sure. Final question. How do you think you're better than the current student life director?
Just be honest.
I don't say that as of now I'm better than him, but obviously if I do get elected and then through all my events and like the learning journey, then I might be better than him at the end of the day.
I'll bring you to my right answer.
Okay. We are your three proposals for closing of Q&A.
These are your 3 seconds.
Yeah, great question. So
Correct.
The reason why I asked was because this thing, right, is supposed to be laundry engineering. The day is supposed to profess and it comes down to engineering. Interacts with students, blah, 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 and then you want to make this like endorses students like announcing successful project. So if she's not taking over, then there's no avenue for
Okay, so the voting link for the student life director has been sent out, so please follow voting procedures and raise your hand till you have voted. Thank you.
Yesterday was my inbox and today is like, maybe I think it's because you keep sending the same, like coming from the same source, then you
I think for a lot. So you auto.
Hey, got someone extra.
There's 30 votes. Confirm 30 votes. Can you share the votes? Okay. Alright, so can we have to share the votes because there's an additional vote. So just to confirm valid voters, can everyone who is a valid voter in the room please raise your hand? Lisa, can you please double check? So we just got one extra vote.
28. You got 30, right? Yeah. Okay, sorry.
That means 13 to vote.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah. It says the result I think.
Yeah.
I remember.
Oh, what was it?
Wait, then how come?
No.
As in including the 2 and 2?
Yeah, including 2 and 2 is 28. Then how come I didn't?
So your list only has 28 people. So the number of votes is 30, but then you only have 28.
38 is 30 is the right number.
Wait, we double check.
See, you jinxed it. Actually, no, we're not on time. What are you talking about? Okay. We haven't done sports yet. We're actually running behind time. You think because student life supposed to end at 5 time is there, man? It's because student life is so technically we're running behind time. You were technically not so quite short.
Because the 10 minutes break.
No, the result was because we were talking to them. But the 30 people and the thing is, your friends still got lunch and reruns too. Hopefully they're the only rerun, so we don't exceed.
It's okay.
Alvin?
I'm not vote, right? You're
Okay. Ah, you've got predecessor, each predecessor. No? Successful, confirm? Confirm? Kelly? Confirm? Successful? Okay.
Yes?
Yes. Indeed.
Or she gave majority. She's only one person. Are we doing the vote? That was the vote. That was the
All right, so Eunice has been elected in as the Student Director of the Political Engineering Committee. Yes. All right, does anyone want to propose a break or we move on? All right, so now move on to Community Engagement Director. No, we put spots after, yeah. Kelly, would you like to open the nominations?
We actually opens the nominations for Community Engagement Director for nominations.
Joyce, you have to nominate Shirley for the role of Community Engagement Director. Vanessa, you have to second. Shirley, you have to accept the nomination.
Maybe year 3 accepts the nominations and then we'll wait for 5 seconds. Maybe year 3 closes the nominations for Community Engagement Director.
I don't think it's actually. Does your contact? Is she right?
No.
It's not.
No, oh, it's double-sided. This one is double.
So can everyone please return to your seats so that we can begin the presentation? Krishna?
So maybe you can start. Mr. Mike.
Hello everyone, I'm Sherilyn and I'm actually year 2 from Electrical Engineering and I'm running for the Community Engagement Director position. First, I would like to share more about why I want to run for this position. I have volunteered multiple times in various organizations before university, such as Dignity Kitchen, Methodist Welfare Service Nursing Home, and the Chinese Development Assistance Council, CDAC. There is a popular saying in Japan that people with the O blood type are generous and passionate, and I think I'm the evidence for that. So I have even donated my blood to a blood donation drive, even though I'm afraid of injections. As you can see, I'm really passionate about helping others, and I also have the relevant experiences. I'm currently organizing a project with other NUS students called Project Smartphone with Me. And this project is to teach the seniors about smartphone functions and applications used in daily life like WhatsApp and Grab. My experiences in this project provided me with the relevant skills required to organize community involvement projects, such as planning, drafting a proposal, and pitching for a project. Despite the COVID situation, my project was handled rather well. And instead of physical classes, the classes were conducted on Zoom. Our main problem was that the seniors do not know how to use Zoom in the first place. Hence, I volunteered to personally go down to CDAC to conduct the lessons on how to set up Zoom. This picture was me communicating with an elderly to teach at CDAC to teach her how to set up Zoom. So, therefore, I had many takeaways from organizing projects like this, especially in the current situation. Furthermore, I feel that I'm suitable for this role as I have experience in finance management, as I was the finance head in electrical and computer engineering camp this year. Hence, I know some stuff about handling finance, and I would be able to monitor the finances as well when there are fundraising events for charity, even though I don't think I'm as good at this finance area. With these experiences, I'm determined that I will be able to serve well as a community engagement director. Moving on, I'll be sharing more about my proposed ideas for community engagement. I'll be focusing on Engin flag and one main beneficiary. Like what Janessa mentioned yesterday, I think that we should maintain a good relationship and focus on one organization first instead of dividing our attention to different organizations and end up not having good communications with the organization, which may end up in poor project planning. And in this presentation, I will be using my experiences to suggest ideas that I think may work out. Assuming there will be Flag Day next year, I propose that we design an Engin flag shirt to sell and raise funds. Next, I think we can better promote about the Flag Day to freshmen so that we can recruit more of them. I suggest that we not only promote Flag Day during freshman orientation camps, but also send out emails and maybe create content about Flag Day, like what Faris said, like video content creation to promote about Flag Day and create more awareness so that more people will participate. So here comes the highlights of my presentation today. I thought of a few ideas for fundraising that I think would be interesting and worth a try for fundraising. My first idea is to organize a live talent platform where engineering students can showcase their talents, be it singing, dancing, or instrumenting. People who are interested in watching can pay the entrance fee to watch their friends perform. This is my favorite idea because I have never seen any talent platform like volunteering talent platform ever since I entered university. And I believe that many people would be interested to participate as well. The performers are volunteering to raise funds, while those who watch the performance can watch the performances for charity as well. Hence, I think that this idea is really fun and meaningful. My second idea is to collect worn but still new clothes through a donation drive and sort them according to their worth and sell them at a range of cheap prices. So it's like a thrift shop. And I believe that this will attract many people because I've seen the faculty of arts and social sciences doing it, and I saw many of my friends buying their clothes. Yeah. The proceeds from fundraising will then go to the beneficiary of Flag Day, which is community chairs. The main beneficiary that I will be focusing on, besides Engin Flag, is AWA, which is the Asian Women's Welfare Association. The possible volunteering engagement activities include online art and craft, online Zumba, and online karaoke sessions with the seniors. I will personally prefer karaoke the most because the seniors love singing, but it might be hard to conduct karaoke on Zoom, so I have other online ideas as backup plans. I have volunteered to interact with seniors a couple of times, and I think that they really need company, and I really feel connected to them, and I think that they are more than welcoming if we can spend more time with them. I also understand a lot about them. For example, they are actually very interested in lessons on Zoom because it is something new to them, and they really want to learn something new to stay updated to this fast-paced society. Just look at how happy the auntie is in this picture. Thus, I propose ideas that mainly benefit the elderly, since I really know a lot about them, about how to satisfy their needs. I think my experiences in volunteering and planning community projects are precisely why I should be voted for this position. That's the end of my presentation. You can ask me questions now. So I actually prepared like Q&A possible questions. So yeah, you can ask me anything.
Propose the opening of Q&A.
Remember your 3 seconds?
So yeah.
Can you let us see some of these slides that you have?
Okay. Would you want to ask me questions first? Okay. This is really a guide. Please do not scrutinize. Yeah. Can you see the last? Wait, can you see the events below? I don't think it's like visible. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what do you want to ask? It's like a really rough guide. Week 7 to week 9. Okay. Actually, this company is only one company, but it's a typo. So it's just the Association of Women. Yeah.
Can you share about some challenges maybe you face when engaging with the seniors during your interaction?
To be honest, I didn't face any challenge during the interaction. But okay, so when I was engaging them, the only problem through Zoom and not physical challenges was that one of the elderly, he had problems hearing. So like it was quite challenging for us to teach him, and he quitted after one lesson because it didn't work out on Zoom, and he was the only one. Yeah.
So do you foresee any language barriers when engaging seniors using these platforms?
I don't think there would be any language barrier because we are gonna ask the seniors like what is their preferable language first before we assign volunteers to them. Yeah. So like we had enough volunteers that can speak the seniors language, and some volunteers even can speak Cantonese, Hokkien, and other languages. Yeah.
Correct. Currently, like what I feel is that the volunteering culture in engineering is not as strong. So how do you?
Yes, I'm trying to promote this. That's why I'm here as the community engagement director to propose other ideas other than flag day, and not just flag day. I'm trying to promote volunteering ideas. Wait, let me think first. So I think right, I believe I should partner with the communications director, and I'm going to promote about this idea to the communications director. And I also have actually, okay, so I also have heads, and I actually have the publicity head to promote my idea, and I'm going to recruit a very strong publicity head who is like passionate as me, and that type O. And yeah, he's gonna partner with the communications director.
Just to follow up. So right, compared to us, and also like I'm pretty sure that community service club are also doing like their publicity for their own events. So how do you attract your own engineering students to us instead to them? Because like the CSC culture that in NUS is quite prominent. Yeah.
Okay, so right. I'm just gonna tell them the advantages of volunteering. So you get volunteer experience, you can put it on your resume, and you get CIP hours. I will like send them the CIP form to fill up, and I will send it to like the relevant authorities, and I will send it to the organization for them to fill up their CIP hours and get an endorsement. So I did it before, so yeah, I know it's doable, and I'll use this to incentivize them. So I'll also tell them that it's not a lot of commitment. I don't need them to commit. They can just try for once, like what Janessa said. Like they can just try out for once, and if they like it, they can volunteer. If they don't like it, they can don't volunteer. So it's up to them. But I will still try my best to promote about my volunteer projects to them. Yeah.
Lisa, you're following up on that. So if they decide they want to do a one-time volunteering experience, how will you keep up this partnership between you and or whatever beneficiary you end up?
Actually, volunteering is like a freedom of choice. So I can always recruit other volunteers, like whenever anyone is free. And I'll try not to put it near like exam dates. I'll try to put it near the first few weeks of the semester. So that
yeah, I understand where you're coming from, right? But I think some organizations do expect like if you want to set up volunteering
regular interactions. So to address that, right, that's why I have only one main beneficiary so that I can really communicate with them well. And I will really try to recruit as many volunteers as possible. And if cannot, then I also cannot do anything. But I will really try. I will just focus on this one main beneficiary.
Only year two. So you talk about trying to get for volunteers. So what is your perceived or expected number of volunteers that you are going to try for?
It also depends on the number of seniors that are participating in this, because for my project, right, we actually recruited a lot of volunteers, but there were not a lot of seniors who wanted to participate in this, so it really depends. And if we have more volunteers than our seniors, we can stagger the volunteering timing. So like week 1, this group of volunteers can participate at this timeline. Week 2, another set of volunteers can participate. So they don't need to keep themselves busy every week. Don't need to open up their schedule every week. Yeah.
Only year two. Can you give us an estimate number? Because I have a follow-up question for that.
Okay. Our estimate about, I don't know how big is this our organization, but CDAC has about 15 to 20 participants. Yeah.
So the follow-up question is that you said that you will try to have a lot of publicity events. So last year I tried to make a community engagement event. However, although we do a lot of drafting of emails, we do a lot of story on IGs, we were only able to get 26 people. That is including 40 people from my subcom. So effectively, we were only able to engage about 10 people. So how do you think you'll be able to engage them, although there was much publicity in that aspect?
So can I ask, what project did you work on, and where did you publicize about your efforts? Because, okay, to be honest, I really didn't see any volunteer projects last year. If I saw the projects, I would have volunteered to help.
Okay, so the feedback I got was people know about my project, but they don't want to go. So my project was Go Green with Us, which was
collect newspaper.
Yes, collect newspaper. Do you know about the project?
I have done that kind of projects in JC, but I don't know about this project in uni. Yes, I didn't know about it.
Sorry, can I change? Are you done? Okay. So, sorry, I finished that. Okay, so back to that one beneficiary, which is AWA, right? So it seems that you don't know a lot about the existing beneficiary that we are working with as Engin Club.
Yes.
Do you think that you will consider changing a beneficiary to one that you're more familiar with? Is this something you've thought of?
I wouldn't think about changing my beneficiary because this is Engin Club's main beneficiary, and since we didn't really do anything to help them, and I believe we have tried to communicate, reach out to them really, but we still haven't helped them yet. I believe that we should continue with this beneficiary. And I also want to use this chance to talk about this slide. Okay, so this slide was very last minute, and I only knew about this website last night. I acknowledge that I do not have prior knowledge about Engin Club, as this is the area that I'm lacking in. Although I reached out to the previous flag director, I felt that I was still lacking in info. And after talking to some people last night, I found out that there's actually an online flag day. So I went to search, and I took like 1 hour to find this website. I was really researching. Okay, then I feel like the publicity efforts for this website is not enough. I really didn't know about this flag day, And I even like this year, I even asked my friends like, why is there no flag day today? So I really feel that okay, so if this year there is, I mean next year, if there's no flag day again, and if it's online flag day again, I would probably push the communications director to better promote about flag day. And I'm really curious why I can't find the link for this website on the Engin Club's website. So yeah. Okay, pardon me. I'm really bad at looking for stuff, like looking for stuff on the internet. I'm bad at surfing the internet. So yeah, it took me a very long time to find this website myself. And because a very independent person, I tend to not like to ask people questions. Yes, so yeah, this was my own effort to look for this website. And I found out that there was only $430 raise of $5,000 gold from 20 givers. So the publicity efforts are really not enough. And yeah, you all have any questions?
How else will you intend to publicize such flag day events, given that Engin Club did publicize through email, through the Engin Club?
The Engin Club publicized through Instagram because sometimes, right, people might skip some emails because it might be in a spam folder, and like sometimes there's really too many emails to look out for. And yeah, I who like always check my email also missed out the email. I didn't even know about this.
Publicize on the Instagram TV.
So Clement year 3, so we did publicize multiple times on social media platforms and sent an email. I think in 3 or 4 consecutive emails, if I'm not wrong, over a period of time.
I see.
It's possible that it may have been just dragged down and.
Okay, then I'll say, right, it's probably the name of this event. Like, it's not explicitly stated that it's online flag day. It's called Give Asia. So, okay, I'm looking from my perspective, and I think that I might have missed it because I thought it's just like, oh, some email from some external companies. Yeah, that's what I think.
Give Asia is actually the platform to actually raise all this funds. So like moving forward, what else would you suggest to publicize such an event? Given that the Give Asia is a platform name, we can't change it.
I would suggest, okay, can we, because like, can I search the internet? Because like, Engin Club's website, right? Under, I really couldn't find it. Like under EFOP, I didn't find a link for this. Yeah, even this year.
Point of information. I believe that the reason for that is because Nusrat and Flag this year operated in a very different manner compared to typical years. Given that the lead time for Flag was very little, so they decided that this was their last stage effort in terms of Flag, because there was supposed to be physical flagging, but it was quick. So this is their version of
Okay, I understand. That's why I'm here to change it. Okay. I want to, because I'm one who anticipates changes. Yeah, because from my experience of project planning for my own project, it was actually a planned physical project, but I changed it to online very, very last minute. Yeah. So I think I can do it. Yeah.
I wanted to ask, like, can you give us an example of how planning an event will look like on your logistic end? Because you talked about like week 1, one set of volunteers, week 2, another set of volunteers. Can you give us an example of how they'll look like in the planning phase and for the volunteers? So like, when will publicity be rolled out? For example, right, event A is going to happen like on week 2, and then you're going to recruit the first batch maybe 1 week before, the second batch maybe 3 days before. So how do you intend to like recruit multiple batches and also publicize effectively?
Okay, first, right, I will like send out a blast to like recruit a lot of people first. Like I will just send out a form to like gather the interested people who want to participate. Then after that, like because some people cannot make it for some days, right? So that will be like a last minute plan in case they cannot make it. So like usually, right, for those like schedules that I put out, that I plan out, it's usually very last minute. Like it could be like 2 days before the event. Then I draft out the schedule. So I will put people on hold. Like there's like this schedule of volunteers that will volunteer on that day, right? Then there will be volunteers that can make it but do not need to volunteer. So I just put them there first. Then there will be those who are unavailable. Yeah. I don't know how to say, but yeah, you will see.
Thank you, like a lot. So does it mean that we will know only 3 days before that there's going to be an event? Or does it mean that the volunteers will be confirmed only 3 days before the event?
They will be informed very early on, but that plan, the last minute plan is just in case people cannot make it. Because I always anticipate changes. So yeah, I will put like, I don't know how to say, like reserve volunteers. Yeah.
Okay, so Sam, just to clarify, there will be an event like weeks in advance. The only last minute thing is just the confirmation of volunteers, correct? Event is planned
Yes.
way ahead.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the slides showing your round time?
It's just a guide, okay?
Okay, so I would just like to check with you. Actually, for what you want to do, your talent show will be in the first half of 7 which will be in week 3. Like this is your rough guideline, correct? So knowing that under my student life director, she wants to have a talent show, so and it's roughly around the same time because this is during the engine.
Yes, that's why I asked for a collaboration, but I really need to discuss with her first.
Okay, so now knowing that there's going to be another talent show, is there any way you're going to differentiate yourself from hers, or you still don't not too sure?
Mine is already differentiated. This is for charity, and hers is for student life. So.
As a kind of follow-up question, so yours will be paid, so they will have to pay to actually attend yours, but hers is actually and has incentives also. So how would you differentiate in a form of like, I understand that yours is a charity, but how would you incentivize people to actually pay for an event? And how do you differentiate like the talent between the two? Because unless there's like so much talent in engineering, then like they can be actually split between the two groups. If it's an overlap, then how do you incentivize people to go for yours instead of hers?
Okay. This is really quite difficult for me to answer. Because I didn't know that my plans would crash with hers. Will clash with hers. So yeah, I really didn't expect this, and I only knew about her plans yesterday, and it's like a bit too last minute to change. Yeah, so like all these slides that you see right after my Q&A slides, right, are slides that I changed like last night. Yeah, so I didn't add it into my slides.
There's a case how flexible are you in changing your talent show plans?
It's okay. If I don't have this talent show, I still have my thrift shop. I always have backup plans. Yeah.
May I just ask what are your directions?
Sorry.
The directions are your objectives for your piece of your initiatives.
My directions as a communication engagement director is of course to help others, to give to charity, to give to the community. Yeah.
Okay, then sorry, may I ask what are your expectations for your volunteers, for your weekly events?
Sorry?
Your expectations.
My expectations from the volunteers. There's no expectations because that volunteering, right, is very hard to justify. It's like an intangible thing. Like what the seniors feel from the volunteer the volunteers is like very hard to justify. So we can't say if it's good or bad. Yeah, because the volunteers are also volunteering to help the seniors. So like it's very hard to expect something from them.
I see a follow-up question. So, back to the question. So, what are some key takeaways that you have for the volunteers, and how will you go about communicating them to the volunteers?
Key takeaways for the volunteers.
Yeah. So maybe like what are some key takeaways that you hope that the volunteers will receive or get out of these programs that you plan for them?
I hope that they will understand the seniors better. I really hope that they will feel a connection to the seniors like me because, you know, Singapore has this aging population. I feel that we should attend to the elderly more. We should really pay attention to them. And I really want to work on this aspect to help the seniors and raise awareness about the seniors, make people help them. Yeah. I don't know if other people has other aspirations like helping out the children or like pets or like anything else, but my passion is like about elderly, about seniors. Yes.
Only a follow-up question on both of their questions. So a scenario based, like let's say you're running flag and your volunteers doesn't actually do flag, but rather have outing instead. What are your views on that? Because this type of events have been happening, like, oh, we will just work as OG together, we go watch movie, rather than actually.
Is that true? I don't know about it. Okay. Wait. Like during my flag day, my objective was just to raise funds. So like, I think it's like up to their own conscience. Okay, I don't know what is it, but it's like their own 良心, you know. Yeah, so it's like up to them whether it's up to their own integrity, whether they want to volunteer, they want to like they sign up to participate to collect funds, but if they go out and play, I cannot control them. Yes, I can only like tell them the significance of this project, but I really cannot like control them or like impose any restrictions on them. Yes, Joyce.
Joyce, here to evaluate this year's plan, like how we run or
Okay, that's a very good question. Actually, I already evaluated just now. Okay, shall I?
A follow-up to that.
Mm.
Sorry, Joyce here to follow up. So for flag, what is your opinion on corporate donors, and do you have any plans on sourcing for corporate donors? Since it seems that corporate donors became an important source for this year and an direction to explore in future.
Okay. So right, this is the job of the Genset and the communications director already, because like to source for corporate donors, I believe we should go through like alumni connections pages like Facebook, I don't know, LinkedIn, all the alumni and external sources, pages, websites to reach out to the corporate companies. I believe we can use that to reach out. But also, right, I believe that I think that it is quite difficult to reach out to these corporate companies because really it's like you can't advertise about this event on the newspaper, right? So the only solution that I can think of is to like reach out through the alumni platforms, because I believe that a lot of corporate companies, they are like half of them, okay, I don't know, like maybe 1/4 of them are from NUS alumni. So I believe if they follow NUS page, they will also see the information if we publicize that.
Yeah, actually. Given that most of what you presented or your idea of like having sustainable year-long like activities or community engagement activities was something that the previous flag director also attempted to embark on. How are you going to do things differently and how are you going to ensure sustainability, because we never really got it started?
Actually, I don't think it's that difficult to start a volunteering activity because I've done it and I think it's really doable. You can plan and execute within like 3 months, I would say. Yeah, then once you plan an activity, your plan can stay on for the subsequent semesters, and maybe this plan can we can keep up with this plan like even after this year, like with the new flag director. So yeah, but then I don't think it will be like online next year. So like the new flag director might have to think of new ways, but she or he can still use my plans. Yeah, it's actually the same, just that my plans have Zoom. Yeah.
Daniel too. I think like it's very clear that you have a heart to serve, and like I think you're trying to serve the elderly. If I'm not wrong. Have you ever considered doing anything for the elderly within NUS, like maybe our cleaners or those who serve us?
Okay, I haven't thought of that, but I believe there's like humans of Engin, like in one of the departments or something, to help to like reward the elderly that are working here, like the seniors that are working here. I'm not that sure. Yes, because mine is like for volunteering, but I find that it is like hard to like volunteer within NUS because the elderly are not asking you to help them. They are just contributing, they are just earning an income in NUS. They are not asking us to help them. But if like we want, we can like on our own efforts, like not as a project, we can go and thank the elderly ourselves. So it's like an individual effort rather than like asking me to like promote our students to go and help the elderly in our department. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just like to follow up on that question just now. So, basically, you mentioned that you will collaborate with the comms director and GenSec for any forms of sponsorship. So, just to clarify, as flag director, are you going to have your own marketing team? Or
I'm not asking them for sponsorships. I'm asking them because Joyce asked if I can reach out to the corporate companies for them to donate. I'm not asking them for a sponsorship. I'm asking them to give to charity. So it's not a sponsorship. It's up to them.
Okay, so will you be having your own team for this, or will you be
for publicity?
Yeah.
Yes, I will have one person for publicity for licensing, but I feel like one person is not enough. Yeah. Oh no, it's called the communication head. Yeah.
A proposal to attend the Q&A session. Year 3. So, given that our relationship with our previous community partner, which is SPD, the Society of Physically Disabled, is not the best. So, maybe what have you done or what will you do to ensure the organization will be committed to partner us for a one-time off initiative or a year-long partnership?
Actually, this involves like proper discussion with the organization. So like it really depends if they want to continue, and it also depends on our volunteers. So it is really hard to predict. Yeah.
So I understand from AWA, they have beneficiaries from special needs families to seniors. So is there a specific reason why the seniors were chosen?
Yes. So like I said, I really feel this connection to elderly and I really want to help them. Whereas like with children, the reason why I don't want to participate with children is because I feel that children are very sensitive group of people. Like if we just anyhow like recruit volunteers without like sorting them out, like without like understanding them, they might like just say sensitive words to the children. And I feel that this is very hurtful to some children, and I feel that like we shouldn't like help. Okay, I feel that I'm more inclined towards helping the elderly. Yeah.
So, from doing projects with community service projects with the engaged children do have a higher sign-up rate from students in NUS. So, would you consider changing the target audience based on this popularity?
Okay, if like I will try to organize an event with elderly first. Then I will see if like the sign up rates are not very high. The next event I will try to organize an event that involves children. Yeah. So it depends on the success rate of my first event.
Last question. So, during the summer break, I did a project with CSC which cover identical activities such as the Zumba and whatever that you mentioned. So, do you see a potential collaboration or synergy between these projects?
CSC.
Community service club. So we did it during the summer break, and we're intending to carry on as a regular volunteer program for the next 1 year. So do you see any synergy or conflict in this aspect?
I don't see any conflict, but I think it might be hard for me to divide my attention to too many beneficiaries. If that's the case, I need another community engagement director to help. Yeah. Because within one academic year, I also cannot do a lot of things. Like there are a lot of busy engineering students also. So yeah. Yeah, Eva.
Okay, so do you know for you to carry out your program, what is the minimum number of volunteers you need in order for Eva to through?
I really don't know, but I will try to recruit as many as possible. My target is around 30 volunteers. Yeah.
Can you go on to the site about you talking about how you are recruiting people because the benefits that they can take away is like CIP hours and all this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So have you considered that whether this part about them coming to volunteer just for the boosting of resume, CIP hours may backfire. So people just come for the sake of doing like resume and CIP hours, not just for like the passion whereby they want to contribute back to society. So like
yes.
your volunteering culture in engineering might not be sustainable in the long run. I don't know.
Yes, I believe so. But if this is really an incentive because from my experience, if we don't use this incentive to like promote the others, people really won't volunteer because they aren't aware that like volunteering is actually very fun. So like this is like an incentive for them to kickstart their volunteering experience. That's what I feel. Even though they are just volunteering for these CRP hours, I hope that they might gain something out of this. Like they might maybe gain this passion to volunteer.
Chris, may I know, this might sound like a selfish thought, but how will your community engagement activities benefit anything else? Or like, is there any benefits that can be derived?
To be honest, this benefit is like self-felt. It's not like a tangible benefit. It's really intangible. Like it's really up to their own freedom. So, okay, so the tangible benefits, right, are getting CIP hours, obviously, but like the rest of the benefits are like gaining the experience out of it, like trying to connect with seniors and the elderly and like our other volunteering partners.
Then
Okay, same here too. I think point of information. So I don't think Engin Club like doesn't see volunteering as like an objective-based thing. Every year Engin Club commits something called Day of Service. It's an event on the 5th of September where Engin Club partners with the community to do something, right? So I wanted to ask, my question is, would you be willing to take this up under the community engagement director, because it's normally under the external team that does this?
I don't mind if like I don't have existing like events going on. Yeah, but if I'm really asked to pick up this project, I might have to cancel my existing plans. Yeah.
Regarding my previous question, because you did mention something to do with like you want to do publicity. So, do you consider other types of community engagement activities so that you can achieve the same objective?
Wait, okay, can you repeat your question again? I don't quite understand.
You mentioned something to do with publicity, about publicity for the Engin Club. So, will you consider any other forms of community engagement activities that can help you achieve that also? Because from what I hear, volunteering is all about the intangible benefits that students can derive. But have you thought of any other activities that Engin Club can organize for students such that maybe publicity is also done for the club?
Okay, I don't understand. No, the point.
I think to clarify, she did not mention about publicity on behalf of Engin Club, but rather to use Engin Club to publicize
Yes.
her events.
Yes.
So given that is a misunderstanding, I think Chris's follow-up question not related to that was, do you consider other activities beyond what you've presented so far to allow for further engagement with students? Correct? Correct. Please answer. And then we'll write it.
I cannot think about ideas now. These are all that I have brainstormed that I think are feasible ideas. Yeah. So if like I cannot carry out the talent platform, I will just have the thrift shop. Yeah, these are my only ideas. And I feel like they are a lot already because we really need to maintain a good relationship with our beneficiaries so that we can ensure sustainable partnership and collaboration.
Very helpful. Why just check what's your current commitment?
I'm single, so I have no relationship commitments. I only have 25 MCs. My only commitment is my NUSO CCA, which is NUS Symphony Orchestra, but I wouldn't call it a commitment. It is like more like a leisure activity for me.
Very helpful. Then can I just check? I'm not sure whether you mentioned your plans. Do you have any plans for like long holidays, like say like the next summer period, where there's 12 weeks of holidays to organize more volunteering?
Okay, so like usually during summer holiday, right, is the time for most of the volunteering activities to be carried out. So like, okay, according to my rough timeline, right, yeah, I did say that during the winter vacation, we can maybe execute some of the volunteering activities because I really don't want to force volunteers to like volunteer during the exam period. So yeah, and even if like students have internships and stuff like that, usually volunteering events will be carried out on a Saturday, like for like most of the volunteering events. So I don't think it will affect even if they have internships.
Very helpful. But very helpful second. So because you only mentioned winter vacation, what about summer vacation?
It's because the list is exhaustive. I have like no space to include it in. So during summer vacation, I can also organize the volunteering activities as well. It's sustainable.
Very helpful. Follow-up question. So can I just check do you have any upcoming commitments for the next summer?
For the next summer, as of now, no. Yeah.
So this is more of last question. So what do you think because most of the community engagement is based on beneficiary base. What do you think of having activities or other community engagement that are not beneficiary based but is still community engagement?
Can you give me some examples? Because I'm not very experienced.
So for example, right, it's serving back to the like let's say community club, the people in community.
But that's also like a beneficiary.
But
right?
It's not an obvious beneficiary in the sense that they don't need something from you.
Yes, I can help them to, like I said, like the beneficiary that my project group helped was CDAC. It's also a community. Is it a community club? No, it's not. Okay. But then, right, the seniors that the CDAC sourced for in CDAC were like just normal elderly, normal seniors. So they are not like part of the club like that. It's those elderlies that they source out through promotions, like through publicity. Yeah.
So if you're intending, sorry, on your school, if you're intending to go with these type of things, right, there is a possibility of able to get grants from this type of partnership. What are your views on it? For your grants and for your events based on whatever you intend to propose for your year. So what are your views on it?
Grants, like some money to run my event. Do I get grants for my events? Because okay.
One of clarification. So there are external grants as well as grants from NUS that offer support for social impact initiatives. So for example, Young Dream Maker, if you have heard of it. So they co-pay or fully fund your initiative. So have you looked at that, or will you consider looking at that in your project?
I would consider looking at that because I've not looked at that because like so far my volunteering experiences, I always like don't ask for like monetary benefits from volunteering. So I've never looked at this, but maybe I can ask some people for like the information. The thumb drive. I don't know which one is my thumb drive. Should I just pull it out?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so we'll now proceed on the voting for the Community Engagement Director. So for every valid vote, can you please raise your hand so we can do a count? Thank you. All right, Lisa, have you sent the email? Okay. Okay, put hands down first. We'll send the email. Let you know yet. All right, so the link has been sent to your emails. So continue raising your hands until you have voted. Thank you.
Without, okay.
Let me clear the vote first.
You clear already?
All right, so we're doing vote again without the abstain option. So the link is the same. So please raise your hands until you have voted. Thank you. It's the same link, just a reminder.
short a bit. No.
Okay. Janessa, would you like to invite her back in? The numbers confirmed, right? Kelly?
Okay, so I'd like to announce that no one has been elected into the position of Community Engagement Director this time around. Okay, we will now be moving on. So next will be the nomination for Sports Director. Following that will be, yes, following that will be dinner. Okay, so proposed order break for? Do we have a second? Okay, we'll have a 5-minute break till 5:36. Thank you.
Can I just say whatever Kevin said to you is the exact same thing he said to you. So the spare
No, but I think you're not obligated.
Yeah, you have to.
I don't know what to respond here. I'm just like,
Do I send an email to the do I send a PowerPoint?
what you said was wow. Release this non-Christian. Not good news. Wow, I'm pleased, guys. No, that's because the focus for this year, right? The reason why it's called community guided and not like directed purely because we want to move away from the idea that students only less time. Because it's really a very one-off thing that happens right at the end of summer. That's how it was right. So that's why I think the focus was very much on like the community led perspective. Like that's the thing that's a show my way to hope to reach like so like they will tell you how I do and what they and there's like negotiations choose the engine, blah blah blah. And then after like all of this right, it's like one day students come and collect. And
So the initial idea was
how many people can be in one area. As in like I don't think as in like those are like
the only thing like
expected
was
stuff.
discussing
So you can cover it
in
during
this free time between the this is more than sign up for.
because then it depends on you help
The project itself.
and you want confidence in the fact that you actually want to know how you can do the specific
Yeah.
like in terms of communication, like all the not just I think you value the fact that it's not able to present, but then it's just that I think that the actually has a very like because for us because I really like function like for within the engine there is a function. Yeah, so then how do you tackle that?
I think we can learn from unfortunately, yeah, learn the mistake. I think the timeline is something that we get because for this how long it takes. The idea is to stand up here for the students the
Because the last time I did
might go what we have to allow to be guided.
Same in 2 elections at the same time.
Example, very hard to say.
The most stressful thing you ever go through. Especially SEM year 2, then like yes, SEM we know.
You not really but some of the issues that
SEM, you know you're never you're in any elections. Hello, if you're still standing up and or not in your seats, could we all please get to our seats? Thank you. It's very ugly. Is it the new TMNUS one? It's damn ugly. It's better than orange, but the cutting is very ugly. Hello friends, can we please get to our seats? That would be great. Thank you, Tegan. I feel like the theme of 42nd is thank you, Tegan. No, it's thank you, Sam, and it's thank you, Tegan.
42nd is thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Oh my god, the shame.
The slide shame.
The shame sweater, the slide shame sweater.
Slide shame.
Slide. It's slide, shame.
It's slide shame. Hello, if you are just entering, please do find your seats quickly as we would like to proceed. Thank you. Has Madeline dusted her slides? Right.
Natalie, are you gonna email the site that you done? Just
Hello, welfare is exciting, but so is elections. Can we all get to our seats? Thank you, Tegan. Just open up. It's 39 really. It's 39 really. Hello, please, if you are still talking, can you please get back to your seats? I will start calling names. That Joel.
AY20 opens the position of sports director for nomination.
Sorry, to nominate Madeline as sports director.
Only you 2 seconds.
We'll wait.
AY20 accepts our nomination. And we will wait a great 5 seconds.
All right, so yes, Kelly, year 3 closes the post of sports director for nominations. Wonderful. All right, great. So Madeline can come down and prepare for her presentation. You get them dry. Is it question, but do we prefer the time? I don't think so. There's another. Right. Presentation? Yeah. Right. Very cool. Can I just set your slides a bit? Yeah. All right, thank you. You can start when you pause this one. Sure. Hello. Yeah. Hey, good evening, guys. My name is Engin, and I'm running as the candidate for sports director. So this is the outline from my presentation. So just a brief background of mine. I would like to take up the position as I always wanted to engage a larger student body, and I want to start from something that I have passion for. I have a of experience in the sports field too, from taking part to organizing. And yeah, I'm from electrical engineering year 2, and yeah, I was last year's IMG and captain. So this is my aim. So my vision is to re-energize the Engin sports culture. This is done so by getting them interested, to engage them in activities, and with this, it helps to instill a stronger sense of belonging. So my 3 areas of focus are communication, welfare, and inclusion. Currently, there are 3 measures taking place, which are Engin Run, Engin Sports Day, and Inter-Faculty Games. So Engin Run is an annual event that has been ongoing for a while. It's very common to have running events with their time recorded. So in order to differentiate ourselves from them, we can self-organize color run, but that is if physical activities are allowed. So I also did my own fair share of research before proposing. We can get our own powder, and it's actually quite easy to organize. So it's like a 5 km fun run. So for each 1 km, there will be like a color, like set color. Then like we just need manpower to spray like the powder at the side. So for the cost wise, it's like $4 per pax for the powder. And it's quite easy to clean actually, like with pressure water hose and all. Yeah, but let's say if like you guys don't agree with it, you can go with night run. So it's like I noticed like the previous Engin runs are usually in the day too. So you have night run with like glow sticks and all. So you can make it like a music festival with festivals and all. Yeah, but in view of the current situation, we can continue the run, but in geotagging format. So basically, and also now the government encourages local tourism, right? So basically, the runners will complete a set of quests and then take pictures of themselves in the runners list, which is provided in the runners pack. And oh yeah, and the shows is evidence lah. Then we will hold a competition. So the best photo collage and video collage will win a prize respectively. So I would recommend to be held during winter break as a form of bonding with the family too, since we also can't travel. Yeah. So Engin Sports Day as usual, but this time around we incorporate with the house system. So there will be point system. So each of them will like represent their house, and they will be grouped basically by houses. So they'll compete with each other, and all points accumulated, and there will be champion house, you know, that kind of stuff. Then points will restart every year. So if you're unable to hold our sports days physically next sem, we can always opt for esports competition with live streaming. So inter-faculty games. So for inter-faculty games, I want to improve the welfare of our athletes. Every Monday of the IFG season, we can give out training pack, like just a small one, so you can just redeem at a booth.
So this pack will consist of biscuits, fruits, Milo, that kind of small and local stuff. So while doing training, we can also provide sports drinks. Yeah. So I would want to ensure good communication and fairness. So I'll be actively involved with the captains and attend at least one training for each sport, just to take a look and see how they are doing. And this is to prevent teams from only recruiting their friends in it, but a fair competition to make it to the final team. Yeah, and so two new activities that I would like to introduce are Beach Carnival and Athlete. So for info, Athlete is just like athlete and engineers put together. So, so we are only able to have beach day during FOPE camps, right? So that's like once in our whole uni life. So it's like the best part of camp, in my opinion, and I bet like most of you are too. So I like to have this day by itself with beach games, so beach volleyball, frisbee, that kind of stuff, and so in a round robin format. So I feel like maybe have I've been suggesting like a lot of activities, so we can rotate the sports day and beach carnival. So it'll be like a biannual event instead. So first year will be sports day, then after that the next year will be beach carnival. Yeah. So it works in the house system too. So next up we have avenues. Like what most presenters said, Telegram is a popular channel to disseminate information. So I will use this platform to create a sports interest group named Avenues. So we will start small by having a session bi-weekly, and every session is a different sport. Then we will increase the frequency and improve accordingly. Yeah. So one thing I would like to bring up is our social media platform, which is NUS Engin Sports. The last post was like on 6 June 2019, and you can tell that it's very inactive. So I want to bring it back alive and make use of the platform and posting actively, especially during events, like during IFG, we can just upload scores so that people can keep track. And you can also stream the semis and finals live, that kind of stuff. So we can work hand in hand with the main NUS Engin account too. Yeah. So my committee structure will be like a treasurer, publicity team, and marketing team, and logistics team. Like for publicity team and marketing team, I don't really need like a very big group. I just like mostly need a lot of like help in logistics team. Yeah. So as you know, Engin is a male-related faculty. So I hope to also represent the female counterparts of the faculty and increase the level of participation from them. Yeah, thank you.
Lisa, you have 3 seconds.
Only the two. So, can you go back to your engine? Like, let's start with engine one. Only the two. So, from what I heard from the presentation, right, is that you would like to shift engine one to the winter period.
Yeah.
What is the motive behind shifting to winter period?
Like I mentioned, since like winter break, most of us will be in Taiwan. So yeah, it's like a better and it's like an annual event. So I wouldn't want to just like cancel it because of COVID. So we just can continue the tradition. So we just like change the theme into what I suggested. So geotagging, so like going to tourist spot, that kind of stuff. And like basically you can serve as a bonding session with family. Since Engin Run is open to public and not just to NUS, right? Yeah.
Follow up on this. For this year, for this plan, I feel that it might be able to succeed. But for the next year onwards, usually winter period, a lot of the student population is not around due to vacation and like overseas in general. So what do you think will be the sustainability of annually for this type of project in the winter?
Oh, I just want to say that geotagging, like this Engin that I proposed, it's just like a one-time thing. So it's just in view of COVID. Because like other than that, like honestly, like I feel like people will, well, yeah, like you said, they will want to travel overseas. So it's just specifically for COVID. Yeah, in the long term, you'll be like the different teams that I suggested, like color run and night run.
So you still continue only year two, so you still continue this in the winter period.
No, it's not in winter period. It's just like see on the basis of
Krishna, because this year IFG has been shifted towards the winter period, considering if you can carry on or not. Since it's a very short lead up time for engine run as well for IFG, how are you planning to execute as well as recruit as well as execute in time?
Oh, so for geotagging, right? I was thinking like maybe it's a really like own time, own target kind of run. So basically we'll give a week for them to maybe come down physically to collect their runner's pack. Then like we just set like the whole month maybe. So or 2 weeks. Basically 2 weeks for them to complete whatever quest they're supposed to do. And they upload. Submit their stuff accordingly. Yeah.
First, if you just check if you do you plan on getting someone in charge of the entire event, or do you plan on having this with your common? Will you get someone just in charge of the engine run and someone in charge of your each day?
No. So like I said, like I want like a small team, like main team, like marketing and publicity. So like this small team, we just work together like on it. Like I don't really want to like recruit everyone, because like it's always better to work with familiar people. So yeah, I'll just stay on with the people I have for all the projects.
Okay. Only year two. So you have given a lot of projects and initiatives, and even for IFG, you're intending to give welfare to the IFG people. So my question to you is, with the limited funds that sports has been getting each year, how are you gonna sustain, or how are you gonna weigh out which is more important?
Because like I suggested like the welfare for IFG, right? I purposely suggested like once a week, and IFG is not a very long period, like training session, like training season wise.
Point of context.
Yeah.
IFG has started now, and it will end at December, so it's actually 3 months, so it's quite long.
So like I would want like the athletes to redeem. So like as they get cut from the team, so they won't have like the rights to redeem. And it's actually really like small basic stuff like Milo and biscuit. It's not like a very filled pack. So I think it's quite sustainable in a way. And like for other events, you say engine run and all, it's all like paid to join. So I don't see an issue.
Then point of generation. So some of the sports has a lot of people, but they are not part of the IFG team. Are you still going to give them the welfare? Because some of the team like Frisbee has 54 members. Meanwhile, like let's say track women only got 8 members.
Okay, so for like I suggested like giving them energy during training. So I'll just give those who actually put their attendance on it. And for the welfare pack wise, okay, let's say like we really like out of funds. Maybe I can think of like some fundraising event. So what I have in mind like might be, cookie sale, brownie sales, this kind of like small stuff. That I actually learned this from like my experience in hall for the brownie sale, which is different from yours because you did the go green tea, right? Yeah. So I just do this approach.
Sana year 3. Okay, so for IFG training, you have to book different court and different premises for the training, correct? But you may not be able to get bookings because they have a quota. So would you be willing to use engine club funds to pay for certain booking locations?
Maybe I'll set a fixed quota instead, not like every single time. But I will allow allowance to it. Yeah.
So only year two. So pertaining to all this, right, do you have a budget breakdown or something to show us for your allocation of budget? Because a lot of the initiatives cost a lot of money. Like your run, for geoteching, I'm not very sure, but for your run and for your other stuff, you still need a deal.
Oh yeah, like for the runs, right? Like I said, like it's you pay to join. So like you can just set a price, like in order to cover some of the cost too, which is like not that taxing on our budget. And like I said, powder run seems like very expensive, but it's only $4 per pack for powder. And then like when I look up online on color run, like outside, they actually cost a bomb. So we don't really have to like set the price. I think it's around 60 per pack, but we don't really have to set the price. Yeah.
Just trying to get a follow up for color run. Where you like to pour the color run, as well as like the operations and the cleanup afterwards.
So like okay, so basically it's like the same route, like high cam route. Oh, it's not on the track because you can't do it on the track. Like I don't really want to dirty the track. Yeah, just on the risk it. So it's on the route. I tried to look up for like treasure water hose cleaning, but I can't really find it. So like if you really can't carry out color run, I can just go with night runner. Yeah, that's why I have 2 backups.
What do you think about the process on venue and facilities booking for the individual sports teams?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat again?
Joyce here too. As the captain of last year's handball team, as you mentioned, what do you think of the process on venue and facilities booking for the individual sports team?
So okay, as a sports director, like if I were to be elected as sports director, first thing I will do is I have to make sure that every sport has a captain. Because for last year, like nobody took the initiative and we couldn't really find captain, so I had to like initiate. If not, like if nobody initiate, then we can't have training. And after that, it did it quite long. Then it was really hard to find like courts and equipment wise, like we couldn't obtain to. I had to like ask from hall to Lenny. So in terms of booking, like I feel like I will try to help them out. I mean, as much as I can. Like, because okay, let's say even if I can't get like school courts, like it's also quite hard to get public courts right now.
So for the sports director to get the facility bookings for each of the sports, right, they still have to go through sports contact from sports park. And for last year, apparently we didn't have a very good coordinator, so a lot of venue booking were not able to be we were not able to get it.
A question from Yuhui, year 2. What are your plans to incorporate ENGR houses into the event, if there are any?
I did mention about sports day and all, like, because they are only available for NUS students. So based on whatever Paris suggested, like point system wise, so basically whatever house they are, so when they sign up, so basically when they sign up for the event, they have to have a house. Right? That's how they can represent their house and compete in their house colors. So yeah, that's where the point system, the house system comes in NGR. Yeah.
How would you think of incorporating people who actually aren't in the house yet? Like, do you have any plans to incorporate people who are not in the house yet?
So I would say that like publicizing my sports event will also let them have an idea that there's a house system going. So if they will want to join the sports, I will also like how to say maybe cooperate with the PPSA to like sign them up for houses. Yeah.
Okay. For year 2. So I will go back to Engin. This is like my last question.
Okay.
So the previous runs from Engin, right? There have been some team runs that they have initiated. However, the sign-up rates are still not very high. How would you combat, or how would you go about trying to get sign-up rates for your Engin run? Even like even though it's a color run, even though it's something so-called attractive in the team run, it has been done. Some similar things have been done before. So how would you try to still get people in?
So far I know there's only like one zombie run, right? There's a team run. But yeah. I guess I could work with like my marketing team in terms of like getting like collaborate with like the companies outside in order to publicize our run, since it's also open to public and not just NUS students. Yeah.
Krishna, year 3. Can you compare the differences between Engin run and that charity run in terms of why there's such a big difference? Like in your opinion?
Oh, my opinion?
Yeah.
What do you mean by charity run?
Visit has a charity run which brings in a lot of if you're unaware, it's fine.
Oh.
Do you know about the Visit charity run?
Oh yeah. I read about it. But I feel like the BZ charity run is more of a formal thing. Well, for my run, it's more of I know like the past few collaborations have been like with like community, I don't know what you call them, but yeah. But my purpose of the run is like more of a fun base. It's not really like charity based. So I guess that differentiates us. Yeah.
For for geotagging, you mentioned that you are going to have it over the course of maybe like 2 weeks, just a rough guideline of if you have to resort to geotagging. Right? So how do you how it actually works is like it's like something is hidden somewhere or like a landmark or something, right? So how would you as course director like prevent people who are participating to like let's say take the thing and hide it somewhere else?
Oh, my geotagging is just like explore Singapore in a way. So basically just go to the places. Maybe the food court, like basically tourist spots, just like take a photo with the picture. I mean with your shirt on. Yeah. More simple. Yeah.
Can you go to the So on you to for in this sport day, right, you do say you want to incorporate health systems and point systems. But do you have any idea of like how you want to carry out the Engin sport day? I.e., do you want it to be popular sports or non-popular sports, creative ideas, or what do you envision Engin sport day to be?
Well, actually, I've never thought of that, but I was thinking of like novels, like school carnival sports. But I'm open to ideas to like non-popular sports too. Yeah.
Question from Yue year 2. How would you envision the house system to be adding value to the event?
It's like a competition. Instead of like just participating in your group, you participate with your house people and like you get to meet new people too. It's also instills a sense of belonging because like everyone plays and like tries to win that. Like it's just a fun process. And,
Can you run through your strategy? Okay. For the you from what you presented, you want to conduct a 5 sport session with different sports. How do you intend to keep it going? Point of information.
Yeah.
So, as you may know, there was this touch rugby so-called team in Engin, which started from IFG, which we played throughout and which we tried to play throughout and But however, due to exam stress and busyness, it just died down and there was no more training afterwards. Although the initiator tried to have some event, tried to meet up together.
Oh, because like yours is just solely touch route. I think mine is more open, like to like any sports, and anyone can just join, but it's just limited to capacity. Then you can like someone can take a lead to suggest a sport. Then if like a lot of people vote on it, then we just carry on with that activity. So we just starting something small, and then maybe slowly like if it succeed, then you can like progress to yours. Yes.
Then year three. So you're saying that like inside like in your committee, you will have people who are going to lead these bi-weekly sessions for the different sports. Is it?
No, as in like people take initiative to suggest sports. Then I will lead first. Then like as like more sessions and people are more familiar, then we can like I can give them like the lead like for those who are more familiar with sports to organize. Like
7 year 3. So you
like a temporary captain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So in your presentation, you said that you will change sports every single time that you go, like or like every 2 weeks you'll change sports. So how does so having a captain tie in with your brand or trying to let them try different sports?
As in temporary captain for each sport. Like I said, like I will lead initially, but as like more sessions, then I will pass the like leadership role to someone who like instead of me coming down all the time, so they'll just like do on their own initiative. Yeah.
For IMG, how do you plan on getting these athletes? Because I believe the whole point of IMG, also the whole sporting culture is to encourage more people to join and to form a sense of belonging to IMG. So how do you plan on pushing that agenda forward?
I feel like with this like small events going on, like sports day and all, we will eventually like manage like scout for those who like really enjoy that sport or like have experience in that sport. So we can appoint them as like captain. I mean we will ask them if they're interested. So if they can lead, then they will be able to find like more like-minded people to join with them and gather a group for IFG. Or we can just publicize. That's why I'll make use of the Instagram channel too, like NUS Engin Sports that I want to bring alive.
For this continuous initiative, so how are you going to enforce anything to make sure that the group does not become exclusive? I want to say that after a few months in, the group of people participating as the same group of people, and nobody else wants to join.
How to say, like, I mean, because usually like at first like initially everyone will just join, but then like they will leave the group as like more sessions. Then you usually be the usual gang. Then I guess every new year or freshie then you'll recruit. Or maybe through IFG, then maybe we introduce to them, like ask them want to join. Yeah, maybe open to that kind of invitation.
Joyce here too. With regards to the geotagging, I just want some insight into your thought process about like what made you decide on the duration on 2 weeks. Since runners, which is a single task of running a fixed distance, set their submission duration at over the course of more than 2 months. Do you think 2 weeks is sufficient duration, and especially since it might clash with IMG and perhaps their training as well?
What I meant like, I said for 2 weeks, they can do it like anytime during the 2 weeks. So obviously the attraction is gonna be like around town area. So one would obviously like wear the shirt and just complete it in 1 day. So that's why it's open to 2 weeks. Like they can just do it like whenever they want to in that 1 day. So yeah.
Joyce here to follow up. Do you have any actions or plans for people that sign up and don't get to complete the task on time?
No, I never thought of that. Yeah.
On year two. So for your geotagging, right? How are you gonna regulate the sports culture in a sense? Because I can just take a car and go to every single place that I want. Then just take a picture.
Well, sports culture in the sense of being active, and I mean it's just a plan because like everyone's just gonna be bored at home, so it's just for them to spend their time wisely. So it's just and to continue the tradition of Engin.
Joyce, here to follow up. Would you consider like the geotagging event a success if the lot of sign-ups don't complete the task?
I mean, I would say it's still a success. At least like they actually attempt to do so by buying the runners back, right? So you kind of motivate them to do, but if they really can't do, I mean it's the effort that counts, I guess. The initiative, yeah.
On year two, what are your plans for IMG going to be? For IMG? What are your goals for IMG?
Like I said, okay, it's not about, I'm not trying to micromanage, but I really want to like go down for like the sports, like training session.
Let me rephrase my question. What do you wish to achieve once IMG ends? So like physical position, like top 3 or what?
Oh, no, I mean, it would be good that we are in top 3, but it's about the process that matter. Like, I know like people want to win, but I would want people to enjoy the sports too. And like everyone has a chance to, like a fair chance to compete in or represent Engin for the sports.
So, follow-up question, only a two follow-up question. So a lot of the more dedicated groups like dodgeball, they really want to win this. So how do you think this aligns with your perspective of you want to let people try? Well, some of the sports groups like frisbee and dodgeball, they really have like a certain group of people who have always come down and who can play sport going in for representing IMG.
Yeah, I can share my personal experience because I joined dodgeball last year, and I only like I just like missed the final cut. And yeah, I know they always have like the regular members of the seniors, but I actually enjoyed my time there because they actually like show the ropes to me and all. And like the captain even like sent me a message. That's why I'm joining again this year, because the like the seniors will graduate, so they will need like the younger ones to take over. So they are very like friendly people. Yeah.
Clement, year 3, I believe what Mark is asking, how will you manage the expectations of the different captains? If some of them share your idea of honestly just spreading a sporting culture and having fun, some of them really want to go and win, that kind of thing. How will you manage expectations among the captains? Yeah.
Okay. I guess like different captains, but honestly, different captains represent different sports. So like maybe one captain has his own culture in the sport. Then if they want to win, they win. Okay, I mean I think that just affects the overall champion for all the sports. But I mean when you like how to say like when you enjoy something together, then like okay, first you learn how to like we play together. Then the next goal will be like you want to win this, right? So I guess you will just develop over time.
Yeah, actually, I think about also developing supporting cultures, having people to support the athletes themselves. And in the past, not many people actually go down to venture to support any of our athletes, be it for opening and closing ceremony. How will you change that?
Yeah, I thought of something like so basically maybe an incentive like maybe have like how to say the active supporter. that kind of like awards, like if they keep going down, like to support different events, then they will like maybe get a chance to like win something, that kind of incentive. And using the Instagram account, we can like actively update them like when exactly is the event for, so they will be aware and come down to support or watch. Like, yeah.
No, I thought there was 1 year there was this orange shirt. I don't think so. Or is it just
I think definitely not lah. I think the free shirt is like the NUS thing. Like the NUS thing. Yeah. It was good.
Wow. Really, almost. We're not gonna bring one more minute. One more minute. Yeah, very careful.
You haven't sent right, already? Haven't sent right?
17.
Yeah, 17. So can we get everyone with valid votes to raise your hands to confirm? Thank you.
Including the two on Zoom? Yeah. Only 17. No, including two on Zoom is 19.
Joyce, can I check, were you sitting there from the start? Or do you shift? Okay.
20.
When she started her presentation. Okay. Cannot count. What? It's 17, right? 18.
17 plus Joyce.
So 20 lah.
Yes.
No, there's lesser.
What?
There's lesser.
Where?
You try and count? I don't know, like my brain spoiled. I think it's lesser.
I don't know.
That's 18 only, yeah.
19.
19.
19 now. Huh?
Okay, can you, if your hand is not raised, can you like put your hand on your lap so that it isn't mistaken for a sloppy hand raise?
Those raising your hand just raising higher. 17. No, 18 plus 7. Huh?
Okay.
My hand is up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 18. Plus 2 on Zoom. Plus 2 on Zoom.
Okay, great.
All right.
How many engineers do you think to count?
Yes,
Really like a lot. Apparently a lot.
I'll make them count. It's okay lah.
I have sent the link.
Okay. All right, so the link has been sent. Please keep your hand raised until you have voted. Thank you.
Terry is the screen protector.
Terry is the screen protector. Culture try Kahoot. You say Kahoot.
Yeah, sure. Kahoot quiz. I didn't imagine
It's a short design tree. It's great. It used to be not bad. Then they just changed management, so now I don't know. But I always think the nasi goreng kampung there. Right? Now fucking sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna get that. It's not so good. I'm so hungry now. You want Nana? Oh, ordering Nana.
Yeah.
Sorry, brother.
Sad.
Where's the menu?
Wow, people leaving the group. This is how you behave kindness. Yeah, exactly. This is how you.
Wait, all not in yet, right, Kenny?
Hey, you want to still settle your
Do it. If I got this.
Waiting on who? Don't know.
Are you also
Waiting on two?
Yeah, I would get it.
Lisa, can you text the...
You got no frame of reference for your yeah.
Everyone has voted yes.
No.
Why? Why is this an issue?
I know, right?
Oh, I'm missing one.
Now it's dinner.
Too bad. You all want the person.
No, but right now is dinner.
Can I have dinner lah? Who's not here want to eat dinner? Haven't you ordered food?
Like, no, we can see if there's anyone with like one person running. I don't mind letting that person go first. If
Yeah. The one that ordering can give like 10 minutes to buy food from Cheers. But then those who haven't ordered food yet.
there's still one missing, is it, Kelly?
Now yours is 5:45. Anybody pay attention?
Can't be three people count wrong, right?
One person counted 17, one person counted 16. No. It's coming so very
What?
Look at that.
You go already?
It's on the chat, right?
I go already. Yeah.
Do I have to go?
No, no,
It's on
no.
the dinner chat, right?
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
Yeah. 19 people.
Actually, you indicate the place first. You haven't even asked the order.
Yeah. It's not really clear.
One person left.
Yeah, annoying.
Then we revote lah.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
I'm missing one person.
No, second time, second time.
There's no second time. There's no second time.
Where's one more word?
Okay, one by one, let's do this. Yeah, have you voted? Great. So wait, have you voted? You did? Really? Teja?
They voted?
Joel, is you? Joel.
Hey, that's a VPE.
Sorry. I'm patient.
For now. Until
after exam, I can really show sports. I told I just finished. No, I know really. So yesterday I
Mark?
Yes, voted.
No, whether you vote, you go collect.
No, let Mark collect.
Oh, I collect. Oh, you collect.
Not better.
We should use better words than collect and retrieve.
We all need to Hey, for a second is invited.
You need to open and close the position.
Yeah, we do.
For what? Huh? Then you want to do that before what?
Oh, yeah, can.
I believe there's someone running for
CQ.
Oh.
As you really open and close all the positions, no one running.
You haven't told me what my yet. Why you
All right, so I'd like to announce that Madeline has been voted into the position of sports director for the Capital National Committee.
So you want to go through the positions now? As in, since you're waiting on dinner, right? We just go through now.
You want to do rerun first and then do
Oh, yeah, sure.
We can't.
We cannot do that, yeah. Must go through first.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, first confirm that Makan Express can deliver. Is it confirmed?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to get the number.
Okay. Terry, Madeline, Chiu, Nikki, Shoy, and Krish. Are you guys willing to go with Makan Express?
Did you say my name?
I believe they also have
Yeah,
Oh,
right?
Yes.
Makan Express, is it to pay cash or?
Can be lah.
Okay, Madeline is okay, Terry is okay. Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes, Terry is okay, Chiu is okay. Nikki?
Should be okay.
Nikki should be okay. Shoy is okay as well. Okay, everybody's going to go Makan Express, I guess. Has anybody else not settled their dinner? Anyone? Sean? Chingan? Dinner? Makan Express? Yeah. Kelly, dinner? Kelly.
Yes. Okay, wait. Maybe can you multitask? I think.
Oh yeah. Arnold, are you having dinner? Okay.
You know, make sure.
Okay, go ahead, I guess.
I'll second.
Second. 2 seconds.
How long?
10 minutes, right? 10 minutes. Yeah.
Break until 3.
Break until 3. 8. Oh, 38. Okay, whoever's ordering for Makan Express, does anybody have the menu? Okay, open the menu.
All those getting food from here, please go get your food now. Please come
Hello everybody, so it's now 6:42. Can we get you to get back to your seats so we can proceed with the next program? Please.
Let us do what this one says for she might something like even having like lava
We may not be around.
Hello. My first point is that for those that are here, can we start to settle down? And my second point is that can we please observe social distancing? So one empty row between each row and 2 seats apart. And row between each row.
I got question. Who's ordering? Please, I'm so sad. You got your phone. Contact already.
It's 1920.
Yeah, but you call it away.
Yeah, I'm just going to like open and close the positions and nobody's running for according to what is required in elections. So Kelly Year 3 opens the position of Cam for nominations. No, okay. Kelly Year 3 closes the position of Cam for nominations. Kelly Year 3 opens the position of Owe for nominations. Kelly Year 3 closes the position of Owe for nominations.
This time must have opportunity of you to say something. Must you wait?
Sure.
Okay, I just nominate BLH. Can.
Fine, sure.
Yes. Kelly Year 3 opens the position of Owe for nominations.
Alright, you to nominate Priya.
Yeah, you see.
The pawn.
Due to reasons of not being valid candidate.
Okay, Kelly Year 3 closes the position of Owe for nominations. Is Conrad here? I do not know if he's running for Biz Director. Nikki, do you know? Is Conrad running for Biz Director?
No.
Kelly Year 3 nominates Nikki. No. You want concurrent position or row? Okay, Kelly Year 3 opens the position of Biz Director for nominations.
Level Year 3 proposes nominate Krishna for position of business director.
Why got first? Why got first?
Drama.
Kelly Year 3 closes the position of Biz Director for nominations. Stop it. Stop. Anyway, no more already, right? Marketing and external relations after this. Special directors got to see cause Yu Hui. Yu Hui. No, cause possibly got people running. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Wait, can I get them? I like the
Area 3 proposes the extension of the break by 4. Declares propose, declares the I said propose the first time.
The 4-minute break.
I said propose the first time. What are you doing?
You propose to continue, but there's no break.
This is the break. What do you mean?
No, we are not. You cannot have a break open conditions because it's not a break. It's not just about this, about the relationship.
Yeah, that's how we are knowing.
He looks smart. Actually, this is the kind of like what you represent as. You want to talk about me?
If you either want to sell a car, you're trying to drive a car, you can learn how to drive a car.
By the way, you are everyone around the
Okay. So like there doesn't need to be argument about it. The final say.
Okay. All right, so we're going to continue. Can
Hello.
everyone please sit down?
Hello.
Nikki, Krish.
Hi, Yuhui, you're
Hello,
running
student,
for.
can you please sit down?
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
can
just
everyone
be on
fasten
standby.
down? Everyone fasten down, fasten down. All right. Okay, so now we're going to move on to marketing and external relations. So, returning officer.
Actually request the opening of the position of marketing and communications for nominations.
Trevor Year 3 nominates Yihui for the position.
Lisa, year 4, year 3 seconds.
Is Yihui gonna?
Do you accept the nomination?
Sorry. I can't listen just now. Can you? What happened?
You've been.
Trevor Year 3 nominates Yihui for the position of marketing and external relations director.
Lisa, year 4, second. Year 3.
Yihui, do you accept the nomination?
Yuhui year 2 accepts the nomination.
Last year 1 nominated
For the position of.
for the position of marketing external relations. Last year 1 the nomination.
Okay, now we shall wait for 5 seconds for any more nominations before I close the nominations. I'm not here to contact for me. Okay, can you actually closes the position of marketing and external relations director for nominations? So, Sangmin and Ted, I believe you all will step up for a moment. We'll let you all know when it's time for you to present. A very long moment.
Can you ask me to share screen?
Can you share your screen? We'll be beginning your presentation shortly.
Okay. Sorry, I can't share screen.
Give me a moment. Yeah, no. Try now.
He's asking if we can run for business director.
Yeah. Okay, I believe you can start whenever you're ready.
Testing. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. Okay, so good evening, everyone. I hope you got your dinner. So I'm Yu Hui, and I'm running for marketing and external relations director. Yeah, and so currently I'm a year 2 biomedical engineering student, minoring in management. I have experience in organizing a camp. I'm the vice project director. I was an editor. I was logistics, and I was a PE for events. I joined some engineering projects, dance and social initiative in the last AY. So I expect questions asking me for my current commitments. So currently for this AY, 80%, there is only 80% of the commitments that I have. There is only 20% of the commitments that I have stated in this slide. So yeah, I'm quite free. Yeah, so why am I interested to run for external relations and marketing? So yeah, so for one, I have some publicity experiences, and I have some experiences in collaborating with other organizations to build an event. So yeah, and I'm very, very, very interested in to communicate in a corporate setting. So yeah. So this is what I snapshotted from the Engin website. So yeah, and to
to elaborate more about the snapshot, so what my thought process is that this director, the job scope for the director is to forge new and strong partnerships and nurturing the existing ones, be exposed to more opportunities, be overall responsible for relationship management, and if possible, conduct analysis if there are gaps between the relationships. So key aspects that I identify is to have effective marketing, ensure the information is streamlined and convincing, and ties continued in client interest, expectations of external parties. So, and in general, I would think that the hardships that I would need to overcome is the data collection from students and industries, which I think that this will also be, which I think that I will communicate in part with, I believe is student lifestyle. And yeah, and the next one is the balance between the requirements of external organizations if they have requirements that are clashing with the COVID laws. And the last one is to seek for platform to source for new sponsors or collaborations. So the first and foremost, so COVID-19, so it makes the recruitment hard. So yes, I acknowledge that. And one thing that I think will alleviate it is to work with communications maybe, and the Engin Club exco recruitment. And besides that, is to tap on to personal social circles. Yeah. And so COVID-19 also, I will be focusing more on strengthening existing relationships instead of going for sponsorships as heavily. However, I will still cover this part later. So lastly, in the event that the external parties really require physical sessions, then I will think that it is better to communicate with them. If it is very important and it is essential to be physical, then we will chat later lah. But yeah, so these are some directions that I have noted. So to nurture new and existing relationships, so it is the most important to be very transparent, and we have to have a clear layout. We have to have a transparency, communication, as well as customization and flexibility to accommodate for different requests. So so these events are what I took from CFG website. So yeah, and for these types of event, I will think that I will work very closely with the special projects director, same as well as the content. So what can we do on the online semester? So Career Fair is the flagship program, and so this is also taken from CFG website. So basically, what I wanted to express is that it has been online, and I do not foresee an large-scale event like this to be able to run physical in phase 3 or phase 2 in the foreseeable future lah. So so how do we market to get sponsors or industries? I forgot to put that. So one of the things is that we can possibly diversify our portfolios for what then that can be provided by us. So for example, greater publicizing, like in more online avenues, and there will be more engagement in different kind of apps, different level of packages, so that there's tiers of payments and services provided, and maybe we can make the event more about the sponsor in that shares the equal importance to the welfare of the students. And next is to allow for a great degree of customization So external relations. So I would expect the one thing that the characteristic that this job requires is to be very flexible, because you have to deal with outside companies. So they have different expectations, different ways of doing things, and there will very much possible to have sudden changes. So yes, customization. So another thing that I have thought of is that we can come up with templates for sharing sessions. So like it's easier for them to conduct projects up. And I also understand that timing is important, because normally these types of events only occur around the period before winter and before summer, so that they can attract and recruit recruit talents from them for them. So next slide. So my workflow would be somehow like this. So this is for large scale events. I would say that a month before is safe estimate. So however, this I have to stress that this is an ideal situation. So in the real life, I would think that this is a case-to-case basis. And yeah, same for the normal events. So I would think that around 2 weeks will be an ideal situation. So this is Joel's slide, and I completely agree with him. So Sem 1 will have talks, sharing sessions, and career fairs, workshops, and mentorships. So I'm proposing this structure, which is the structure for under me is to have a vice director, treasurer, secretary, and subcom for strategic partners, communications and publicity, and outreach, as well as we will work with. I would think that it is project heads under special projects. Yeah. So closing statements. Never stop to pursue for challenges. I am not a person that will sit. I love changes, and I can handle stressful situations, and I am a passion-driven guy that hopes that challenges excites me. Yeah. So some of the things I found, and thank you.
So the Q&A will. Yes. The Q&A will go the same as 3 phase 1. So please send the questions to the elections group, and then Clement will ask for.
Please don't send yet. I have to remove the other candidates. Yeah. Remove Krish.
Wait. I tried. Okay, I agree. Can you check if the chat history is still there?
Yep.
Chat history is still there.
Because
Yeah, we should send some message.
Wait,
it's like not the previous chat.
I mean, it's fine to see the questions after.
Yeah. Okay. And then we just wanted to know if like previous messages were still there.
Okay, wait, let's take first. What's the name of the
So,
oh, your singer don't have. Your singer, you have to buy a 40 second. Take a Sean. No? Okay, you have to buy a 40 second group.
yeah, so remove all three.
Huh?
Remove all three.
Can. Sorry, don't send a question yet. Yeah.
Get ready.
Can you read?
focusing on ordering the food. Wait, have we picked up?
Is it not removing them?
Okay, this way, right? Okay. I'll remove the 7. Right. Remove.
Sorry for the wait. Songmin?
Yeah.
Songmin?
I'm removed.
All right.
I remove something. Okay. You can send your questions now.
Okay, so you read the first question from short, year one. How is your role different from that of the special projects director?
Okay, so yeah, so I actually also did another presentation for special projects. So so special projects is the one that to my understanding, so special projects will be the one to organize industrial visits, talks, and courses. And marketing, so marketing will be the one that source for them and liaising with the marketing committee. So in this sense, I would say that this role is different from special projects is because this role doesn't require planning, execution, and development of the mature project proposals. Mature project proposals to the collaborator.
All right. Okay, so the next question is from Mr. Kevin. What sort of platforms do you want to use to entice sponsors?
Okay. So yes. So platform. So what are the the chips that the chips that we have to attract the sponsor. So yes, I am also at the Q&A. I was at the whole time at the sharing session, and I do note that Krishna, I think it's Krishna, right, who said that our publicize the external parties think that the club's publicity does no, the social media of the club does no thing. Yeah, okay, I should probably phrase that better, but yeah. So for platforms to why does it sound so weird? Okay, so there's a platform somewhere. Okay, so platform to source for new sponsors and collaborations. Okay, so what I meant for this bullet point is that it is to get in touch to be exposed to more sponsorships and collaborations or other avenues. So instead of enticing, so the enticing ones that I meant will be this part. So how do we market to sponsors instead of the platforms? Because I know that I do note that like it's quite useless to attract to platforms because you still need to have something substantial to attract them.
All right. So next question is from Sam, year 2. Why would a company become a strategic partner with Engin Club?
So why would a company become a strategy partner? So I would say that first of all, it is to tap on the talent pool that we have. So from engineering student population, and to increase brand awareness. So this is the most prominent factors that I can think of. But may I clarify, like strategic partners is as in for Engine Club is as in they give money or they don't give money, or
Non-monetary or monetary.
Sam says that it can be either monetary or non-monetary, as long as it's a partnership.
so what I have in mind right now is that, so if you be a partnership, you have to have more benefits than normal collaborators lah. So what I would think is that to reference to how TV shows, do you know that TV shows have some advertisements for those sponsors? So one avenue that I think is we can do that. We can print some of their things on the physical campus and in online posts and all those stuff. And next one, maybe we can let them have more priority, perhaps priority to have more recruitment talks and basically recruitment talks and to tap on to the talent pool.
All right. So the next question is by Sean, year 3. Since you mentioned that companies are looking for brand awareness, how feasible is it to do such things, and what are your plans?
Yes, I know, just like what I said just now, I noted that for the whole day that's it is mentioned that for the social media presence isn't as strong, and currently the Engine Club isn't doing anything that is attractive to external companies. So what I would think is that we can start smaller first. We can aim for scholarship, sponsorship, but we shouldn't be too optimistic. So so for example, starting small can be, sorry, not starting small, but like it's just to push our way to have more to attract them. So it is by means of hard sell, because we don't have the advantage that other student clubs may have. Not advantage, like we don't have the pharma, the gains that that is as strong as other student organizations.
Okay. So the next question is also from Sam, year 2. What makes you effective at building relationships with relation to strategic partnerships?
So to be effective, I think data is the first and foremost thing that I think is the most important one. So we have to have a clear data and that showcases our KPI, our ability, and market out, student population outreach, and etc. So that it is better and easier for us to communicate. So in this sense, it may be useful to foster relationships because we are more cooperative, and it is clear that we are clear with what are the terms and what are the conditions, and this will make us more sought after.
Okay, so next question is by Terry, year 4. What are your thoughts on using Engine Club LinkedIn to connect with external companies for collaboration?
Okay, so for Engin called LinkedIn, I believe that it is mentioned that the LinkedIn presence isn't as strong. So I interpret this question as to strengthen the LinkedIn presence. Personally, I think that LinkedIn presence can be the strengthen of LinkedIn presence can be done, and it may take more time and energy. But however, if it is worth it to connect with external organizations, and it is a better way for the long run, I will certainly do it. However, in terms of connecting with external companies, I would think that LinkedIn is a great platform to post our events. However, I don't know how effective it may be at replacing the current social media that we have, and how can it effectively more effectively communicate with them. So I don't see the value for now, but feel free to correct me.
Alright, so next question is very short, year 1. In the event that a special project director is not able to organize the events proposed by you due to other commitments, will you be able to direct the event if sufficient manpower is provided?
Okay, so if this really happens, so the first thing that I will do is I will have to find a VP external and report that there is this kind of things that happen. So the next part is that, so a promise is a promise. If it is really due to incompetence and not due to laziness. So if it's laziness, it's a different thing. So if it is due to incompetence, then yes, I will step in and help. However, in order to, so this is the short-term relief. So in order to have a mid-term relief, then maybe some restructuring can be done. So incompetence cannot be his one person incompetence, right? So incompetence, there may be some problem with the structure of committees, and maybe there's problem with there's no problem with manpower. So maybe there's a wrong in the structure. So we may need to review it. And for the long term, maybe a culture is a bit hard, but I think a culture of responsibility and what is that called? The how fast that you responsivity and responsibility of in the cell.
All right. Okay, so next question is by Krishna year 3. Do you have a longer term plan to convert new partners into strategic partners?
Okay, so the short-term plan is to get the outreach of them and to nurture the existing relationships. So I will put the nurturing in midterm. So what are the midterm plans? So the midterm plans is first is to have regular appreciation and regular prompts to let them know that it is we are still there. Yeah. So also we can put out regular events for them to look out for. And as for long term, so first thing that we have to ensure is that our collaboration is successful and happy for both sides, and KPI is rich, and the student population is the student population is actually well aware of the company, and the company actually got what they want. so I would have just presented short term. For long term, I don't really have a concrete plan yet. However, I propose that for long term, that could be more. There could be a special like partnership. So like maybe there's a sponsorship for TV show. Like there's a special sponsorship that bears the name of the whole TV show. So like maybe a structure like that can be proposed.
Okay, so next question by Joel, year 2. What is your working style and how do you ensure that deadlines are met?
So for me, I operate with a clear layout. I am actually a data-driven person, and I like to finish things before the deadline. So because especially for this role, changes are to be expected. So it is better to finish it before the deadline, so that there's room for us to accommodate changes lah. And I would say personally, I'm a laid back person. If you do the job, then I'm very laid back. Then I would only check in. I will only check in a few times, and to check the progress of the whole team. So if it is smooth flowing, then of course there's no problem lah. But if there are delays or like incompetencies, commitments issues and all those stuff, then we may need to have some help from the other subcoms to ask if they are willing to help, and to basically to allocate which cell needs manpower more, and to bring them together.
Okay, thank you. So next question is by Mr. Kevin. How would you measure your own success with reference to your job scope?
Wait, so I'll scroll to the appendix. Wait, sorry, oh, wait, I feel this before. Oh, so for me, how do I measure success? So it really comes to personal avenues. So I would say that I'm a achiever. I do what I say, and I really mean it. I do what I say, and if I can fulfill this term, this phrase, then I think I'm successful.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the next question. Can you suggest a communication plan on how mature proposals will transfer to special projects? And how will you ensure that you're not overloading them or overpromising the partner?
Okay, it's a bit long. So what I got is that how to transfer out the ideas of the partners or whatever we may have to the special projects, as well as to, yeah, I didn't catch that part.
Right, okay, so I'll split the two. So the first part is, can you suggest a communication plan on how mature proposals will transfer to special projects?
Okay, so how to transfer the information? So one thing that I have thought of is that, so basically, so there are subcoms, and so this line over here is what I meant. So first of all, I single out a subclub for like communications within Engin Club to align everyone. So this is my plan. So I will have a special subclub for purposely this purpose.
All right. Okay, so the second half is, how will you ensure that you are not overloading them or overpromising the partner?
Yeah, so yeah, this is a very serious issue. So in order to not over promise them, so what I would like to say is that the data is still very important. So the data is data is the measure of what we can do and what we cannot do and what should be expected. And this will ensure like this will be for the greater good lah, because over promising you are also like it's not good for the relations, and then like both sides also not happy, and then there may be some conflicts everywhere. So it is still very important for data to be present. And yes, this is my answer.
All right. Okay, so the next question by Krishna Year 3 as well. I am not suggesting to you to solve this, but considering the current market, how can you convince partners to offer special opportunities to NUS students?
Yeah, that's why that's why when I am presenting, I use the word alleviate. So I don't think that I have the capacity to solve this, sure. And for the current understanding for Engin Club, what I evaluated is I don't think that we are still very capable of completely solving this. However, in order to alleviate, some ideas that I would like to suggest is that our social media presence really has to be stronger. It is just so that we have more power in negotiating and communicating. So so it's more like what we offer isn't as strong. So in order to like maybe strengthen the offer, so this is why what I meant. So in order to strengthen the offer, maybe some publicizing and that portfolio diversification and customization can be in place. So we may not have the same outreach, however we have the level of cooperation. So so why I think that cooperation is important is that, okay, this may sound tacky, but like for idols to get sponsorships, the sponsorships rank them by cooperativeness and how well they perform. So I think that our cooperativeness can be our main selling point. Can be our selling point too, not main.
All right. So this next question comes from Tien, Year 2. Which one would you prioritize as the external relations and marketing director? Relation with organizations or benefiting the students? For context, some organizations offer attractive incentives in exchange for reaching out to our students, but what they offer to us may lack in benefiting our students.
Okay, so this definitely comes to the communication part. So okay, so if it can be solved, of course it's not a problem lah. So I would assume that you are meaning that this is in an event that it comes down to the core clashes of the values. So yeah, what we can do is that if there is a core clash, like the clash of the core values, so what we can propose is maybe we can suggest a different avenue for them to express and to work with us, and maybe we can have more can have a different different avenue, and maybe they can have a different event lah. So but we will still try and communicate and try to keep the relation.
All right. Next question is by Sean, Year 3. What do you think has been hindering marketing from getting sponsorships?
I would think that something that block the sponsorships is that confidence. I don't think that there may not be as much confidence for them to us. So I would say that this is partly due to weaker social media presence, and overall I do not see representation. Yeah. So of course workshops and talks and sharings, they are of course the student population directly deal with them. However, for sponsorship, so for my experience, I have only seen them in welfare packs, and I can only identify the brands that are in welfare packs. So that's just for me. I may not know the whole situation, but for me, I don't think the performance that we gave may be high enough for them. So that's just what I think.
Okay. So next one is also by Sean, year 3. What do you think has been hindering external relations from getting stronger and longer term partners? For example, Dyson, Savannah Jurong Consultancy, and so on.
Okay, so it's just what I observe. So okay, I admit that I have not asked anyone about regarding this question. However, what I observe and what I formulate is I would say that yes, it's the same thing as the social media presence and representation in the student population. Because so if you look at our Instagram, there isn't as high as there isn't as huge as a representation for them, and as the same as email blast, and so even for the Telegram group, it is a very official promotion of the whole event. That is what I formulate, and I will also think that it is our branding, so our brand image. So so that's what I actually asked this question for the comms director. So what are your thoughts about the brand image? So it's because that I have thought about this when I'm doing the slides. So I think that the brand image for Engin Club isn't as strong, and I think that the events that and it is half serious, and it is fun, but it's also half serious, and I don't think that it is as engaging as others may be. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So the next question is from Shart, year 1. How would you settle conflicts between your team members?
Okay, I will say that I'm very good at conflict solving. So so for one, this really depends on what other types of the people that you're dealing with. So for example, it is better to be an objective person. So if you are not in the conflict, right? So you will be able to judge the conflict as a third person, and you can be and you have to be objective. And I would say I will look at the better picture often, and because you are objective, people are more likely to voice out their views, and it is more easier to calm them down, and it is more effective in communication both ways. So yeah, so my answer is like be objective and lay back.
All right. So next, Sam, year 2.
Sorry, can you check proposals for extension for 10 minutes of Q&A?
This one has 3 seconds.
Year 2, maintaining partnerships will be tiring due to the need to follow up and participate in constant engagement events. What will you do if your community members want to quit following up?
So also it's manpower issues lah. So okay, TMI. So I dealt with manpower issues in my camp. I'm the vice project director of the camp. So what happened was 3 OGLs and 2 community members cannot come for the actual camp. Yeah, and what I did is that I figured it out to source for more people and to cut down on the OGs that are present and to restructure a bit for the programs. So I would say that this so transferring this experience to here. So I would say I would do the same. First off is to possibly allocate more community members which are free at that time to that specific role. Next, it is to cut down on possibly value adding jobs, and the third one is to restructure a bit for the whole program and to also communicate with the external company.
All right. So next question is from Sam as well. What are your commitments for this academic year, including summer and winter?
So for this academic year, so it's NUSU Com IT, and another one is Aikido. However, Aikido I don't really count it as commitment due to Engin being Zone A and training location being Zone C, and I cannot train at all. So I wouldn't say that it is. I would say that the commitment level is basically 0 for that club. So currently I only have Com IT, and in the foreseeable AY, I would only have at most 3 commitments throughout, because I think because I used too much SU last AY, and yeah, I would like to also focus more on ACADS.
All right. So next question is from Engin, year 3. Have you thought about future conflict of interest if you and subclubs are sourcing for same kind of companies? And how would you resolve such issues to avoid straining relationships with the subclubs?
So basically, if it can be talked out, so if it can be solved like a Zoom session, and then we can all PM each other, and then to know how both sides are feeling and what are the proposed what they have been through, what are their thought process and what the outcome is, then that is the best. So if for the worst case scenario is that it cannot be sorted out as easily, I would say that it would be better to have a vote to be democratic if it cannot be easily solved.
All right, next question is from Conrad, year 1. How do you intend to source members for your various departments, as there seem to be many roles you are opposing in your structure?
Sorry, what is the last phrase before after the comma?
Many roles, as there seem to be many roles you are proposing in your structure.
Oh, okay, actually I don't think it's as much though, because like project heads it's not special ops, it's special projects. So I would say this is not under me, I would say that we work closely with them. However, the only proposed role that I have is vice director, treasurer, secretary. So maybe 1, 2 to 3 or 4 in each of this. So maybe if I count as 3, so the entire will be only 12. So actually it's not as many that I would say. However, my plans to recruit is, so for sure one avenue is Engin Club, exco recruitment. The next thing is basically word of mouth lah. So word of mouth has been proven to be useful, and yeah, I will continue to use that.
Next question is from Sam, year 2. Since you are away, how will you carry your job out?
Yeah, so okay, so just TMI, I'm planning to go back to Singapore. However, I'm waiting for the reply, and yeah, I'm waiting for a reply. However, if it is real that I am stuck in an overseas setting, so first, the first thing that I think needed to be solved is the engagement level, which the engagement level maybe something needs to be work harder on that aspect. So the next one, I think that for the foreseeable semester, physical events will not be cannot be cannot lah. And I would say the only thing that I think of that may impede is the engagement levels between subcommittee members, and to address that, maybe more engagement activities can be carried out.
Followed by Sam. What happens if physical events are allowed next semester?
I will definitely be at Singapore next semester.
All right. Okay, next question is from Krishna. A scenario. You are initiating a project with a new partner with all the manpower, and our strategic partner is asking for a last-minute request for an urgent project. Which would you prioritize?
So if so I would assume that the setting for the question is that is for the proposal part. So like we are formulating the questions and proposals, right? Yeah, and so it is between like I propose an idea and another committee propose another idea, and who should I listen to? That is how I interpret it. And so I would say that it is basically down to how mature the plan is. So so if there is conflicts, it's still better to be objective lah. That's what I learned off. That's my experience. So I would like to be objective and look at how mature each of our plans is, and possibly and see if there's key takeaways from either of the projects, and maybe if possible, the best is to combine it. So, and if it is possible, we can also run both of them together if it is not too taxing, and if I evaluate that it is not too taxing, and if it is not as good, then I will reject.
All right, so this will be the last question. Are you sending something? Yeah, I'm gonna play the video. All right, Mela. the video very loud? Yeah, I haven't played it.
Okay, so as per requested by Sam, can you all please share with me what your unique selling point is?
Can you hear the question?
What is the unique selling point?
Yes, what is your unique selling point?
Oh, my unique selling point.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I am a person that I operate with layouts. I operate with timelines. I'm actually a laid back person, but I operate with a clear structure. And I am very sharp at pointing out pitfalls. This is just through observation. So the next thing is that I do what I say. I still stick with it. It's my motto. Yeah, and I would say that my selling point is also that I have some experiences and a lot of organizing committee experiences and some experiences in collaboration. Yeah.
All right. Lemon Year 3 proposes for the ending of the Q&A session.
So your 3 seconds.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you for your presentation and answers. We will now call the next candidate. So for the time being, could you please leave the call first? Thank you. Oh, okay, sure. All right. Can someone call the next candidate in? Next one is Song Min. Kevin so mean.
Wait, is that the first time you're interacting with him?
Huh? No, it's not actually not really lah. As long as he's not talking to the person directly, right?
Sector where it's always better to meet people, in person, interact with them, have the visuals, have the atmosphere. It's really a big blow on us. So I've actually thought of a way to perhaps get through the situation and at the same time provide opportunities for students as well as take into interest the company's interest as well. So the first difficulty that I'd like to share with all of you is the loss of strategic partnerships. So we have actually lost DBS and Standard Chartered And companies being companies, they are really black and white. They're really black and white about things. If they believe that what they gain from the return is lower than what they invest in, they will pull out of it. Even if it's a prestigious university like us. So that's our first difficulty. And it's always a bad thing for our students when we lose strategic partnerships because we lose that a bit more opportunity, a bit more chance for our students, which could have been used to perhaps connect students to the companies and give them opportunities, have career fairs, and so on. And the second difficulty that I want to share with all of you is loss of external opportunities. So, in this COVID situation, we can't have things offline, physically. A lot of things have been turned online, but there's a lot of limitations. And in general, companies are cutting back because of economic difficulty that the whole world is in right now. They are pulling out resources, they're pulling out funding, and they're already firing their own employees, let alone internships, internship programs that the companies will do. So I'd like to present to you Maximus and the plan. So I chose the word Maximus, as all of you might know, the word maximum comes from the word Maximus. It's a Latin for maximum, basically. I wanted it to serve as a constant reminder of us maximizing our time, our resource, especially so in such a difficult time like this. We don't want to be out here wasting everyone's time, the company's time, our students' time. So let's maximize on what we have on our hand. So Maximus 1.0, this is the first part of my Maximus plan. It's all about the strategic partnership, plus marketing of our students to the companies as well. So it will be in 3 phases, or rather 3 steps. First is maintaining strategic partnerships, second is gaining, and last but not least, improving strategic partnerships. So first part, maintaining strategic partnerships. We've already lost 2, let's not lose more, right? So our first focus will be on maintaining strategic partnerships. Because when you have such strategic partnerships, you could get that little edge for our students, and it's always a good thing for our students. So how do you go about maintaining strategic partnerships? We have to take into account companies' interests. The more or less the only reason a company will be interested in a university like us is looking for employable employees in the future. Because to be frank, all of us are in university to get a degree to secure a job in the future. So when we take into account companies' interests, we might just find a way in maintaining that relationship, that strategic partnership with the companies. So my first proposal for maintaining strategic partnership with the companies is online internships. So companies are interested in internships because through that 3 to 6 months, they can really tell what kind of person that intern is. It's always better to have an intern when it's always better to use or hire an intern than to do like a 15 minutes interview, because they can really tell the set of skills, the character the person has. So companies will be interested in online internships, and I'm proposing us to provide an integrated platform through the Maximus plan. Next will be online career fair. So this will be a platform where the companies can promote the companies, sell their ideas, give information to our students, and check out who's the ones with the high employability, So I'll actually talk more about this later as well. So the second part of Maximus 1.0 is gaining strategic partnerships. So we talked about maintaining partnerships, so now let's gain more if we can. So this will be done via a program, rather a training program called the Values Maximus. And as you can tell, it's all about adding value to our students. Not just academically, but we'll be focusing on the non-academic aspects. So what I've heard from my seniors is that they've actually had a good, they were actually on good terms with the CFG. So I'd like to continue that, source out opportunities for students, perhaps invite professionals over, hold webinars. It's more of a training you have to sign up for. It's not like a webinar where you can just, join the Zoom link and just mute it. It's a training that you'll be given a certificate for in the end. And I thought once a month is too little over like the span of 1 year if you go through this Values Maximus program. So I thought of having it fortnightly, once every 2 weeks. So we will invite different professionals to teach different skills. And yes, it's all about adding value to our students. And when you add values to the students, I find that companies, even those who have left us, would see a reason in investing in us once more. Because our students are not only strong in academics, but also in non-academic aspects as well. And as we live in such a difficult situation in such a world today, I believe that non-academic skills, such as critical thinking skills, problem-solving skills, I believe they're really important. And one more thing that I heard from my seniors is that even companies such as DBS, which us engineers might be thinking, I won't be, like going to financial sector later in my life, like what do I really care about it? But the thing is that even such financial companies are interested in us engineers, not because of the chemical or math equations that we know, but rather the problem-solving skills, the thinking that you can solve a problem using many sides of, in a sense, it's like when you want to build a drone, for example, you have to involve mechanical engineers, material engineers, computer engineers. So like for us engineers, it's pretty natural for us to like cooperate with different people. And that's something that the financial sector is looking for in engineers as well. So I believe they will be interested in us if we go through such a program, Values Maximus. Last part of Maximus 1.0, improving strategic partnerships. So there's really no hard and fast rule in improving strategic partnerships with companies. You have to maintain active interaction with them. So I am thinking of perhaps holding like a fortnightly or monthly conference sessions with the companies, especially those that we like to focus on for our students. For the companies that we like to have opportunities for our students. Yes, so active interaction. Next, we'll be moving to Maximus 2.0. So in 2.0, we'll be focusing more on the students part. And for that, we are really trying to get creating and providing quality external opportunities for our students. So the first part, we need to look at students' interests. And I mentioned earlier, yes, we are all here to secure a job in the future. And for Engin Club, we are working for our students. So it's always good for us to know what our students' interest is. Firstly, it will be online career fair. So I mentioned earlier on the career fair. Basically, we can't do things physically because of the COVID situation right now. So they're doing online. So what I learned from my seniors is that they've actually found out like a good site called the Remo. But the thing was that it was so expensive. It was like $800+. So I would like everyone to meet the Air Meet. So it has functions such as take a seat, social lounge, backstage, just like an actual event. And it costs much lesser than the Remo that my seniors have proposed. So these are some of the features, and it's free if you have less than 300 people. So I guess that's a good point. And next, providing external opportunities. So when you want to provide external opportunities, after students have gained from the career fairs, like their information, they would want to be involved in such an opportunity, right? So this will be an online internship fair. It will use the same AirMeet platform. However, this is a more specialized fair, where you will select those companies that you would like to be interviewed for, and you will actually have a platform to do interviews, ask questions, to really get onto the internship landscape. So that concludes my presentation. So my presentation was about Maximus 1.0 and 2.0. So basically 1.0 is all about marketing our students to companies, forming strategic partnerships with the companies, and 2.0 is about external opportunities for our students. Thank you so much.
Can you give us a rough timeline of how Maximus 1.0 and Maximus 1.2 look? Is it concurrent?
Yes, they are concurrent. They're actually parallel programs, actually. So because one is targeting the companies, 1.0, two is targeting the students, I don't find it necessary to have 1.0 before 2.0. we could always do things parallel, which is also why I will need to work with vice directors. I mean, if I'm given the opportunity to be the director, I would like to invite vice directors for 1.0 as well as 2.0, so they can run parallel. Yes.
What's your community structure going to be like if you have parallel things?
Yeah, so apart from the 1.0 and the 2.0 vice directors, I also need like logistics, treasurer, secretary, the usual roles that we need as a committee. And I'm actually open to new ideas. If they suggest that we have a certain role, I'm willing to work with that idea. So I wouldn't say that like my community structure is fixed. It can always change. And let's say, for example, 1.0 needs more resources and time. Then perhaps we could allocate more people to that. Yeah. So it's not a fixed structure, I would say.
You mentioned a lot about building strategic partnerships, right? Can you elaborate a little bit more about why you are effective to build the strategic partnerships?
Because as external relations director, I felt that one of the largest responsibilities that I have is to provide opportunities for students. And opportunities don't just come by with a single finger. You have to source for opportunities for students, and students are looking for opportunities in companies, which is why I wanted to have a strategic partnership with companies. Because when you have that strategic partnership and that relationship with the company, you will have an edge over others. In a sense that if they have an opportunity, they will reach out to us first because we have that strategic partnership first. We have that common grounds that we accorded for. Yes, so I felt it was a responsibility of a director to maintain and improve and gain such strategic partnerships.
Follow up to that. My question was more, we all agree that strategic partnerships are good. I want you to know more about what qualities you have or past experience that you have that makes you effective in building these relationships.
Yes, thank you for the question. Actually, as I've said earlier, I used to be the chairman of the student council in secondary school and also in JC University, vice chair of the CCA. So when you are in such positions, you have to have external events such as education symposiums, BIA for the CCA, and so on. So I do believe that I have the quality and experience in dealing with external relations in this sector. Like in how to find such an organization, maintaining relations with them, and then organizing our time, our resources, planning for the day itself, and how do I manage the human resource, how do I manage the non-human resource, and things like that, facilitation skills as well. And yes, I do have such prior experience. One thing is that I can't do it all alone. I'll definitely need the help of my vice directors as well. And hopefully, I am hoping to give better opportunities for our students. Yes.
My last question on strategic partnerships. Why would a company become a strategic partner of enterprise?
So this actually links back to the values maximized program. So companies left us because they found that, to a certain extent, I feel that our students will not work their time, their resources, which is partially one of the reasons why they left. Or at least that's what I feel. Because if they felt that our students were, really the charm to invest in, they would have stayed with us. But the very fact that they left us means that there's something in us that they're not really comfortable with, or like they don't find it really useful, because companies are really black and white on the things. They don't get the returns that they expect, they pull it out. So for your question, I believe that by doing such values maximized program, I hope to differentiate our students from the other university graduates, and to just boost and add value to our students as well. And I believe it is the most that we can do, because we are not only training our students to be proficient in academics, the school does that for us actually, but also focus on the non-academic stuff, which is where I like to focus on. So our students are really versatile, all-rounded, and I believe if you do that, you'll have a better chance at getting such strategic partnerships when the companies see the true values in our students.
So to clarify, you will have a collection of how NS engineering students are better than others.
Yes, like
How does
different.
it look like?
So basically, after the students go through the whole various Maximus program from all the different professionals and industry experts, they'll be given like a certificate, which is endorsed by them, like the professionals. So I do believe that that will differentiate our students from others. And hopefully the companies will see value in that and try to form strategic partnerships with Engin Club.
Can you share some comparisons of the existing social tools you are using, like Zoom and Microsoft Teams, to this any platform that you are suggesting?
Yes, I actually want to talk more about Engin actually. So let me just go back on the slides. Sorry. Okay, so what I had in mind is that you want to create a platform. Okay, so the thing about Zoom is that I've been a participant of the NGM and the ESLF. The thing is that only the host can assign you to breakout rooms. And because those companies will be in the breakout rooms, when one host does it, it's almost impossible because like you will probably have like 500 plus students inside there. That's like the maximum they're expecting actually. And these students will like move around, like how in an actual career fair you move around, talk to people in this group, talk to people in that group. But when people start doing that in the Zoom, you can't do that because they only have one host to assign breakout rooms. Assign people to the breakout rooms. But the good thing about Engin is that you have the autonomy, you have the independence to choose whatever, they call it table, not breakout rooms. Choose whatever table you want to go. And the good thing about the table is that it only allows for maximum of 8 people. But the thing is, it can create infinite number of tables. And when people are given a chance to do that, it's like an actual career fair where you visit a table. And the good thing about table is since it's maximum 8 people, right? So let's say 2 of them are the employees from the company. So when you have like 2 to 6 people, it becomes a multi-directional conversation between the companies and the students. It's not like a one-way lecture kind of thing, like most breakout rooms, or at least that's how I feel. And like the function, so there's a take a seat function and social launch. Okay, so the thing is that there is a limit on as how much information can be transferred from the company side to the student side. So we need students to share information with other students because I believe it's a much effective way for students to mingle around, share information, as well as the companies giving them information. I believe that's the most effective way to share information. So social now, you have like tables where you have your friends around. Just talk about what you have heard, what you have seen. Maybe this company is good, maybe the company is better. You guys can discuss. But in Zoom, you can't really do that. I mean, yes, you can chat, but I believe it's limited. As in, you don't really look at your friend and talk to them. You just typing away. And for the last function, the backstage. So the backstage is like where us, the host, and the companies will have like a private space where we could discuss like last minute details, telling the companies not to sell so much of their idea. As in, you don't want them to be talking only the good things about themselves, like companies. They always do that. You have to limit such things. So you can do these kind of things privately behind in the backstage. So I believe it has many, many edges over like Microsoft Teams and Zoom. Yes, and it's also pretty budget friendly. Yeah, and there are a lot of features as well. Actually, the thing is, I've emailed this company, and I got back like a PDF, and they told me that for about 500 people, it costs about $200 per month. Yeah, which is I believe lesser than the Ramo that my seniors have proposed.
So I won't hold you to this, right? But then just want to ask, when you choose an online platform, what are the things that you have to ensure that are there, like in terms of safety or other things, right? Before you choose an online platform, and if you don't answer, I'll follow up with you offline.
I believe the most important thing that I was trying to emulate here was like an actual career fair, where you get the freedom to go wherever you want, visit whatever companies that you want. Unlike in Zoom, where you have to request, change your name, request for change your breakout rooms, which is very troublesome. Especially so when you don't have the whole day in such a career fair. You only have like limited, 7 hours, 5 hours. So let's maximize our time, right? Like what the maximum says. Yeah, which was why I chose this platform as a possible factor. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Like another thing to consider, this point that you mentioned, is the PDPA issue, like whether the data can be purged or not after the event, and private messages allowed, can that be disabled because it could lead to online bullying and stuff like that. Just that you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your information. I will delve deeper into that actually. Yes, and actually materialize this concept.
Question year 3. So I would ask for your value maximum program. How long do you foresee that you need in order to prepare the curriculum and ensure that the first batch can go through?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the Values Maximus, as I said, is a fortnightly program. And I'm thinking of having about like 2 to 3 hour session, like a usual webinar. But I want the students to not think of it as a usual webinar. I want them to think of it as like a official training for them to step up, to value add to themselves. So I do believe if it's fortnightly, it will be about 6 months course. So when it's 6 months course, I really want the students to dedicate, to commit to this program, because it will really give them an edge over others. Yes, and also as a plan, as part of the pipeline of Maximus, yes, I want to give my students the opportunity to excel in non-academic factors as well.
Yeah, Krishna, if you have to follow up, because currently CMG also offers a similar program, it's just not structured in a program. Similar workshops are not structured in a program. How will you differentiate yourself? So what's currently existing?
Yes, thank you for the question. So, okay, CMG does all this, but they are not focused on our students. They do this for the general student population in our university. What I like to achieve is to secure opportunities, to secure professionals, to secure the time for our students' needs. And of course, to do that, we will need to have the ground sentiments of the students. I've actually talked to my seniors about it, and they've done their surveys. I'll probably do mine, if I get opportunity to become director. But the thing is that students wanted 3 things. They wanted to know 3 things from the companies. Their salary, of course, for the internship. Second of all, they wanted to know what they will be doing in the companies. And lastly, these students, our Engin students, wanted to know whether what they study in university will actually play out and materialize in their work in the future. So I believe that with such concept in mind, we could draw the landscape of having a program suited for their needs. Because right now we know what they want, right, from the surveys that my seniors have done. So I believe using the information, I will differentiate from the CFG by planning the program, executing the program, which is tailored to the needs of our students, since we know what they want. Yes, so that's how I want to differentiate this program from the normal ones that the CFG provides for our students.
How big is the target for your first batch?
Actually, more the merrier. But the thing is that I'm actually targeting for around 100 students, if possible.
Hello. Question is, the role is marketing and external relations. I haven't really touched any type of traditional marketing, media, or any kind of online teaching. So am I correct to assume that your marketing side is going to be everything under your Maximus 1 and 2?
Okay, so the marketing part was actually more on the Maximus 1.0, where we'll be marketing our students to the companies, not so much of marketing. Okay, so of course there'll be marketing of this to our Engin students, but I believe a bigger portion of Maximus 1.0 was marketing our students to the companies themselves. And how do we do that is via such interactions with the active interactions with the companies. And when we market our students, and of course through the Values Maximus program, when we are value added to our students, I believe the marketing to such companies will be easier. And I hope that they will see the values in our students. For this part, actually, I will need some advice from my seniors because they've done it before, and I roughly know what the students want. So I don't believe it has to be a very exhaustive survey because we know the rough ground sentiments of our students. So it will be like an add-on to the surveys that my seniors have done. But of course, in order to do the survey, I'll have to work with my directors, my vice directors, and if they feel that certain portion of like the survey needs to be done in a certain way, I'm open to the idea as well. If they want to find out something else from our students, other than what they'll be doing in the company, then our survey will actually change accordingly. Yes.